Stop screen sharing.
You live?
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are tuning in to the first SingularityNET Decentralized Governance Summit. My name is Janet Adams. I'm the COO of SingularityNET, and it's my great honor to introduce you to the main track at today's Decentralized Governance Summit. So SingularityNET is moving into a new phase of exciting decentralization activity. We're following in the footsteps of our incredibly talented cousins at Cardano. We're launching our own efforts to decentralize. We follow our vision to create open, democratic, and fair artificial intelligence that benefits all of humanity, not just the privileged and elite few. And we passionately believe in this mission. We also believe that the best way to do this is to let you, our community, lead the way. So today we're bringing together a beautiful and brilliant group of people. We have experts, thought leaders, and pioneers in decentralization with us to share their wisdom and experiences with us to help us on our way on our decentralization journey. Today, we'll be learning from the wisdom and experiences of those who have already begun to pave the way towards decentralization. Of course, from Cardano, who are moving into decentralization on a large scale as they enter the age of Voltaire, but also the beautiful, diverse ecology of projects such as ICOG, Priceless DAO, and Menagerie. We will draw from the vast treasure trove of knowledge offered by experienced researchers, such as our very brilliant chief alchemist, Dr. Mihaela Ulyaru, the DAO Research Collective, and of course our own in-house decentralization report commissioned by the Supervisory Council and expertly executed by our decentralized leaders, most notably Esther Galfalvi. But most of all, we want this summit to be a starting point for our wonderful and loyal and supportive community to start generating new ideas for the decentralization of SingularityNET. At the end of the day, we will have an AMA session where you can ask all your burning questions, raise comments, and start getting involved. So to kick us off, I will hand over to our much loved and highly admired leader, Dr. Ben Goertzel, CEO of SingularityNET, who's going to speak about robust decentralized governance for AI networks. Good morning, Ben.
Hello, good morning. And yeah, thanks for that wonderful introduction. So I'm gonna give a few remarks now to sort of frame all the other in-depth and interesting presentations that we're gonna have today in this decentralized governance summit. And it was really a tough decision to split this day's summit among multiple tracks as we've done, because I mean there's great stuff in all three tracks. There was just too much stuff to fit into one day, but we wanted to make a one-day thing instead of a complete marathon. But everyone's presentations are, of course, they'll be available for viewing afterwards, and it's not like we're solving the issues of decentralizing governance completely today. So I encourage people to go back and dip into the videos of every track afterwards. There's a huge amount of insight and information that we need to pull together to really make decentralized governance of beneficial AGI work. And it's amazing to be aggregating so much insight and passion and experience on the topic as we are today, both in the talks and in the community members who will be participating in AMA and follow-on discussions, and most importantly the follow-on actions that we're hoping to accelerate and help seed with the talks today and the discussions. So want to begin by bringing things back to the core mission toward which SingularityNET was founded, which is creating creating beneficial artificial general intelligence, and based on the premise that decentralization is likely to work better for creating beneficial decentralized AI than having a single company, government, or other elite group running things when this AGI emerges. The mission of SingularityNET is then beneficial decentralized AGI. But it's important to understand decentralization is not a panacea where if things are just decentralized, they're good, right? I mean, you know, Somalia has been fairly decentralized in governance for a while. Decentralization can be violent anarchy and madness, which is not productive, right? So I mean, you're opening the door with decentralization, but you're not intrinsically solving problems just by decentralizing things, right? I mean, you need to, decentralization is just the absence of some dictator or oligarchy, and then there's a variety of structures that can be put in place within the overall rubric of decentralization. So how to make decentralization work so that decentralized beneficial AGI works and works better than centralized AGI in terms of the beneficial part. I mean, that's really the higher level topic at hand today, right? And if you want to build beneficial decentralized AGI, there's three key aspects, I think. I mean, one can enumerate it a lot of ways, but there's the platforms and protocols. So we have SingularityNET platform, we have NewNet, there's the Cardano network, which has its own powerful decentralized governance initiatives and aspects. There's the Hypercycle network, a new ledgerless blockchain that we're developing, which works closely together with Cardano. There's the AGI algorithms and architectures running on top of these platforms and protocols, right? So the OpenCog Hyperon system, I've been putting a lot of time to. We have this distributed knowledge metagraph. We have probabilistic reasoning algorithms, probabilistic programming, evolutionary learning, neural nets collaborating together within this self-modifying, self-updating, distributed and decentralized knowledge graph. And we've been developing this a lot within SingularityNET Foundation. We're also in the process of spinning off a project called True AGI that brings OpenCog Hyperon to enterprises and companies, which is an important way of rolling them out to transform what happens in the global economy. You have large language models, which have been certainly the rage this year, have done some incredible things. And we have a recent SingularityNET spinoff called Zarka, which is building decentralized large language models, initially focusing on transformer neural nets, but then bringing in more from Hyperon with logical and evolutionary algorithms to increase this sort of attention to factuality and the creativity of the networks. And all these things can connect together, right? So Hyperon and large language models can work very closely together. True AGI's enterprise APIs, Zarka's end user interfaces, SingularityNET, NewNet, Cardano Hypercycle provide the tools for piecing all these things together to form a variety of applications. And this brings to the third key piece, which is governance. I mean, you can have these protocols and platforms with algorithms and architectures running on top of them, and the software can be running on a bunch of different machines with a decentralized crypto protocol, but unless you have a meaningful decentralized governance mechanism underlying all of this, you know, this decentralized network of machines can still, in effect, be controlled by some small set of parties, and you're back to the dictatorship or oligarchy that you wanted to avoid, right? And so there's a lot of good ideas out there regarding how to make decentralized governance work. I mean, there's a bunch of projects with DAO in their name out there that have various forms of decentralized governance underlying them. It's fair to say that getting decentralized governance right in the blockchain world is still very much a work in progress, as is getting democratic governance to work in the world of regular politics, still very much a work in progress. I mean, Winston Churchill famously said something on the order of democracy is the worst possible government system, except for all the others we've ever tried. And I mean, the wisdom of that is revealed again and again in the domain of ordinary politics at the national and local level. So getting governance right is hard, just like building decentralized protocols and platforms and AGI algorithms and structures right is hard. We've got a lot of hard things to do in a way that's coordinated together. And that really brings us to the fourth aspect, which of what we need to do to get beneficial decentralized AGI built. I knew there was more than three aspects when I started out here, which is the actual human beings who are now coming together to do all these things, right? I mean, once you get human level AGI, then the AGI is rewriting its own code, it's designing its own hardware. If we do it beneficially, the AGI will be doing this coupled together quite closely with people, but the AGI will also, in principle, be able to do it autonomously, right? But we're certainly not there yet. We may be close in terms of number of years, but even so, because of exponential advance, there's an awful lot to do between here and there, right? And which means that it's people who are pulling all this amazing shit off now. It's a lot of you who are listening to me ramble on here, right? So we need to complete these protocols, platforms, algorithms, architectures, and we need to complete figuring out these governance mechanisms as well as participating in them. And I think decentralized governance of AI and AGI networks, it's important in two related ways. So it's important once we get to a human level AGI, and it's also important with what we're rolling out between here and that point, right? For the rollout of progressively more and more effective and impactful and intelligent systems. So the former bit, to have democratic governance once we get a big breakthrough to human level AGI, should be clear to anyone with the slightest amount of intuition and knowledge about how human real world political and corporate systems work. I mean, when you look at the history of AI in the last decade or so, I mean, 2014, you had AlexNet and some other computer vision breakthroughs. Then in 3 years, bang, 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 you had a wave of computer vision. Suddenly face recognition's everywhere, and computer vision is a quasi-solved problem. Natural language processing, you had BERT coming out of Google Brain in Mountain View, right? And then when was that, 2017, 18? Then a few years later, here we are with GPT-4, ChatGPT, natural language processing. Certainly not really a solved problem, nor is computer vision yet, but it's solved enough that NLP becomes a major technology that's going to transform one industry after another rather than something off in the research corner. So I suspect the same cadence will happen with AGI. Someone will make a tremendous breakthrough toward AGI. Possibly our team with the OpenCog Hyperon at SingularityNET, True AGI's archive, et cetera. Could be somebody else, could be someone else leveraging our platform with a different AI algorithm and architecture. I mean, we're all about fostering a variety of approaches that can flourish in parallel and when it makes sense, interoperate. But someone's going to make a breakthrough to AGI, then most likely on the timescale of a few years, you're going to see bang, 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 more and more interesting things happening, fleshing out this initial AGI success, getting to the point where you have full-on human level AGI. And then from that point, you're going to have a transition, I believe, from human level to superhuman AGI, not all that slowly, because there will be software optimizations the human level AGI can make in its own code base. It will upgrade its intelligence along with slower things like inventing new forms of hardware and manufacture and so forth. So this whole process, it could occur in a way that's locked down, siloed, and owned by one government. It could occur in a way that's locked down, siloed, and owned by a big company, or it could occur in a way that's sort of growing up organically from a huge variety of parties all around the globe, many different companies, many different governments, many different individual developers, different university students. Some people are afraid of the latter. I'm a little afraid of the latter, but I'm more afraid of a big company or a big government owning the whole thing, because these entities have very, very specific goals. They want to make more money for their shareholders. They want to achieve hegemony for their own country instead of all the other ones. These entities have really, really specific goals, and they're not the right way for humanity to move towards realizing its overall goals of benefit for everyone. I mean, the vast, teeming, decentralized mass of humanity is really fucked up in a lot of ways, but at least it's not pursuing some highly narrow, specialized goal of making this one group of people richer or more militarily powerful than someone else. So I think there's no guarantees with the singularity, but I think the odds of broad human benefit coming out of it are higher if it's not orchestrated by some entity which is intrinsically driving towards something besides broad human benefit, right? So that this is why we want decentralized governance, during the phase where we're going from early AGI breakthrough to singularity. And we've all, seen enough thriller movies and read enough thriller novels to see what could go wrong if you have a small organization sort of running everything. I think there's also a lot of very good reasons for decentralized governance to play a large role before we get to a major AGI breakthrough. And there you sort of have to go through vertical market by vertical market, which I don't have time to do in detail here. But I mean, you can look in media and social media, all these issues with how do you moderate posts on social media networks, and how do you let writers get paid and artists get paid for creating media that people read. I mean, these are all things that centralized governance mechanisms and centralized companies and governments are proving really bad at, right? And you see this in every domain. I mean, in music, to take another example, I've been spending time in the context of the Jam Galaxy project. I mean, media we've been looking at in the Mindplex magazine and Mindplex social network project in Singularity ecosystem. Music we've been looking at in Jam Galaxy project. And I mean, there you have a situation where within not that many years, AI is going to be able to compose and play music as well or better than humans. I mean, certain humans will have certain amazing inspiration and unique musical style and flair coming out of their humanity, but really high quality music of all sorts is going to come out of AI as well. It's going to be trained based on models learned from music made by human musicians, right? And so then how do the musicians whose music is used to train the model, how do they play into decisions about how the first generation of really powerful AI musicians are rolled out, right? They should have some say in it, since it's their music that trained the models in the mind of the AI. But I mean, right now, how much say do the musicians have over Spotify, right? So or over U.S. government's laws about the rights associated with music. Medicine as one more example. I mean, who chooses the direction of medical R&D, which therapies are developed, at what pace they're rolled out, where they're rolled out, even though these therapies are discovered based on applying research tools to data from our own bodies, right? Why aren't the people whose bodies are supplying the medical data having some say over the course of medical research and deployment of therapies? I mean, we could go through manufacturing, supply chain, finance, and DeFi, like we're looking at with SingularityNET and Cogito. I mean, in every single vertical market, AI is playing an increasingly transformational role. The transformational role of AI is just amping up and speeding up. There's loads and loads and loads of decisions to be made as AI rolls out across vertical markets. We would like these decisions to be made by the people whose data is feeding the AI and the people whose lives are impacted by the AI, but this needs decentralized governance mechanisms underlying the protocols, platforms, algorithms, and architectures delivering these amazing vertical market functions, right? So, I mean, I'm a big optimist about the Singularity and about AGI and other technologies ultimately delivering very broad benefit to human beings and other life forms. I think from a purely rational basis, the confidence intervals have to be made very wide in any statements about what happens once you have human level AGI. We're going into a quite unknown domain here, but on a sort of heart and soul and intuition level, I'm very optimistic about what's coming. I can also see a lot of very tough transitions between here and there, particularly as these technologies transform the economy of the developing world. And I've done a bunch of work with amazing AI developers and roboticists and bioinformaticists in Ethiopia over the last decade. I think we have Betty Desi from the ICOG Labs Initiative in Ethiopia talking in this summit today. And I mean, what happens in sub-Saharan Africa when more and more jobs are taken over by AI is not very clear. I mean, you have subsistence farming there, but that doesn't pay people's phone bills nor buy them prescription medications for their aging parents, right? So you've got a lot of tricky issues that are going to be unfolding during the transition period between here and benevolent superintelligence, even if my highly optimistic intuition and feeling is right about what happens when beneficial superintelligence comes about. And I think this transition is going to come out a lot better if we have the full global brain of humanity, the full decentralized brain power of humanity across all walks of life, all economic strata, and all parts of the world, putting their minds together toward governing this AGI network as it emerges. I mean, until you have superhuman AGI, humans are still in control of this network. I mean, if everyone decides to turn off the computers that are hosting a decentralized AGI network, they can turn off those computers, right? So I mean, it's not until you have AGIs that are really significantly smarter than people that you get into a scenario where the governance is truly by the AGI. In this transitional period, we're talking about decentralized networks just governed by as much diversity of human minds and hearts as possible. Now we have mechanisms for this that we sort of understand. I mean, there's a lot of organizations named DAO out there. There's experiments in decentralized governance, many of which we'll hear about during the summit today. I mean, most DAOs don't currently work that well in terms of decentralized governance. There's various well-known problems, like, 3 founders of a project own almost all the tokens. So you have a one token, one vote governance mechanism. So then these whales, in effect, control all the votes. So they control everything. Or you have other more prosaic issues, just low participation in votes, or low level of understanding of what's being voted on, right? And I think all these problems are solvable, but we need to put more attention on solving them. And we've seen in the history of SingularityNET some actual instances of democratic governance. I mean, the SingularityNET phase 2 vote was the largest one, right? I mean, we made a vote a couple of years ago to double the total token supply of SingularityNet's AGI token, now AGIX token. And this was a hard decision to come by. It's not what we planned when we started the project, but the crypto markets had behaved very differently. The advance of supporting technologies had come much more slowly than we thought would happen when we founded SNET in 2017. So we reached the point where it seemed that the best way to optimize the growth of the project, we increase the token supply. that needed a vote of token holders, and the process of working toward this vote was a process of engaging in a lot of dialogue between myself and the other most active SingularityNET developers, process of fairly intensive dialogue with members of the community to explain what we were doing, why we'd come to this point, why this was the best decision. And I mean, I didn't vote in the election. The other largest, not that I have enough tokens to swing the vote personally anyway, but I mean, none of us who were the primary founders and largest token holders voted. We didn't want to make it an oligarchy. The community as a whole voted for the phase 2 proposal, and this was genuine decentralized governance in as much as it can be in an early stage project. The deep funding initiative that you'll hear a bunch about today within SingularityNET, which is modeled in a loose way on Cardano's Catalyst program, right? So these are also genuine decentralized governance, and they're based on tokens being allocated to projects building on decentralized protocols and platforms, and the projects are proposed from the community, and the community then votes on which projects will get the tokens, right? So this, it's guided to some extent by those of us who founded and put our lives into the project, but I mean it's largely bubbling up from the community, and that's decentralized governance. There's loads of other great examples of decentralized governance outside of SingularityNet. Of course, Cardano has been making leaps and bounds forward in decentralization of their actual crypto network in operation and decentralized governance. And I'll have a chat with Charles Hoskinson on that stuff later today. And that there's been functioning aspects of decentralized governance in various DeFi protocols where the community has voted on measures to deal with weird changing economic conditions. But on the whole, I think we need to up our game as regards decentralized governance if we're going to have decentralized governance mechanism capable of sort of shepherding the birth of the singularity. And the examples that I've mentioned here are some inspirations to draw on, right? So when we formulated the original SingularityNet white paper in 2017, we planned there a gradual unfolding over a number of years of more and more thoroughly decentralized governance, where the community is participating, whether by majority vote or other explicit participatory mechanisms. The community is participating in more and more decisions on how the decentralized SingularityNet AI network unfolds. Right now, we have not progressed as fast with that as we wanted to for a variety of different reasons. But I mean, the biggest one is just it's taken longer for the community as a whole to figure out how to do decentralized governance really well. I mean, we do want to fully decentralize things as much as we can. We want to totally decentralize things before we get to superhuman AGI and the singularity. That's really the best path forward. On the other hand, we're building a lot of complicated stuff, and we don't want to throw it open to complete chaos and dysfunction when we are, I believe, progressing in a reasonable, as orderly as we can way toward developing and rolling out amazing things. So my goal in pushing toward this summit today is over the next 2 years from now to radically transform SingularityNet's governance in the direction of decentralization and DAO-ness, right? And so this can take the form of creating an entity called SingularityNet Community DAO, SingComDAO, we've been calling it, and gradually putting more and more functions now done by SingularityNet Foundation and elsewhere in the ecosystem, step by step into SingComDAO as its as its functions unfold. And it may take the form of creating other DAO or DAO-like entities working together with SingularityNET Community DAO. How did that take 2 years? Well, it always takes longer to do things than one thinks, or I can't say always. Sometimes things happen amazingly fast, and you're just blown away by how fast they've unfolded. But often things end up taking longer than one thinks. So my initial thought was, let's do this in a year. Then I doubled it, and I think creating human level AGI may be coming soon. I think it's much more likely it comes in 3 or 4 years than 1 or 2 years. So I think we more than likely have a couple years to get the decentralized governance fully rolled out before the thinking machines start to get smarter than us. But still, there's a clock ticking in terms of AGI maybe coming very fast. We can't really say. Ray Kurzweil said 2029. Could be a few years after that. Could be a few years before that. So I think we really need a sort of fire under our collective butts to get decentralized governance fully rolled out and working before, lo and behold, we found we've actually achieved what we were after, and we've created decentralized AGI. I mean, just as ChatGPT popped up faster than anyone imagined, another big breakthrough, bringing us even further toward AGI could unfold faster than anyone imagines, and it could happen within SingularityNET network, right? So we're not presenting the answers to decentralized governance here. We're just trying to gather together ideas and energies toward the formation of community working group that will then start working in a regular and intensive way to generate and implement at least reasonable answers. So yeah, that's the program for the day, and now let's proceed to hear some of our amazing speakers, and then on to some community discussions.
Thanks so much, Ben. Always so inspiring to hear you. There's lots of lively chat going on YouTube. Hi to everybody on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us today. Special thanks to Max Quasar, who has sent all of his students to watch us as well, which is super fantastic. Ben, do you have a couple of minutes for a couple of questions from the community on YouTube?
Yeah, definitely.
Before we switch off, if you have a little look in the Zoom chat, you can see them in the Zoom chat. But I'll start with Anton Carlson. First question. He said, what other projects can draw attention to SingularityNET before AGI is achieved? Something that will be used as much as ChatGPT. It's not core on the centralization subject. So maybe if you just go briefly, and I'll find a decentralization question.
Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT obviously got so popular because of functionality that was just smarter than things that came before, even though it's severely limited in many ways. So if we look at the plans of the True AGI and Zarka spinoffs and the core AI R&D within SingularityNET Foundation, I mean, one thing we're looking at there is putting large language models together with logical reasoning systems and evolutionary algorithms to make, in essence, to oversimplify, like make a chat GPT that's less hallucinatory and banal, right? And it knows how to connect its statements with reality, and it can invent some new things that are not just facile recombinations of what's in its training data. So what one answer is, a better successor to ChatGPT than GPT-5 may come out of the cross-paradigm AI R&D that we're doing within SingularityNET ecosystem. But of course, a broader answer to that can be found by looking at the array of projects we've been spinning off from SingularityNET. I mean, Rejuve dealing with medicine, and SingDAO and Cogito with aspects of DeFi. Mindplex has launched a magazine, but is launching a decentralized social network fairly soon, right? So I think these different spin-offs, they've taken a while to germinate. They're still early stage, but each of them actually represents a certain direction for creating an application that serves some critical user needs in a way that runs on the SingularityNET platform. And the notion is we need to kindle the fire, right? You get a couple things, even one thing with a large number of users back-ended on the platform, then others can see the potential of the decentralized modality.
Thank you very much, Ben. Questions are coming in thick and fast now, so we're going to speed up with them. BCM Strategy Inc. says, compelling optimistic vision, but how does one deal with those that are not interested in operating with integrity? Not everybody is honorable, and not all honorable people, or not everyone, can afford to buy tokens to participate.
Yeah, I think, I'm old enough. I remember when everyone said open source wouldn't work because people are too greedy, and then after it started working, people are like, oh well, yeah, things are more complicated than that, right? And actually, people will contribute to an open source code base for a mix of their own benefit and the desire to contribute to the world, right? So I think it's not always intuitive how communities are going to come together to make these decentralized informational organisms work, and sometimes they work better than our sort of cynical intuitions about people would predict. I mean, another point to think about is there's so much more destruction that could happen on the planet right now with technology already developed. I mean, there's many bad things happening in the world. There's wars all over the place. There's poverty. There's a lot of bad things. You don't have organizations like, say, SingularityNET or OpenAI or Boston Dynamics coming together with, a couple hundred genius IQ people and some millionaire investors coming together to figure out how to destroy a lot of people, right? I mean, that's not what's happening on the planet right now. So we have technologies that can be used for good, can be used for bad, can be used neutrally. And I mean, you have people trying to use these for their own self-interest, people trying to use them for broad benefit, but things are definitely shifted toward the good goals instead of the bad goals, right? And the groups trying to wreak destruction on the planet, by and large, have worse technology. So it's interesting that for all the screwy aspects of human psychology, I mean, there is, lo and behold, there's a bias toward people trying to use advanced technology to advance in a positive way and help other people. It can be easy to lose sight of that just because our media has evolved to throw a lot of bad news at us, right? So I mean, I think there is of course a risk in opening things up that bad entities can take what you've opened up and use it for bad means. I don't think that risk is worked around by centralizing things, though. I mean, something can be developed in a centralized entity, and even if the person running that centralized entity is noble and good-hearted and self-aware, we've all seen the movie. The second in command gets recruited somewhere else by offers of great wealth, right? I mean, so we don't have guarantees in human systems, and I think that openness and democracy has a higher success odds than anything else.
Thank you very much, Ben. And we could stay and talk, answer questions for quite some time, but we have to move on to our next fantastic speaker. But I just want to say thanks very, very much to all of you on YouTube. Thanks, Max, bringing together your hippie jazz musicians. It'll be great to play with them one of the days. Thanks to Took Our Jobs, always such a regular participator. And thank you for your suggestions of a 24/7 interactive town hall. Tony Charnecki, and apologies if I spell that wrong, some fantastic ideas that we can take forward into our thoughts going forwards by the time we get to the end of the day. So I'm going to say goodbye to you now, Ben, but I think you're back later for the AMA. Is that right?
I'm back for a fireside chat with Charles Hoskinson, and then for some AMA and discussion at the very end of the event as well. And I'll be lurking around watching the talks and questions for most of the day.
All right, amazing. Thank you, Ben. And I'll see you shortly, and really looking forward to the fireside chat with Charles Hoskinson. Thank you for your inspiring opening to the day. Right. So moving on, our next esteemed speaker and presenter here today, I'm really, really excited to welcome David Wood. David is a core pillar of our London SingularityNET section, and has been a supporter of SingularityNET since long before me. I've only been here for 2 years, but an advisor of the board, a very, very regular attendee at our all hands meetings, and is a highly esteemed technologist. So welcome to here, David. Thank you for joining us. David
It's a real pleasure to be here, and what a privilege to follow that opening remarks by Ben Goertzel.
Thank you very much, David. Fabulous to see you as always. So a little bit about David. David has an extensive background as a brilliant technologist, analyst, author, and speaker, and is one of the leading writers in technological disruption and radical transformation. He's the chair of London Futurists, which is a large non-profit meetup group that meets to analyze the possible future scenarios in the next few decades, including the impact of technology. David's far-reaching vision and deep understanding of social and technological change make his contributions essential to future thought and action. David's going to talk about families of scenarios for the next 10 to 15 years. So folks, if you have your popcorn, crack it out now. This is going to be fantastic. Over to you. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you. Now I'm going to share my slides, which will just take a moment. Now the other ones have gone. Here we go. And I'm going to turn off my camera so that it's not actually obscuring part of the slides. It's a bit of a radical idea. My subject is vital decentralization. This is a matter of life or death in a particular sense. What do I mean by that? Well, I'll explain as I go on. As a futurist, you'll expect me to offer some scenarios for the future. I will offer 3 families of scenario for the next 10 to 15 years. But more important than just seeing possible futures is how to distinguish between the ones that come to pass and the ones that we avoid. So I'll be talking about the most important technology adoptions that need to happen, and even more vital, the most important human initiatives that can secure the kind of future that we've heard about. Now, I was a futurist before I knew I was a futurist. I spent 25 years in the comparatively early days of the mobile computing and smartphone industries, envisioning the future and helping to bring it about, at least in part. And there are lessons from the remarkable experience of smartphones, the early days from Nokia and others, more recent transformations by Google Android, Apple's iPhone, and so forth. Lessons which apply to other technological disruptions, including the growth of open source, as Ben mentioned, including the successive waves of disruption from AI, and including the waves of disruption by adopting decentralized governance. I could talk about 4 main lessons. The first is that the future is not just more of the same. It involves big disruptions from time to time, which are generally light, they're slow, and they're disappointing until they happen, and then they become like ChatGPT and GPT-4, fast and furious, taking everybody by surprise. But secondly, these disruptions don't just involve building new technology, which eventually reaches a certain performance threshold. These disruptions involve crafting an ecosystem with constructive, positive feedback cycles. And it's the ecosystem that makes the technology happen and embeds the technology in more and more usage. Thirdly, disruptions happen not just once, but they happen in waves. And if you're hung up looking at one wave of disruption, you might miss an even bigger one that's coming. And each new wave tends to be coordinated by new people with different ideas and will progress once new tools are there to make things happen. And my fourth main lesson from my experience is that the outcomes of disruptions are not written in the stars. They are not inevitable. The outcome depends on human factors. That was my experience looking at the growth of smartphones. For the last 15 years, I've had the privilege to chair London Futurists, where we look at scenarios involving all manners of disruptions. And I'll be sharing some of the most important insights from these meetings. But I will start not by talking about London futures. Bear with me while I say a few things about London past. Why? Because it's my observation that if you want to have better foresight, it does help to have better hindsight. I'm not saying the future repeats the past, but there are patterns. As Mark Twain said, the future rhymes with the past. So let me start with some things of significance from the past in the UK. And one reason I do so is there is a very remarkable, unparalleled set of data maintained by the Bank of England and other institutions in the UK of how wealth, more precisely GDP per capita, has varied over, what, 750 years, adjusted for inflation? I wonder if you can anticipate what this graph is going to look like. Is it sinusoidal? Is it linear? Let me fill it in. Now, we could look at a few features on this graph. There's something interesting happening here, a slight slowdown in GDP because of the First World War, similarly because of the Second World War, more recently a slowdown because of the 2008 great global financial crash. But we should not be blinded by these small deviations. We should look at the big picture, and that is a big theme of my remarks. The big picture is an acceleration increasing from around the mid-1800s. That's wealth. What about health? The UK has not quite such a long set of records, but still a very impressive set of records on one marker of health, which is life expectancy. Nearly 500 years of records here. I wonder if you can anticipate what this curve looks like, which has been created, by the way, by lots of academics studying parish records, studying records and gravestones, and so forth. I'll fill this in. I'll show you, in some ways, the UK's worst health year in the last 500 years. Here we go. Once again, we can look at some features. Something remarkable happened in 1918. You probably know what that is. That was the so-called Spanish flu, whose devastating effect was multiplied because societies had already been weakened by 4 years of arduous transport, World War I. Further back in history, there's something that most history books skip over, 1728, terrible famines caused by agricultural failures, caused in turn by a wave. People think of typhus, so other people think it might have been typhoid. And the worst year in British history, according to this at least, 1557, terrible famines again caused by what some people think is the first worldwide spread of flu. So we could say there's one important insight here, which is that risks often involve combinations, just as key breakthroughs often involve combinations. But the bigger picture again is this. Little net change in life expectancy from 1543 to around 1860, then rapid improvement, and then a subsequent phase of slower improvement. And we might study later, if there's time, what might happen next. That's wealth, that's health. In terms of learning, there's a sort of similar curve. More and more average years of schooling. Now, don't worry, that's the last of these graphs, but I will, in the words of MIT economist Andrew McAfee, summarize what a lot of this data highlights. As he says, for thousands of years until the middle of the 18th century, there were only glacial rates of population growth, economic expansion, and social development. And then he says about James Watt's improved steam engine, there was an industrial revolution which caused humanity's trajectory, measured in many different ways, to bend sharply, and so far, he says, permanently upwards. To summarize, history teaches that nothing changes the world like technology. At school, we learn about great wars and empires, despots and democrats, the insights of science and the revelations of religion, but from a certain point of view, none of them have transformed lives and civilizations in the past, and it will be the same in the future, as much as a few practical inventions. And at this stage, I'm going to go a bit outrageous. I'm going to attempt to summarize from a certain point of view all of human history on a single chart, which of course is ludicrous, but it has a certain grain of truth in it. The history of mankind is the history of harnessing technological change. I've got 4 dates on here. The first is the date often taken as roughly the start of the first wave of industrial revolution, the steam engine modification, its application in increasing mechanization, subsequently its adoption by trains, steamships, and so on. Historians often talk about a second wave of the Industrial Revolution from around the 1880s, in which steam was displaced as the main power source by electricity, and by burning synthetic chemicals, by mass production. Historians talk about a third industrial revolution tied to the first integrated circuit in 1959, tied to the first high-level programming languages in the late 1950s, in which computers started to change what happened in the workforce, more electronics, more cellular communications. And where we are now, in some ways, we're still seeing parts of these first 3 industrial revolutions, but we're seeing the 4th industrial revolution, which I will say more about. I characterize it, as do a number of other radical futurists, as NBIC convergence. You will notice each of these rectangles is shown larger than before. In part, that's because it has a larger impact on the world. It's also because a larger number of people, a larger number of countries were creating these revolutions. The first was largely fed by Western Europe. The second involved many contributions from America and Australasia. The third involved lots of contributions from Asia. And the fourth is worldwide. But this picture misses out some key things. These industrial revolutions don't grow out of thin air. They grow out of a culture in which there is an understanding and respect for the scientific method, and an understanding and respect for openness. Openness meaning you can criticize the authorities. Just because Aristotle or Thomas Aquinas thought something doesn't mean that you have to think it as well. It also was an openness in that people could come together and create enterprises. So that's the first basis for each of these industrial revolutions. The second basis is a technological overhang. One invention turned out to deliver much more than could be expected. Steam engines were initially for one purpose, which was to pump water out of coal mines. It turned out they had many other uses. The same with electricity, the same with computers, the same with NBIC convergence. A third reason why industrial revolutions grow in strength and change more of the world is because of positive feedback cycles, as I already mentioned. There were positive feedback between technology and the tools to build the technologies. Initially, new technologies were built with crude tools, but new technologies allow better tools, which allow the creation of better technologies and acceleration. Technologies make individual people more capable and allow them to be more inventive and more creative. Technologies change how society can collaborate and allow society as a whole to be more productive. And it's because of these factors, there's an acceleration, not just inside each wave of the Industrial Revolution, but in the overall picture. You will see a hastening, 120 years or so between the starts of the first two waves, about 2/3 of that period, 80 years until the start of the next wave, about 2/3 again, 50 years until the start of the next wave. And if this pattern is to continue, and it might, then it could be in around 35 years, there will be, in 2045, a fifth industrial revolution, which some futurists have been predicting for a while. You know the name, it's the technological singularity. It's when AGI accelerates to artificial superintelligence. And we're all interested in that in this conference, but I'm not going to talk about it because we won't get there unless we successfully manage what's going on in the current wave of AI, nanotech, biotech, infotech, and cognotech. Because each of these technological revolutions, they bring opportunities for radical improvements in health, education, housing, goods, and well-being, as I've mentioned in the earlier charts, but they also bring risks. Risks of damage to the environment, risks of damage to social well-being, disruption through new forms of crime, small-scale crime, large-scale crime, new types of warfare, and broadly social chaos. And if you look at the bottom of this chart, all this progress depends on a respect and understanding of scientific method and open society. And in the last decade or so, we're seeing less understanding and less respect for science and less appreciation of the importance of openness, and more people saying they want their big, famous, popular political leader to make all the decisions. That's the risk. Now, to make this more concrete, I'm going to look more closely now at NBIC convergence. What is NBIC convergence? It's 4 quadrants of a single phenomenon, but each quadrant is important in its own right. The I stands for infotech. It's not computing, because that's already in the third industrial revolution. It's a change in how computing can draw insight. It's big data analyzed by machine learning. Nanotech means manipulation not just of bits, but of core aspects of physics, the atoms and the molecules. It's 3D printing, it's quantum computing, it's new types of chips, new types of sensor. B for biotech is manipulating and reprogramming, not of our physics, but of our biology, our genes and the organisms into which our genes are building things. And C is for cognotech, sometimes also called neurotech, but NBIN doesn't sound quite so catchy as NBIC, so we'll go with cognotech. It's understanding and improving in various ways our neurons and our brains. The top is roughly hardware, the bottom is roughly software, the left is roughly physics, the right is roughly biology. But as I mentioned, it's the interactions between the different quadrants that give this NBIC revolution its greatest potential and builds momentum. We could spend a long time looking at these relationships. I'll just mention a few examples. Nanotech allows us better sensors, not just better computers, but better sensors. We can understand what's happening inside somebody's head, inside somebody's brain, without cutting their skull open. We can understand, therefore, what's happening when people are being creative, when people are meditating, when people are being intuitive. And we can copy some of these insights into our new AI systems. It's no surprise that many of the largest AI companies have significant numbers of PhDs from neuroscience. And all of this can lead to better medicine, better healthcare. The things feed in. Second example, nanotech involves better chips. It has driven, for many decades via Moore's law, improvements in CPUs. More recently, what became significant at the start of the fourth industrial revolution, 20 2010, 2012, when AlexNet did its breakthrough in computer vision, GPUs, a different kind of chip. And then we've had different kinds of chips again, TPUs, more suited to AI algorithms. And we will, in due course, not yet, we will have significant impact from QPUs, quantum processing units. All of this will lead to better AI, but here's the kicker. The better AI leads to better methods to design better chips. Yet again, positive feedback cycle, which is why this fourth industrial revolution is poised to accelerate and have a bigger impact and go further in changing people's lives than any of the previous ones. And there are many other motivations to improve AI. AI is no longer just a philosophical experiment, a science experiment, as it was in the 1950s and 60s. It is absolutely the world's most significant commercial enterprise these days. Every single field of commerce, whether it's financial trading, the games industry, doing customer support, doing improved interaction design, improving medical research, improving art, music, improving engineering, improving science. All of these are poised to be radically improved and have therefore commercial significance by improvements in AI, which is why more people are plowing huge resources, huge initiative and creativity into this field than ever before. And it's not just the, quote, good guys who are doing this. Quotes is intentional there. It's also, quotes, bad guys we need to worry about who are using AI to design more devious malware, leading to other people using AI to design better anti-malware software. And there's an arms race here, causing, again, faster improvements in capabilities. And talking of arms races, there is an arms race of autonomous weaponry and defenses against autonomous weaponry. So all of these are, we can call them positive feedback cycles, although the effects are in some cases negative. They are positive in the sense that they make the capability grow. So expect even faster progress. So it's now time for me to draw an even more ludicrously simplified picture of the history, but also now the future. I've argued that in a broad sense, history has seen broadly increasing human flourishing, or wealth, health, education, and so on, alongside increasing potential and in some cases actual damage. And if people look ahead 15 years, by default, if they don't think much about it, the main sort of assumptions they make is that the future won't be that different from the past. Yes, things will be a bit faster, a bit cheaper, a bit more colorful, more bells and whistles, but things will be broadly the same. And some people say things will go a bit faster than before, and other people say things are going to slow down, we're going to stagnate, all the easy pickings have been done. I'm here to say this family of scenarios is pretty unlikely. I think it's no more than about 10% likely that we'll be here in 2038 broadly doing the same sort of things as we're doing today. Why? It's because, as I said, the fourth industrial revolution is going to out-transform all the previous ones in its radical changes in the human condition. So much more likely than business as usual is this. It's the scenario of global collapse in various ways. The scenario of environmental tragedy, of social tribalism, of lack of respect for science, the disintegration of openness. And I put that as about, and this is entirely finger in the air, about 30% possible. If you're good at maths, you can probably work out there's still another 60% likelihood for a third family of scenarios. That's the scenarios in which we manage these technologies well and wisely, and we get all their benefits, what I may call the sustainable superabundance for all. And I'll say more about that, just as I'll say more about the scenario of global collapse. But as I mentioned at the beginning, the really important question is, how do we avoid the global collapse scenario? How do we make it more likely that we'll have this sustainable superabundance? And part of it is about being clearer, more specific more credible, more plausible about what this sustainable abundance will mean and how it really can apply to everybody. So we have to clarify the positive vision of what this involves, and I'll have a couple of slides on that in a moment. It's a vision of life being not just well, but better than well, sometimes known as a H+ or transhumanist future. So we have to do that, but not in a naive way. We cannot ignore the forces that are leading towards this collapse, this H- scenario. And part of that is that we are leaving lots of groups of people behind, or they are perceiving themselves to be left behind. This is an artist's impression of an individual who is left behind, but we must also look at groups or even whole nations who are feeling really unhappy, with some justification, about how history is progressing. These are people who feel that they are missing out on a fair share of the benefits experienced by other members of global society. They see, and there is statistics to back this up, that for many of them, they are in declining economic well-being. Their children are earning less than them, which is a matter of concern. Not just that there's inequality, but in many parts of the world, there is less potential for social mobility. There is declining potential for significant improvement. Many people feel what the Venezuelan writer Moises Naim has called status dissonance. They feel better than the world regards them. And what is the consequence of these left behinds? There are three tragic consequences. The first is many of them are dying early through bad lifestyles, through suicides, through alcoholism, through opioid addiction, through having a lack of a sense of purpose. That's one reason why in recent years, that curve I showed earlier of increasing lifespans is actually in some parts of the world going in the wrong direction, even before COVID. Second, we are psychically divided. It is a very bad circumstance for society that some groups of people are apparently well when we are so close to other groups of people who are in such a bad situation. And we have to have guards and other divisions. Third, a small number, by no means all, a small proportion of the left behind seek, understandably, revenge, notoriety, or validation, and they can cause enormous trouble in society and in geopolitics. A simple example, before I have a more dramatic example, the story of Germanwings Flight 9525 from a few years ago. You can see the conclusion of the story collided with a mountain. Everybody on board was killed. The airline industry has a remarkably good practice of studying the cause of all accidents. They have voice recorders and black boxes on board, and we know what happened to this incident from studying these recorders. When the airline reached its cruising altitude, the captain left the cockpit, presumably to go to the restroom. The co-pilot locked him out. These were in the days when people were afraid of hijackers, and so there were mechanisms to stop anybody getting back in, including even the captain. And the co-pilot set the autopilot of the plane, another piece of technology, to descend to 100 feet. And the voice recording here shows angry sounds from outside, banging on the door frantically before the end. This co-pilot was depressed, he was alienated, he had a medical condition, he thought society was treating him badly. This is by no means the only example of people lashing out in their suicidal phase. How bad could this get? I will quote here Eliezer Yudkowsky, who has come to a lot of prominence recently because of his recent statements, but this is from 18 years ago. He playfully talked about Moore's law of mad science. The minimum IQ necessary for somebody with bad intentions, or maybe even just accidental intentions to destroy the world, drops by 1 point every 18 months. This isn't meant to be an exact law, but it does point to an issue. The more powerful technology we've got, the more its potential, not just for wonderful use, but for bad use. Many terrorists have been trying to get their hands on homemade nukes and have failed, thankfully, so far. Others may try to get their hands on bioweapons. People can certainly do 3D printing of weapons and can use drones nowadays to deliver payloads. Certainly, there are AI-driven cyber attacks as services. There are means to stoke up hatred and anger and dysfunction via algorithms on social media. All of this can, in various ways, make life much worse, potentially much, much worse. And there is also the potential for adverse reaction by populist totalitarian governments to remove our freedoms to try and prevent these kinds of outrages, all leading to H- scenarios. But as I said, one way to fight against these H- trends is to point out how everybody could be part of a much better future if we can harness NBIC well in this sustainable superabundance. And this involves a lot of technological progress, using not just today's green tech, but emerging new green tech to have an abundance of clean energy, likewise an abundance of healthy food by transforming agriculture, an abundance of robust material goods and shelter, an abundance of affordable health, an abundance of all-round intelligence, an abundance of all-round creativity, an abundance of room in due course in external and internal space, all enabled by an abundance, if we get it right, of positive collaboration and democracy. And some people say there's no way this can happen anytime soon, but I point to the acceleration effects, and I point in particular to what AI can do. Innovation, creativity is sparked often by more intelligence. The more AI that's around, the more individual people, the more groups of people can be intelligent, and the more AI itself can contribute to revolutionizing all of these technologies. But it's by no means a done deal. That is the H+ scenario. There is also the H- scenario of mismanaging these technologies, leading not to an abundance of good stuff, but to a preponderance of bad stuff, polluting energy, malnutrition or bad nutrition, waste and biohazard, chronic disease, including chronic mental disease. People will still be clever, but they will be unwise in their cleverness, soul-destroying toil, overcrowding, inequality, and tribalism. The difference between these, let me just show it again. There's not much difference. It depends on us using AI successfully, but it depends most of all, and these are my last few remarks, on this thing at the bottom, social tech, which you may be wondering about. What is social tech? Where does it fit in this picture? Is it something to do with atoms or genes or bits or neurons? Well, simplistically, I put it here. This is the set of technologies that will drive and govern how we use all the other stuff. And it is all about what do we decide to value and uphold? Is it just money? Is it just profit? Or is it other things that we value? To go one level deeper in the analysis, there's no time to explore what nanotech, biotech, infotech, and cognitech really involve. These are 20 ways in which the world will change radically in the next 10 to 15 years. There's also crossover combinations, which some futurists call planetary tech. But the most important technologies, as I've said, is this stuff in the middle to do with values, including how do we provide appropriate and fair amount of finance, appropriate access to computing, appropriate access to relevant, trustworthy data in a way that protects privacy but is secure against hacking and manipulation. How do we encourage people to truly cooperate, in part by the mechanisms of markets, governed by appropriate regulations? And the most important two parts of social tech are the social tech of education. How are we ensuring that people truly understand the possible scenarios ahead and the skills and processes they can adopt? rather than being misled by so much of the distracting stuff or stuff that used to make sense for education maybe 20 or 30 years ago, but is less relevant today. And the most important technology of all, political technology. And here I will point to one type of politics, democracy. I will quote perhaps the best vision for how politics could work if it's done well. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. A saying made famous by Abraham Lincoln in his 1863 Gettysburg Address. I want to spend just a moment on this before I finish. This is a profound statement because, first of all, it recognizes there is some government. It is not just everybody making their own individual decisions. People aren't able to decide, in some modern examples, how much they can drink before they can drive. They're not able to decide exactly how fast they can speed on shared highways. People aren't able to make their own decisions on what to do with dangerous goods, such as explosives or polluting goods. No, there are restrictions. Who decides the restrictions? It is the people, or they're representatives of the people. But critically, the people have the ability to remove, in democratic elections, the people representing them if they no longer adequately represent them. So the voting part is key to democracy, but even more important is that the people making the decisions take advice from the entire populace, not just the loudest voices, and not just at the times of elections. And why are these restrictions being made? It's for all the people, not just an elite. And the various complexes in society, which are important, don't have special electoral privileges. Military is important, but they are subject to rules and constraints. Big corporations are important, but they are subject to constraint. The media is important, but it's subject to constraint. And politicians themselves are subject to constraint. That's the theory. But as Ben mentioned in his opening remarks, there are worries about democracy. He gave one quote from Winston Churchill. Here's another. Although, to be fair, the heirs and the legacy of Winston Churchill deny that he ever said this. The quote is that the best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter. And it's true, when you talk to the average voter, sometimes it's horrifying. What we need, in a sense, is people with more autonomy. They are not so easily misled by clever manipulation. People who are educated, with critical thinking, who have a sense of history, but also a realistic sense of future possibilities. And we need to support people in their decisions. If they are not supported, we should not be surprised if we end up with poorer government because we have had people not thinking carefully enough, not informed enough. Which leads me to this final slide. I offer the scenario not of democracy, but of super democracy. Democracy that takes best advantage of the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, in particular AI. So it's still government of the people, but it's by the people, aided by technology and by institutions for the people. And much of the rest of today, you will be hearing about ways in which technology and institutions can fulfill this vision. And there's some fairly straightforward ones: real-time fact-checking, logic checking, and source checking. There's more interesting ways in which new AIs can come up with creative synthesis of different views, bridge gulfs that previously seemed unbridgeable. And there are simulations possible in which people can explore in scenarios, not real world, what might happen in the real world if various policies are put. So this is the vision of people being improved, better politicians, better voters, better press, better analysts, better educators. But there's a certain naivety about this, and I don't deny that. And to make it real, there are two vital inventions that are even more important than the ones I've mentioned already. And you may not like what I say here. They are old inventions, but we need to defend them and uphold them. They are the mixed economy, and they are separation of powers. One reason we have made so much progress in the last few centuries is we have had mixed economy and separation of powers. Not perfectly, but we have had it in part, and that has led to so much progress. And these two things, by the way, they are another way of saying decentralization. So I look that we can continue to take advantage of the benefits of free market competition with democracy overseeing it to guard against the many types of market failures with smart regulations, smart subsidies, with a proper valuation on externalities, and with these regulations and subsidies rapidly changing, not being caught behind, with an industrial strategy to match. Freedom of press, but penalties for knowingly lying, and what you'll hear about in other sessions, citizens' assemblies enabled by AI and by social tech liquid voting reputation systems. Well, I've squashed a lot into my time. You can read more about some of these ideas in some of the books I've written rather, Sustainable Abundance, The Abolition of Aging, my most important book, The Case for Active Transhumanism as a Philosophy That Will Make All of This Work, and my most urgent book, The Singularity Principles, Anticipating and Managing Cataclysmically Disruptive Technologies. Thanks very much for being so patient. I hope that's given you a few things to think about. And let me finally turn on my video again. Janet, back to you.
David, that was absolutely scintillating. Thank you so much. You're getting lots of chat and lots of comments on the YouTube channel about how you're opening everybody's eyes and your brilliant ways of putting the history into perspective, putting the future into perspective. I'm absolutely honored to work with you through to this techno-progressive transformation, which is going to be my phrase of the day. So thank you very much for that. We have just one question on the YouTube channel, so we just about have time for it. Let me quickly dig that one up. So David E. asks, what does David see as the impact of AI in accelerating the negative impact of disinformation on the health of democratic systems?
We are seeing already cleverly constructed fake news, which can be personalized. So in the olden days, there was fake news, but it tended to be visible because it was published in newspapers and pamphlets that everybody could see, and it had to appeal to the lowest common denominator. Now we have AI systems that can figure out the hot buttons of each of us, and it can manipulate each of us in personal interactions. On the positive side, I look forward to AIs working with us as our guardian angels to stop us being misled by the stuff that social media puts in front of us, things that will do more than currently. Currently, if you want to click on a link, sometimes your software protects you and says, don't click on this. You think it's coming from your bank, but it's not your bank. It's somebody masquerading as your bank. In the future, AI, if we can trust it, will tell us, this seems very seductive, seems very plausible, but here's why you shouldn't go with it. So there's an arms race there, and we will need to be sure that the AI that I described as our guardian angels really is on our side and is not secretly fulfilling the mission of whichever enterprise has created it. So it shouldn't be a for-profit enterprise. Ideally, that AI should come from a decentralized entity, SingularityNET or another.
Thank you very much indeed. And I do have to mention Mindplex and all the work we're doing there with reputation engineering, reputation systems, our liquid weighted rank reputation engine, and recommender systems to weed out fake news and disinformation. David, that was absolutely, utterly inspiring. I think I'm happy I speak for all of the community. We've tremendously enjoyed your talk this morning. Please do stay tuned if you're around, although I know it's evening time across in the UK. And we look forward to seeing you again very soon. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much, David. Bye. Right, next up, we have another David. We are very, very lucky this morning. They are the two Davids of the Singularity. David Orban, chair of the SingularityNET Supervisory Council. David, it's an absolute pleasure to see you this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, David. And our second panelist this morning is Esther Galfalvi. Esther, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And thank you both for all of your work in putting together this incredible summit. So welcome everybody to this panel discussion on the SingularityNET Decentralization report. This report was fantastic for me. I work in decentralization, but I don't have a history of it prior to SingularityNET. And it really gave me the overview and the picture of what's the history of decentralization, what's the future, what are the different models of decentralization, how is it working in other communities. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion on it between David and Esther, who co-authored it. The report is a document that gives an overview of DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, identifies some key challenges and opportunities for achieving effective and fair governance in a decentralized network. This report was published by the Supervisory Council in September 2022. So we're very honored to have two distinguished panelists with us who will share their insights and perspectives on the report and its implications for the future of SingularityNET and other decentralized platforms. Our first panelist is David Orban. David is an investor, entrepreneur, author, keynote speaker, and thought leader of the global technology landscape. He's managing advisor of Beyond Enterprises, a blockchain and AI advisory firm, and he's the chairman of the SingularityNET Supervisory Council, as I've said. Esther, our second panelist, is in the process of finalizing her PhD on digital platform work and the future of work. She's the lead researcher on the SingularityNET Decentralization report and also the organizer of this summit. So let's get the discussion going. Thank you very much, folks. I'll put questions into the chat in Zoom as we go.
Thank you, Janet. I would like to start also taking advantage of the excellent foundational talk that David Wood gave by connecting exponential technologies with decentralization. The reason why it is very natural to see so many decentralizing technologies emerging now is because they are all driven by exponential technologies. The scaling factors that we have observed in Moore's law are influencing energy through solar, are influencing health, education. Of course, what we are all familiar with are influencing finance with Bitcoin. And there are many, many other uncorrelated sectors that are exhibiting the same, and they are all simultaneously leading to a potential advantage that will be enjoyed by decentralized rather than centralized technologies and industries that take advantage of it. Now, GovTech or RagTech or Polytech, as David described it, can they also lead towards decentralization through technology? And of course, this whole summit is asking itself that very question. How can we evolve? How can we implement, but iteratively improve the technology platforms that give decentralized governance an advantage? It is important to realize that the starting point for this is not the objective of achieving a greater degree of efficiency. As a matter of fact, the very starting point is the principle that we want to achieve a decentralized governance at the cost of assuming, at least initially, a relatively lower efficiency. Think about it. A dictatorship can be extremely efficient. The king or the pharaoh or the leader of the military junta just decides, this is what all of you have to do. And then everyone goes and says yes, and they go and do it. But the problem, of course, is that these very centralized and hierarchical governance structures can be extremely efficient in going in a wrong direction. And we have seen over the course of history many, many times that previously successful societies declined fatally because they were unable to course correct. Now, in today's environment of a globally communicating and interconnected civilization, it is even more crucial to be able to self-reflect, to measure, and to ask ourselves, are we going in the right direction? And if not, to course correct. This may require tremendous effort, and all the conversations, all the buzz, all the arguments, misunderstandings, the very natural way that a democratic, inclusive, exhilarating, human and humane governance structure is conducting itself, well, that is very much part of what we want to achieve and what we want to improve. Technology makes it possible, both in terms of scale, in terms of complexity, and in terms, finally, of actually achieving something. The fabled past of Athenian democracy is very attractive, but not something that we can or even we should aim to replicate. We have this myth of how much it could achieve, but of course it did that at a cost that today we cannot and don't want to assume. It did that through the cost of reducing to slavery a very large percentage of their population, and it conducted its business by completely excluding half of the population even from being considered. Their women. There are also other tools that were available before, and now they represent a cost that we cannot and must not assume. In the past, when there were conflicts coming to a very reverberating, critical crisis point, well, we had a blunt but effective tool of war. And when we fought, one would win, the other would be dead, and they would be wrong, and the winners would write history. Today, with tens of thousands of nuclear warheads, we cannot afford to use this blunt tool, even if effective. So decentralized governance is inefficient, it's less effectual than some alternatives, but we still want it. And we are enthusiastic about taking on the challenge of Winston Churchill, who was not just joking when he said that democracy was the worst kind of government except every other kind. He was asking for help. Let's build something even better. And it may have taken us 100 years to realize that now we are up to his challenge. But if we indeed are, then we are actually opening a path for hundreds and maybe thousands of years of further evolution and improvement of our global civilization. So I will now share my screen for just a very short set of hopefully stimulating images of what together with Esther and Penny we achieved in publishing the decentralization report. You can find this report online if you go to SingularityNET.io, and then in the menu you pick publications, then you will see it linked, and it is a PDF that I invite you to read, and I hope you will find really useful as it goes through the landscape of various decentralization approaches and efforts and projects, connecting it with SingularityNET itself, and ending with recommendations. The report was prepared by Penny Wong, another member of the Supervisory Council, and by myself, with Esther's crucial help as lead researcher. Penny and I will also be at the closing panel of this event, where we will be talking about the past, the present, and the future of the Supervisory Council. So I invite you to join us in that panel as well. Now, the document that I am not going to illustrate page after page for you today, I again invite you to read it instead, really is there to stimulate discussion and feedback. Your participation is crucial. The team members, both at SingularityNET as well as in the ecosystem projects, are of course extremely talented and passionate. But the broader community is what makes this project exciting. And as we identify challenges and opportunities, your input and your questions are the stimulation we need in order to evolve our understanding of decentralized governance even further. I will conclude with a little tool. I love just taking on new things that can help us. It's a tool that allows you to analyze, with the help of natural language processing and generative AI, documents. And at the URL below, you can actually access the interactive chart that I am now going to show very briefly. In this chart, you can actually not only look at the document word correlations, but you can use it in order to analyze what is being covered, what are the topics, and how do they relate to each other. You can also gain insights on how the structures, sub-networks may be less connected than ideal, or find what are the relations of various concepts, the sentiment of the document as the AI understands it, trends and structure and statistics of all kinds. It is also integrated with generative AI tools so that you can ask your own questions, or you can judge and integrate questions that the AI will bring up about the document itself, basically the AI helping you find what are the questions that you should be asking. So I invite you not only to read the document, but to chew on it, digest it, in order to improve your ability to help us in evolving it further. So as I invite Esther to share the panel with me, I maybe can start asking her, how was it to approach the topic? How did you, Esther, see the landscape of projects as other people in the broader AI and blockchain ecosystem are thinking about similar challenges as those that SingularityNET itself is facing? You're muted.
First of all, it was a fascinating experience to start writing this paper with you, and it was a unique challenge because I'm trained as a kind of classic researcher. So many of the documents that I'm used to looking at are part of general databases, academic literature, and so on. But there is only a very small slice of information about decentralization in the sense of new blockchain innovation variants in the research libraries that I'm used to looking at. So I had to spread my net very far and look at all kinds of resources that I would never really include otherwise in an academic paper. And what I found was an incredibly varied ecology, and sometimes rather hard to understand from an outsider's perspective of all sorts of attempts and experiments in decentralization, some of them very successful and some of them not so successful.
The challenge of DAOs is manifold, but I think we identified two that are common. The relative lack of maturity in the tools themselves that support the varied needs with features that still need to evolve, both in depth as well as in ease of use. And the second is not only to initiate and catalyze, but then to maintain in time the kind of informed participation that the projects presume as necessary for their continued success as DAOs. How do you feel about the interaction of these two parts? Is there an opportunity for broadening participation by making the tools easier to use, or is it maybe too soon and we should still dig deeper in how the tools themselves should work before aiming to have a broader set of people participate actively, because otherwise that would be an unachievable expectation?
That's a really interesting question. I think that there are different layers to the various issues that people who are trying to start DAOs are encountering. So one of them, as you say, is engagement, and one of the others is the relative immaturity of the tooling. But there are a couple of others as well that are in the mix that make a really big difference to how well it works, how well the DAO functions, and the likelihood of its continued success. And those the other two that I was thinking of, just as you were asking that question, was the coordination and the scalability. Now, you partially addressed the scalability in your question, but the coordination layer of an operation of a DAO is profoundly important, and I think that it's one that is often very much overlooked. The coordination layer is the human element in the DAO, the managing of the human element in the DAO. And so if there is no proper coordination of the different teams, if there's not enough communication between the teams and it's not organized very well, then I think that engagement can drop. And I think that it can be a mistake to scale up rapidly without first ensuring that those structures and mechanisms are in place. And it's very important to remember that those structures and mechanisms are extremely different from the governance layer. They interact very closely with the governance layer, but they are different from the governance layer. and they must be thought about before anything can be implemented on a large scale.
Another further, if you wish, ambitious question is whether it is possible to aim and look not only at the voting about the strategies or financial allocations or other types of high-level decisions of an organization, which in analogy to a more traditional corporation would belong to the layer of the board of directors, but to ask ourselves what could be a new generation of DAOs that are able to analyze and allocate resources and skills to tasks that are leading the way towards achieving specific goals in a more tactical day-to-day manner as well, where the analogy would be that of the executives of a traditional corporation. So have you seen anyone attempting this yet? Do you believe that it is too soon even to think about it?
Are you asking whether the kind of management mechanisms are being given to communities? Is that the question?
Yes.
Or, okay. Do you mean in a in a practical sense? Have I seen it moved into the realm of voting? These kind of management areas, or
let me give you an example of why I am asking the question, because SingularityNET is beautifully positioned here because it lives at the intersection of blockchain and artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, by the way, is not an exponential technology. It is way more than exponential. It is super exponential. What we are seeing is not an increase in velocity with acceleration. We are seeing an increase in the rate of acceleration in the power of AI. That is why the astonishing sets of announcements of new products and capabilities all over the world is so exhilarating and frightening at the same time. I call AI, together with a few others, jolting technologies, where the jolt is the first derivative of acceleration, the measure of the variation of acceleration. And what we are seeing now are AI modules that are able to analyze tasks, break them to subtasks, and then assign those subtasks either to themselves or, if they need to, obviously, to humans that will execute them in their place. So to at least in part answer to my own question, it is already happening. So it should be the case that DAOs and organizations like SingularityNET, who aim to progressively decentralize, should be or ought to be ambitious and embrace this new level of the challenge as well.
So you mean devolve the sort of management layer to artificial intelligence?
The principle, once again, is that, and this has been tested a few times. Fairly famously, Zappos, for example, the e-commerce platform for shoes, adopted holacracy that eliminates a lot of management layers that they believed were unneeded, empowering smaller teams to take decisions instead. And yes, I believe that maybe a future report that you and I will be working on should address how that is possible, what are the tools that could enable that, and then one of those tools, I believe, will be AI, because the human attention necessary for voting on those things would be too precious, and it shouldn't be devoted to that kind of fine granularity decision making.
Right, I understand. So really, this is about the levels at which coordination mechanisms can operate, because it's unworkable and relates to your engagement issue to have every single person in the organization voting on every single decision. It just wouldn't work. It's not possible, and then you would lose people's interest, and it would just turn into a bit of an amorphous mess where often, and you could get into a situation where it would automatically be centralized as well. So it would you'd have a very dedicated small group of decision makers who care enough about the decisions that they're trying to put through that they would be voting on everything, and the people who have skin in the game would also be voting on them. But the way to overcome this is possibly through a combination of wide-scale decision making on large decisions about the direction of the organization and really critical governance decisions, which would then be applied to the entire community. But then there would also be a nested set of teams or decision makers that are local to the kinds of areas that they are concerned with, which I believe is close to the holacracy model. But you can see such models in all sorts of areas. For example, we have much to learn from things like cooperatives, where they are using these kind of coordination mechanisms since well before blockchain arrived.
The work that you did was fantastic, and I am very grateful for having had the chance of collaborating with you on the report. And I'm sure Penny shares that sentiment as well. I am indeed looking forward to be able to continue the work in analyzing and sharing with the wider community our understanding of how the tools and the practices for DAOs and decentralized governance are evolving. I think we are towards the end of our time. And I would like to ask Janet if there are questions from the live stream that we should address.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David. That was absolutely gripping and really, really encouraging and inspiring to see the level of commitment, thought leadership, and effort that we're putting into this report from the Supervisory Council. So great job to you both. We actually have, I think, 13 minutes left. So we're not quite altogether running out of time. I think you may have already addressed it in the chat, but Michael Duncan, hi Michael, asks, who measured super exponential growth in AI progress?
Yes. And thank you. I do have more questions for Esther as well, if we have more time and there are no more questions from the audience, but I will also be happy to yield our time to our future speakers and panelists, as long as they are ready, of course, because I know that these events tend to run long rather than short, so I am happy to be breaking the rule there as well. But back to Michael Duncan's question. The ability of the human body and the human mind to understand exponentials is already limited. We still can. When you throw a ball or when you catch a ball, you are actually instinctively doing all kinds of calculations that take those phenomena into account. But super exponentials go beyond the limits of our adaptability. This is easily illustrated by thrill rides, where originally 50 years ago, or whenever they were born, you would just sit in and the little train would bring you up and down and you would shriek, but it would be quite modest as an experience. If you look at the latest designs, first of all, you see that there's no kind of circle in them. All the curves are contorting in many dimensions. And when you sit down to leave for the ride, your head and neck are immobilized because it would just snap. The ride would literally kill you if you were not protected. And what you are experiencing there is the super exponential of a varying degree of acceleration. Now, another example is rockets, where the rocket takes off and the engine at full throttle is able to increase the acceleration of the rocket because the mass diminishes as the propellant is consumed during ascent. In AI, the Stanford University AI report from 2019 or maybe 18 actually speaks about two ages of AI. One, where it followed Moore's law, and from 2012, they said, oh, it is not doubling every 2 years anymore. It is now doubling every 8 months. But then they didn't think better and they interpolated with 2 lines. But instead, just a few months later, the founder of NVIDIA came out and said, wait a minute, we are seeing AI doubling in power every 4 months. And last year, he said, not anymore. We are seeing AI now doubling every 2 months. So the data points are accumulating, and we are seeing interconnected and overlapping techniques and technologies, whether in the way we design our neural networks, whether the hardware that is supporting it, whether it is the type of data that it is being trained on. So ample evidence for this super exponential being at work.
Thank you so much indeed. And I think we're going to want to hang on to you, David, until the end of your allotted time. You're a luminary, and it's amazing to have you here, and as with Esther as well. I have a question myself. So we talked when we met in Dubai recently. I was very moved and shook up by some of your insights and comments about the future with AI. And the one that really stuck with me about decentralization was, you said, how can an organization get to be as fit as possible so that it can absorb the inefficiencies of decentralization? Could you expand on that for us a little and explain what you meant by that? I thought it was a brilliant insight.
Yes, and I believe that there are phase transformations in human history where we can fulfill the aspirations and the dreams of generations that came before, whose moral ambitions were in the right place, predicting almost a utopian future that we are now living and have the possibility to make real. An example I often make is, we are not better people than the Romans. The reason we admire the Colosseum is a wrong reason. It is still standing because it was overbuilt by so many slaves that it wasted all kinds of structural material as well as human lives. So the fact that we are today building flimsier buildings is a good fact. We can rapidly incorporate in the new buildings that don't last 1,000 years, the things that in the meantime, 20 years later or 30 years later, we learn. And of course, we are doing them without employing slaves. Once again, not because we are better people, but because we have technology that allows us to employ machines in the place of people. Already 10 years ago, the Times of India published an amazing statistic. I was actually in New Delhi, gave a talk at IIT, and just picked up the paper that day and then took a photo and included it in my presentation. 10 years ago, 98% of the energy in the Indian agricultural sector comes from machines, not from humans in India. And, you know, as a extremely ignorant European, I know very little about India. And when I think about it, the fact that it is already taking advantage of what technology and machines enable us is not the first thing that comes into my mind. So building on that, we now are at the point where, after having recognized that at least most of the countries, that kings are unneeded and maybe not the best choice for deciding what a country should be and should aspire to be, we are now affording ourselves to trust people and to trust them even more. And the naysayers that would be happy to take away voting from those who don't deserve it because they are provably ignorant should be shunned, should be really put in a corner. The onus is on them to find a better system than not the wisdom of the crowds. A very recent, hopefully reproducible scientific result actually pointed out how a group of people that debilitated by alcohol will still exhibit the same level of positive decision-making than those who didn't take alcohol, because the wisdom of the crowds overtakes their individual impairment, which is quite amazing. And I hope it will be confirmed, because I do like a glass of wine from time to time.
Well, thank you very much. I felt we had some great wisdom after a glass of wine in Dubai, that's for sure. Definitely, there was nothing debilitated there whatsoever. Thank you so much, David, for illuminating answer. Right, David Wood has asked, and I think this is a great question too, and this might be for Esther for the research, or either of you. What are the best recent examples of holacracy persisting over several years, if indeed there are any?
So there are some examples. There's Lab Co-op, which is a tech incubator, but it's very difficult to tell internally how successful companies that employ holacracy are. I understand why you've asked the question, because it's quite possible to get swept up in the hype about a new kind of management system, and that's very much what happened, I believe, with holacracy, that there was an explosion of excitement about it on the web, and then lots of companies decided to implement it and couldn't make it work for some reason. Maybe it wasn't integrated properly, or it was done for the wrong reasons, or it simply wasn't compatible as a model with the organization. But having said that, it also seems like many of it sort of turned itself into a pyramid scheme a little bit, because there were suddenly a rash of organizations that sprang up that wanted to help other companies implement the holacracy system. So there was a kind of explosion of that as well. So it's sort of unclear in some cases how useful it actually was to organizations. But it's also important to remember that the holacracy model doesn't have to be implemented wholesale. It can be used as an inspiration, or the nested structure can be used partially. So it's not necessary to say for the whole company, we are taking holacracy and doing that and nothing but that.
Well, and I'd actually add to that, thank you. And I'd say that at SingularityNET, our pod structure is drawn heavily on inspiration from holacracy, and it's been in place for almost 2 years and seems to be working pretty well, I would say, as a good balance between traditional management, but very, very largely decentralized management ethos, approach, and structure at SingularityNET. Thank you very much. Now, War1231 has asked, and David, possibly you've read this already on the YouTube and you're ready for an answer, but he said, NFTs and creative industries, capacity building, and everything about circular economy and serious innovation processes as a prelude to the question, which is in development countries, how to accelerate this.
In the 80s, there was a report by one of the top consultancy firms that concluded that Africa is never going to have a phone system because there isn't enough copper in the world to lay down the cables and connect Africans to each other. And of course, today we know that technologies allow leapfrogging, and everyone in Africa now has a phone, but it is a mobile phone, no copper cables required. And even when there are cables, they are made of fiber optics. So once again, no copper. This example, I think, shows that those countries that didn't adopt certain technologies shouldn't fear. They have over and over shown themselves, and as well as everyone else, that there are new opportunities. Another example is what used to be called the Minitel in France, that used to be a character-based television-connected precursor to the World Wide Web. And a lot of people were admiring the French. Oh my God, how can we adopt this? And we didn't need it to. Technology actually moved, and everyone is now using something that is way better than not what the Minitel has been. So there are new technologies and new principles. The question touches upon very important concepts of sustainability, which again, in a globally interconnected world, is not optional anymore. When Europeans were despoiling continent one after the next, and they would just move on and keep going, they didn't need to care. They would just destroy everything. We ran out of continents that we can despoil. We have to take care of our environment and ourselves because we are too precious.
Well, that would be a beautiful note to wrap up on. And we do need to wrap up. But I do have one great last question. If we could have a super quick lightning answer from BCM Strategy Inc., who says, am I correct that the structure you propose would effectively do away with elections, specifically tech-enabled direct group decision-making without delegating authority to an elected official?
No. Elections must continue. Actually, they will likely to increase in frequency. I admire the Swiss referendum system. They go and vote on so many things. It is wonderful. However, if we have an election 10 times a day, that is not for humans. I want to delegate to my AI representative voting for me, double checking, treble checking, and improving and evolving what it does. But humans must participate.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm a big fan of humans and AIs working together in harmony in the future. And with a tailwind, that's what we shall be bringing about in SingularityNET with the Singularity. So David, Esther, thank you both very much for your tireless work for SingularityNET and for such a illuminating and inspiring discussion this morning. Please do hang around and keep answering questions on the chat if they come up. And we will speak next with Debbie Duong. So thank you, David. Thank you, Esther. Beautiful talk.
Hello there. I'm
Hi, Debbie.
having trouble with my video. I think that I have to get out of one room before I get into this one. Sorry about that.
No problem. You take, I was thinking it might be worth, what do you think, Esther, about giving people maybe a 2-minute break to run to the loo or make a cup of coffee or something, because it's been nonstop for 2.25 hours so far.
Let's do it. Shall we take a 5-minute break? 2-minute break?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Does that work for you, Debbie? And then you can get out of your room and back in your room, and then I'll introduce you. Okay, bye everyone. Don't go away. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Just get yourself some popcorn. Depending where you are in the world, it might be time for a glass of wine. And we'll see you back in 5 minutes with the amazing Debbie Duong, who now has her camera working.
So. Rejuve AI's tokenomics rewards data and model contributors for their proportional contributions to a product, keeping track in blockchain and distributing proportionate payment with every sale of product. So then Rejuve's AI, decentralized AI for decentralized science, promotes fairness of participation by enabling scientists to submit smaller models than an AI combines without bias.
All right. Sorry. Are we still streaming live? Rainer, are we back? Are we on?
Would you like me to share my screen to show the slides?
Just give us 1 second. Let's get Rainer and tell us when we're back. I don't think we're back yet.
Because I don't know how you want me to share the slides.
I think, well, the way David Wood did it, he shared his slides and he turned off his camera, which worked really well.
Okay.
All righty. So let us reconvene. Hi, everybody. I'm loving all your comments. Thank you so much. Ian, such an exciting project. I completely agree with you. War 123-131, David Wood is massively super cool. I totally agree. Michael didn't quite get around to all of your questions, but we can ask Esther at a later stage. I'm sure she'll answer them. Meanwhile, let's move on to our next esteemed speaker for today. We're very, very fortunate at SingularityNET to have Deborah Duong, CTO of Rejuve, with us today. Dr. Debbie Duong is our leading visionary AI female scientist at SingularityNET. She has been a staunch supporter of all things decentralization, diversity, inclusion for decades, similar to myself, but coming at it from an algorithmic perspective and from a systems perspective. Debbie's been researching this field for at least 2 decades. I'm sure she can correct me on this. And it's my great pleasure, my great honor to work with Debbie and to introduce her to you today. So as CTO of Rejuve, SingularityNET's AI Health and Longevity project, Rejuve Network, Debbie is ideally placed to understand the impact of decentralization on technology production and its potential to create ethical, open, and just artificial intelligence. Over to you, Debbie. Really looking forward to your talk.
Thank you, Janet. You're just too kind. Okay, let me try to share my screen. Let's see if it works. Okay, can you guys see it?
I'm just waiting for it to show on the YouTube. The YouTube is lagging a couple of seconds behind us. I can certainly see it on Zoom, but I'm not seeing it on YouTube as of yet. There we go. Yes, we have your screen on YouTube. Over to you, Debbie. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Janet. Okay, so today I'm going to talk about how Rejuve AI is trying to create a just society through algorithms of decentralization. And we start with the premise that injustice comes from infrastructure and that Web3 can create new infrastructures that, with careful testing, will be free of injustice. So with this philosophy, we invented our tokenomics system. And Rejuve AI's tokenomics rewards data and model contributors for their proportionate contributions to AI products, keeping track in the blockchain and distributing proportionate payment with every sale of an end product. So you can see the purpose of the tokenomics is to keep track, but what is it that figures out the proportionate contribution? That's Rejuve AI's decentral AI. And our decentral AI for decentralized science promotes fairness of participation by enabling scientists to submit smaller models that an AI combines without bias and determines that proportionate contribution. So let's delve into this a little bit, starting with the origins of injustice in infrastructure. Well, first of all, there's a problem of capitalism, the problem of the arbitrage of labor. That with traditional money, you can forget where the value came from completely. And because you can, that's what people did. Okay, so workers don't see the profits that their work has generated. So I see that as a technology problem. The technology of traditional money doesn't support the feature of workers being able to see the profits that their work has generated. Capitalism is winner take all. Monopolies form, infringing on the free markets. And there's tribalism and bias in it. That the more powerful define the less powerful through systemic misperception. So today's data economy has changed capitalism, but I believe it's changed it for the worse, mostly. And we're going to talk about how it might how we might change today's data economy for the better with Web3. Well, why is it worse? Well, think about it. PageRank accelerates winner take all because PageRank isn't passive. Everybody goes to Google to find out what their products are. So there's a feedback loop in which there's kind of this self-licking ice cream cone going on where everybody promotes each other in a kind of a corrupt system where people believe in each other's competence based on a tribalistic perspective rather than being decentralized. And AI typically reproduces the biased culture of capitalism, all the tribalism in it, all the corruption, and all the sexism and racism that's in there. The payments for data labor are one and done, even more so than in traditional capitalism, which at least if you're making consumable products, there's continued demand, but once you give your DNA away, it's gone forever, and you're forever separated from any value that may come of it. And today's AI, we can see with the generative AI and the chat GPT, is quite possible to give us a resource curse, which is a term in economics used for countries that have a great resource like diamonds, and their people are cursed because their people's contributions are no longer needed or valued, and all an economy is a recognition of somebody's value and their contribution. Today's chat GPT and other generative AI divorce the output from the input that it recombines. And our purpose is to keep track of what it's recombining and give credit. So Web3 and AI create a new infrastructure for the data economy. How can we make this new? AI can recombine work instead of capitalist arbitragers and determine a proportionate contribution. Blockchain can keep track of who contributed to a product and reward them with every product sale. This results not only in fair credit for products, but better products because they are more effectively crowdsourced. It gets rid of all that mythology of who made the product or of celebrities or stars. And it completely decentralizes it into ideas whose time has come. Our decentralized AI, which is we call our generative cooperative network, allows all scientists to help make contributions and receive fair credit for their models in a systems biology consensus model. Okay, so as we stated before, the creation of this model is supported by tokenomics. And the principles of that tokenomics is that secure ownership and control of data reuse is primary. That we have fair compensation for data and intellectual property contributions. That there is a permanent record of contributions for future tasking and compensation, and transparency in pricing and consumer choice. Our tokenomics have 4 tokens. The first, our Rejuve utility token that we've recently released, and it's for transactions between network members. Our network members can comprise of people who contributed data, modelers who contributed models, people who consume those data and models, AI that consumes it and creates hypotheses for products, places that create products, places that make measurements that the network users can use to create data and contribute to the network. Many different sorts of people in the Rejuve network. The data NFT, and this is 1 NFT per data contributor, keeps track of who has permission to use your data. And then the product NFT, there's 1 per product idea. And that keeps track of all the data contributions that ended up in the product. And it ensures the proportionate payment in Rejuve with each product sale. And then finally, when we have our challenge pools, staking pools, we have a product NFT coupon. They're given to stakers upon the achievement of a scientific goal that's slated for a pool. Like if there's a scientific goal, then data contributors and modelers are incentivized to win that challenge and have people in the staking pool receive coupons that can buy their products. So how does our decentralized science work with these tokenomics? How is it that we're able to decentralize science and give back the proportionate contribution to the contributor? Well, the labor in the data economy includes both the labor from one's body, like personal healthcare data, and from one's mind, like intellectual property. In Rejuve AI, the AI performs a recombination of labor instead of the capitalist. So there's no arbitrage of that labor. There's liquid employment, regrouping and reuse so that you're not dependent on your employer to define you. You don't have to convince an HR department that you're going to do a good job. You can just do a good job, a small good job, and profit from it for all time. Each network member contributes a small part that they themselves defined and which gets combined into a greater whole. Now, the AI that recombines those smaller parts does so fairly because it's based on the concept of blindness. Blindness as in the blind audition. as in blind justice and the blind randomized control trial, so that people aren't placed according to corrupt tribalism or racism, sexism, anything like that. It's a fair selection based on merit and not subject to human biases. So our generative cooperative network, which is our AI that uses the contributed models, recombines both data and generative models into mixtures of experts that solve problems. So, we've heard recently that the idea of one large language model is going out, and the way that you can't just keep getting an improvement with one large centralized model. We need to study how to decentralize them and how to give them back to the individuals who created them. So that's what the GCN does. Generative models within the GCN talk to each other, but in their own emergent language, to perform multiple goals related to our task of modeling the human body. From individual contributions and under many challenges, mechanistic systems biology models emerge from the many individual contributions. Agents compete for tokens in a simulated market to create a dynamic multi-resolutional mechanistic simulation. Agents earn those simulated tokens by completing challenges, multiple challenges related to the system they are simulated. So there's a simulated market with multiple agents that employ each other, and they cooperate because they employ each other, but they also compete because they're in different teams that self-organize and assemble into ways of completing a challenge. But there's many challenges that the teams create, and that helps to make the language with which they talk to each other come to mean their role requirements and come to direct them into having a better team and a better way of relating to each other. And that's how the GCN helps the individual models self-organize into solutions and true deep reels of how the human body really works, because it's subject to reinforcement learning and is subject to measurement. Agents earn their simulated tokens while completing the challenges related to the system they're simulating. So it might be an individual team is simulating the respiratory system, or it might be the immune system. They come to specialize in different areas that human beings also might be specialists in, and contribute models in those different areas to make a mixture of expert models. The emergent market price of the contribution of the data model within this emergent, within these multiple simulations of markets, becomes the assignment of credit of the model. Like if a model comes to be valuable in many different, to solve many different challenges, then it raises in price in the simulated market, and that becomes the price that the creator of the model gets in proportion to the other prices of the winners of the models, of the challenges. Okay, so now we're going to talk about how it is that the generative cooperative network can decentralize science. And it uses the concept of complex adaptive systems to do this. The basic idea behind the generative cooperative network is that it is the concept of signaling and signing. Human beings are the symbolic species, and those symbols with which the individuals talk to each other really contain all of the accumulated knowledge that they have. And if you look at humanity as a kind of a multi-agent reinforcement learning system, that language there is the accumulated knowledge of the system that forms an upper level of institutions and culture that restrains the agents and directs them into what is what has worked in the past, right? But that is combined with the individuation of the individual agents and their will to utility, which is the reinforcement learning aspect, and their ability to change that language towards something that's useful to them. So there's this upper, lower, micro, macro integration in society that mixes individual utility with emergent level processes. And that's what we use to make those individual models into one complex adaptive system that uses systems biology concepts to simulate the human body. So what are some of the features of that? For one thing, there's emergent signs in the GCN. I don't tell a generative network how to talk to another. Yes, it may start with English, but it can develop any language it wants to. And that is what makes it more powerful, or makes the group of generative networks more powerful. But as long as we have the goal with which they're trying to get in the market, we can control the purpose of their talking. And that purpose comes to be a role requirement list. Like if an agent wants another agent to perform a task, a subtask, they have to be able to indicate to that agent what it is they want them to do. And the cultural part of the signs that emerge tells what stakeholders in the past have found beneficial in their trade, so that the ones who won and got more tokens, that came to be the meaning of those signs. So we use emergent signs in the GCN, such as signaling in living systems, to coordinate lower level entities into emergent upper level systems. And the GCN uses signaling for self-organization, but also for open-endedness and emergence. Why is it open-ended? Well, because it's flexible. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Open-endedness, self-organization. Because those signs are slippable, fuzzy, and open to different meanings from different agents who use them for different things, that ambiguity gives them a chance to employ each other based on a meaning that can change. Okay. Agents, those signs can mean roles for agents, and those are changing roles. They're not based on individuals. If the only thing one individual learned was to employ one other individual, then the other individuals couldn't come in on the idea. But since they look for each other based on roles, then any agent is free to always perform a role and be up for employment by another agent and replace them, given that they have a sign that the agent is seeking. The signs create a functional space or even a culture that accumulates the past innovations, and it's interpretable. The implicit signs come to have implicit meanings, but they can be interpreted to be explicit within precise instructions once they become gelled within the simulation. There's similar signaling dynamics going on. There's what we really are doing is we are emulating the social emergence of symbols from sub-symbols via symbolic interactionism, which is a concept in sociology. But it's also inspired by Smolensky's concept of the emergence of symbols from sub-symbols in neural networks. And I believe these are really one and the same idea. The role of signs is that signs start out arbitrary, but gain meaning as both the displayer and the seeker induce it based on token acquisition for their utility, right? They start out arbitrary, but come to have meaning as over and over again, their meaning is induced. So that's how they represent requirements rather than implementation, allowing flexibility and adaptability. Agents can specialize in various areas, forming concepts based on problem solving, and those concepts emerge from sub-symbols in a process based on agent culture. Okay, so what happens in a multi-agent simulation? Well, there's a Nash equilibria going on. The meaning of symbols increment towards the many stakeholders' utilities over time. They almost settle on places where it's hard to change out of, and that's called the Nash equilibria, until there's an inventor agent, and those inventor agents are new agents. There are young agents that aren't converged yet, who are able to implement the requirements in another way because they are other AIs. And so there is emergence of coordination in the GCN via signaling. And this is what is required for the multi-resolutional simulation to mechanistically form and transcend the lower level into the upper level systems biology model. Okay, finally, those new agents that come in on society and have a functional space, well, they have an exploration-exploitation dilemma. They know what is the path that agents have gone on before because it's in the language. And they follow a path in that vector space to optimize their income and skills that they happen to be good at because they're a certain kind of AI. But that exploration aspect stems from the new agent's neuroplasticity and diversity, but the exploration aspect stems from the functional space and agent culture. And so those agents that optimize this trade-off between exploration and exploitation will reach that edge of chaos, which is optimal for problem solving. And that's why we have an open-ended evolution in the GCN. And that is based on all the different people's contributions and no one overarching contribution. Okay, that's my talk. Does anybody have any questions?
Hi, Debbie. Thank you for your absolutely scintillating discussion. And one of the things I really love about you, there are many things I love about you. Shall we stop screen sharing now and just chat for a moment?
Okay, if I can figure out. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, one of the fascinating things about you is the way you approach decentralization and ethics and science from an engineering perspective. The majority of the rest of the world are approaching it from a regulation perspective or a ethical principle perspective. But you're actually down in the weeds, driving the algorithms that drive for better fairness and for better decentralization. What do you think is the balance required between policy on like the regulatory ethical frameworky side and engineering, and how can we get more scientists to take the same kind of approach as you?
Oh, okay. Well, all the policy concepts, as long as they're measurable, are subject to engineering. Like you talk about democracy. Is this a democracy or not? Well, can you define democracy? Can you define it so well that you can measure it? If you can define it so well that you can measure it, then you can engineer democracy, right? If you can engineer democracy through, let's say, a tokenomic system or a blockchain system, then you can simulate that and then you can prove it. Like, as you know, a lot of people in blockchain are working on things like making sure there's not a double spend, because that would be horrible, right? If you paid somebody and then, you didn't have your money. And that's so horrible to them that they're willing to devote their time and efforts to ensuring that that double spend doesn't happen. Well, what if we were just as motivated to ensure that democracy happens, right? As long as we can define it, we can simulate it and make sure that the policy of democracy is implemented. And so once you can ensure the implementation of democracy, then you can let somebody tell you their policy wishes and say, oh, I've come up with an implementation for your wishes.
Okay, so all of the ethics and regulation and principles you think can actually then be digitized and programmed effectively into the engineering life cycle.
Yes.
From start to finish.
They definitely can, yes.
That's very, very inspiring. I remember in my banking days, one of the problematic issues we used to have was making gray area decisions in an ever evolving society with changing ethical norms. So I was in a global banking role across 64 countries. And so like the easy stuff is someone doing something wrong, someone doing something right. That's simple. But when you get something coming into the gray area of decision making, that's when the human really needs to get involved, right? And that's where you need a broad broad set of perspectives coming in. How do you think technology and AI will be able to actually cope in that gray area, in that gray space where things are?
Why is something gray? Why is something gray? Because there's a trade-off, right? Why is there a trade-off? Because of the infrastructure. The infrastructure creates that trade-off because you do not have some technological capability to make that not a trade-off, right? And so going deeper into the infrastructure, into the blockchain, how can we invent systems where those two things are not traded off, those two goods?
Yes.
And there are different ways we can do that. Let's look at what are some of the problems now with the data economy and maybe having PageRank determine who gets to even know who in advertisements. So only a few people that are the smart people get to be chosen for employment. Let's assume that's not fair, right?
Yeah.
So what's the root of that? That's a root in business models that have advertisements and clickbait and all of that. And how can we change that technology underlying that business model so that you don't have to have, you know, people enraged so that they click more, and the business model is fueled by non-socially acceptable things. How do you do that? Well, let's get back to how does a consumer choose, right? If the consumer chooses just because of the first thing they see, then that's what fuels the clickbait. So what if we made it so that the consumer can choose another way, like perhaps choose according to their values? What if they stated their values and on their browsers before they ever used them, that they wanted a company that had equity, or that paid their people through equity and didn't pay one guy and gave him all the credit and made everybody poor, or that it was green or whatever, right? They could, through infrastructure, because we have blockchain, keep track of the transactions and measure how much this product or that product fulfills one's values. And you can use Pareto optimization. You can do different algorithms so that you can have multiple values. And then suddenly, instead of chasing only what increases shareholder values alone, people would start chasing what increases green, because that's what the consumers wanted. So it's a matter of infrastructure.
Okay.
Take things that are trade-offs and make them not trade-offs.
Well, I absolutely admire the intent, and we've got people on the YouTube channel talking about it. BCM Strategy Inc. says his company does measure public policy risks objectively using award-winning technology. I still come back to, I guess, probably the need for the human in the loop in edge cases, because I remember having to make decisions myself that were so non-obvious, and I would.
Okay, I didn't say there wouldn't be edge cases. I mean, change them.
Sorry?
I didn't mean there would never be edge cases. I mean, keep moving what the edge cases are. Move the edge.
That's right. That's exactly it. Move the edge. That's exactly where I was going to. Thank you so much, Debbie. It's like you read my mind. Brilliant. Right, we are now, I am only going to let us overrun by a maximum of 4 minutes. But let me ask very quickly, a couple of questions coming in from David. Thanks, David Wood. He asks, what is your definition of democracy? He also asks, in what sense can an LLM be more or less decentralized? With OpenAI already collecting data from as many sources as possible, is the difference in how the RLHF, reinforcement learning customization layer, is operated? Do you want me to write that for you, Debbie? While you take the first one, you take the first one. Yeah, or have you got it?
I don't want to define democracy, because I'm not qualified to do that. But I could point out that voting is a complicated thing. And one thing you have to do is make the infrastructure such that voting is done by people, because, you know, a lot of times they don't want to get together in the DAOs and spend their time on it. How is it that you can make people vote with their feet more? Like make their preferences part of their everyday interactions. Like for example, I just said the consumer can vote with his feet by stating his moral preferences once, and then he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. But that has a lot of implications for for the incentives in the companies, right? So democracy is broadly defined, and certainly anything that prevents any kind of autocracy would be democracy. So, but I don't really want to say that I define that. And reinforcement layer, let's get to that. How can LLMs, not be their big prejudiced models that they are? Well, LLMs are models that can take English in, but they can also take in images. They can take in human body data, DNA data. They can take in a multiple variety. Transformers can take in all sorts of data. And the human rights is just one example of one biased set of agents that talk to each other. We can make agents that talk to each other through their own languages and through their own data or the data that we give them. And instead of have them hallucinate concepts that match the hierarchies of the society that are true in the sense that they are the true ways of oppression, right? But not true in the sense of being correct about somebody's skills or the perception of somebody, right? Well, what we could do is have those LLMs learn concepts that create better and better and truer models of the human body or of society that see into the true causes rather than concentrate on the correlational false causes, right? And how do you do that? You do that with reinforcement learning, because you combine multiple, not single goals, but multiple goals over and over again until the model is forced to be causal. That's why.
Brilliant, thank you. Brilliant, thank you. And reinforcement learning, of course, lends itself really well to a human in the loop reinforcement layer as well at the same time. So with blockchain, Debbie, you've been absolutely amazing. Always a total inspiration to see you. Thank you so much for your time here today. Thank you everyone for your questions and your engagement online. We're now going to take a break and we're going to be back. It is 10:30 PST. We're going to be back in half an hour. Let me just check my schedule, make sure I've got that right. Esther, you're here. You're going to wrap everybody up and tell them what times and what's coming next.
Right.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Esther. I'll be back at 11.
Thank you, Debbie and Janet. Yes, so just to let you know, the next part of the schedule, yes, we do indeed have a break. We have a break until 1800 UTC, that's 6 p.m. UTC, 11 Pacific. And in the meantime, we are going to share a video that we were kindly offered by our close friends at Cardano. But we will start that in a few minutes, in about 5 minutes, and then we will return for a fireside chat between Ben Goertzel and Charles Hoskinson. Hi, everybody. I'm pleased to be able to share this wonderful recorded presentation by IOG's Constellation Program Director, Johnny Nguyen, and Product Manager Michael Madoff, who will speak on Cardano's member-based organization and the age of Voltaire. We're just offering this as an appetizer before we start our fireside chat between Ben Goertzel and Charles Hoskinson. And I hope you enjoy our video, and we'll be back with the talk in half an hour.
So how many of you caught Charles's amazing whiteboard keynote yesterday? So as a product manager, I have the dream job of bringing that from the whiteboard into reality. And I've been thinking a lot about what that means as a student of history and of political philosophy. I've been thinking about the choice of Voltaire as the historical figure that is representing this segment of the Cardano roadmap. And Voltaire lived through a time of great technological and social upheaval where the institutions of the time were being called into question. And as a foundational thinker of the Enlightenment, Voltaire started a discourse that changed the paradigm for human interaction, for governance, and that's really a lot of what we're trying to do today to transform Cardano into this self-sustaining system where we're defining the foundational standards for governance and blockchain technology. And there's a quote from Voltaire that I really like that may be apocryphal. We were trying to find the source of it yesterday, but he once supposedly said, "No problem can withstand the assault of sustained thinking." So taking these first steps towards Voltaire, there were three key principles that Charles outlined for us yesterday. The first one, democratic consent, ensuring that everything we do has legitimacy in the eyes of the ADA holder community. The second being institutions. There are physical institutions like companies that are led by people, and then there are soft power institutions, norms, conventions, standards that we all agree on and live by. And then finally, leadership, the most important component of this. There's already been amazing examples of leadership from within this community, from places like Project Catalyst and beyond. And what we're really doing here is looking to elevate those leaders we already have to the next level. Our first step is going to be the co-creation of this member-based organization, binding these concepts together with an institutional fabric. And Johnny's going to talk to us a bit more about that later. But first, moving towards community governance. So Voltaire is the next stage in the continued and growing involvement of the community in the governance and oversight of the Cardano ecosystem. The community's here and has always been here, but their power is being unlocked to further maximize their contribution and participation in the ecosystem. Thinking back on Voltaire, the writer, he was a master of symbolism and metaphor, and we're not just telling the story of Cardano here together, but we're showing the world what is possible by setting the standard for decentralized governance in blockchain and hopefully beyond in the wider world, setting that example of how people can really work together. So there are 4 key pillars of Voltaire on the product roadmap that we'd like to share with you today. The first we've already mentioned, the member-based organization, that anchor institution, the institutional fabric, and Johnny's going to tell us more about that later. Second, we're going to introduce the concept of a Cardano constitution that is going to be the bedrock, the guardrails that bind the community together, and we're going to hear about that from Joel coming up. But I'm going to talk to you now about one component, on-chain governance, as well as liquid democracy. So if Cardano is going to become the financial operating system of the world, it has to be able to evolve and adapt to the needs of its citizens. We have to balance being open and inclusive while maintaining security and checks and balances. So how many of you had a chance to read SIP 1694 after you got home from the event last night? Amazing work from Jared and the rest of the engineering team. And so I know there's a lot going on this slide, but I just want to tell you a bit more about the story and how we imagine this process of governance taking place in practice. And so in reality, how are people going to use the system that's proposed in the SIP? It's a combination of on-chain and off-chain processes. So beginning with the proposal stage, after something has been debated within the community, a change to the parameters, a movement of the treasury, maybe a new hard fork, to have an open system, we have this idea that anyone can post a transaction that is a proposal to change the Cardano blockchain. Next, we imagine the MBO is going to conduct some kind of review to do technical analysis, understanding the impact and the feasibility of what's being proposed, but importantly, doesn't have the power to veto any proposal, merely making a recommendation. Next, we'll have a ratification stage by a constitutional committee, which we'll talk about in more detail coming up. And then in the event of a hard fork, and getting back to this principle of security and checks and balances for these biggest and most consequential decisions, the stake pool operators will have the chance to have their say as well. And then finally, once through all of those stages, we'll move through to enactment on-chain automatically by the protocol. And then a later stage will introduce this concept of liquid democracy. And I wish we could say we came up with this, but actually the concept of liquid democracy has existed for over 100 years. It was actually invented by a man named Charles Hoskinson, who was also the author of Alice in Wonderland, interestingly. He first envisioned this concept of transitive or liquid voting, but to this day, we haven't seen a really successful real-world implementation of liquid democracy. And the idea here is that the voting rights of the individual are always retained by the holder. And you're delegating that voting power in a way that is fluid and tactile and empowering, and unlocking the ability of passive citizenry into active participation. And through blockchain technology, we're getting to pioneer this concept on Cardano, which is really exciting. So more to come on this later, but I want to turn it over to my colleague Johnny here to talk us through the next step in this journey, which is the member-based organization. Johnny.
Thank you, Michael. So my name is Johnny Nguyen. I'm passionate about open source, and I'm responsible for facilitating this journey with the community and co-creating the MBO. So Michael talked about how Cardano as a public permissionless platform and protocol can evolve, but as a protocol, it's neutral. It doesn't have an opinion on what is the right way to evolve. And so in order for us to determine and achieve some level of social consensus, we have to have a vision for how we're going to bring the community together. And I'll start with that vision. And I think it's worth taking a moment to just read this here. The vision for the Cardano MBO is to serve as the aggregation point of the entire Cardano community and its members. The members-based organization aims to uncover the community's pains and desires, facilitating the development of strategies to address them, and attracting firms and individuals with the capacity and the capability to do so. So let's take a moment to just look at each of those more salient points. First, let's look at the notion of the entire Cardano community. I believe in a notion of radical inclusion. The Cardano community is diverse. It spans all over the world. And I think we need to capture the essence of that entire Cardano community. The MBO aims to uncover the community's pains and desires and facilitating. So the MBO is not responsible for solely by itself developing that strategy and uncovering those pains and desires, but rather to facilitate the community arriving at those conclusions of its own volition. So the next part is really about attracting firms and individuals with the capacity and the capability to do so. Charles yesterday in his keynote mentioned 13 firms already working on Cardano. They often work quietly in the background, working on things like Mithril, Hydra, the Node, and many other important projects. But it's time that these firms were brought into the forefront and given the limelight and given an opportunity to talk about what they do and why what they do helps supercharge and evolve Cardano. So let's talk about why a members-based organization would be valuable and needed for the Cardano ecosystem. Time and time again, the Cardano community has proven that all of us are smarter than one of us. And in order to collaborate and bring all those members of the community together, a neutral home for open source increases the likelihood and the willingness of individual developers, firms, enterprises to contribute to that ecosystem. And once everybody's there and they agree to work on these principles in the spirit of open source, we believe that collaboration can be our superpower. So let's talk about what constituencies are better served under the MBO, because certainly all of these constituencies exist today, but they exist in fragmented segments and pockets of the community. And having a virtual town square where people can come together and be more effective in how they interact and talk and commingle with one another will allow us to achieve some level of social consensus and move this ecosystem forward. So the first constituency served are the projects. These are projects, some that you may be aware of. The Cardano node certainly stands out as one. The Hydra protocol, Mithril, and there's also a ton more. But without these projects, these are the most important projects in the Cardano ecosystem. And without them, there is nothing to gather around. There is no Cardano. So these projects form the foundation, the bedrock of what is true and good about Cardano. Then I'll start on the other side, the end users. Right? The end users are everybody like myself that uses Cardano on a day-to-day basis. Right? Whether it's sending some tokens to friends and family, whether it's paying for things, whether it's buying an NFT. The lived experiences of these end users, governments, enterprises, institutions, individuals, make up our collective pains and desires. And the members of the Cardano members-based organization are those companies and firms that are both building Cardano, building on Cardano, and hopefully someday deploying, betting on, and depending on Cardano. The members are the firms that are trying to address the needs and solve the pains of the end users, and they depend on and use those projects that make up Cardano. So what is the Cardano MBO? The Cardano MBO is one of many stakeholders in a multi-stakeholder ecosystem that attempts to look after and steward the evolution of Cardano. And so by having the ability to come together and look after those underlying blueprints and technology that make up Cardano, its most important projects, and to aggregate that knowledge, those code bases, and those contributors, the MBO seeks to help Cardano recursively self-evolve. It'll also be an administrator of many of the key processes. Now, these processes exist all over the place. They exist as CalPads and conventions and common understanding. But what if they could evolve into something more than just common understanding, but to become standard operating procedures? As Cardano is a public permissionless protocol, it can evolve in any number of ways. But what is the best way? And so bringing everybody together to agree on a roadmap and development of this platform and protocol is the primary objective of the Cardano MBO. So let's talk a little bit more and dive down a little bit deeper about what the MBO does. First and foremost, it facilitates dialogue and discussion. Often today, that dialogue and discussion happens in a number of fragmented spheres. It happens on Twitter, we all know that. It happens on Reddit. It happens on the forums. It happens in your homes and communities. The MBO seeks to bring those dialogues, discussions, and debates into the public sphere, into this virtual town square. It also serves as a home for open source projects. So when we talk about those open source projects like the Cardano node, there's also a lot more. I mean, I'm a big fan of what the TX Pipe team is doing at Aura, and what Alessandro Berri is doing with Lucid, and what Matthias Bancourt has done with Ogmios. In fact, today, I'll be going to Lausanne, and tomorrow morning I'll be moderating a panel on open source. But the MBO aims to become the home for many of those open source projects, and if the contributors and the communities around those projects are willing, I think the MBO would love to host them and provide them a home. The MBO also aggregates the expert class, right? And so we have a lot of experts in the Cardano community, and they have limited reach. They have reach within their immediate spheres, and many of them don't even have social media profiles or avoid social media altogether. But what if we could give them a space where they could come together and debate and discuss? They don't always have to agree, but we want to provide the ability for them to converge. The MBO also uncovers the pains and desires. We've talked about this. And I think it's important to never forget that, because the pains and desires of the end users of Cardano are ultimately what determines how the Cardano ecosystem should evolve. The MBO also responds with changes and solutions. There's often been some discussion and complaints that perhaps Cardano is slow to evolve because people have a hard time knowing where to go to complain. Where's the 1-800 hotline for, how do I speak to a manager? Well, there is no manager. There is no CEO of Cardano. You are the CEO of Cardano. The community is the CEO of Cardano. And bringing that community together will allow the community to determine what's the best path forward. The MBO also supports and supercharges the projects that make up Cardano. Many of these projects, we often know about sustainability and maintainer burnout of open source projects. If these open source projects could get a level of support and awareness and just a community being built around them, perhaps they could thrive and grow even more vibrant and diverse. And last but not least, the MBO administers programs. And there's a Cardano treasury, and that treasury can be deployed to unlock the full potential and help Cardano update itself. But in order to unlock that treasury, there has to be some notion of democratic consent on how to best direct and use that treasury. And the MBO aims to facilitate and ultimately arrive at some notion of social consensus on how to direct that treasury. And so last but not least, I want to kind of provide a high-level overview. And this is intentionally high-level because we are going to go on this journey as a community together. The community is going to be involved in the co-creation of this members-based organization. And at the top here, you'll see there's this notion of the Cardano Constitution. That Constitution provides the bedrock foundational guardrails for everything that is true and right in the Cardano ecosystem. And the MBO, as one of the many institutions that will arise, needs to exist within that construct. The MBO will also have its own charter that constrains it and gives it a mandate and knows that constrains how it will evolve in itself. At the other end of this, we talked about the notion of the open source program office and the projects. These projects are going to need the support of an open source program office, and it's a model, this entire construct, in fact, is modeled after many successful open source foundations out in the wild today, things like Cloud Native Computing Foundation, the Linux Foundation, and many, many others. The end users are the folks that use the projects and use the platform protocol that's enabled by these projects. The members aim to support those projects and address the needs of end users, and the members registers their support for the ongoing evolution of the Cardano ecosystem and these projects by paying dues and participating in the governance process of the members-based organization. A lot of the day-to-day work that happens in the context of working groups. In fact, we have a number of working groups already actively engaged today. There's a developer experience working group, a stablecoins working group, and these are just community members that are gathering on a weekly basis to discuss paths forward, to put their heads together to determine how to write SIPs and how to modify and propose implementations. The working groups are fluid. They can evolve and come and go as needed, but the committees are the ones that determine which working groups should be active at any given point in time. And those committees and councils are facilitated by a professional staff within the members-based organization. The professional staff is often selected and hired and evaluated and given a mandate and a direction by a governing board that consists of key members within the members-based organization that have proven through merit that they deserve to be in leadership positions. And so with that, I want to provide a call to action. Here's your opportunity. This is our moment for the Cardano ecosystem and for the community to come together, register your interest, sign up, and in the new year, we hope to begin co-creating and facilitating focus groups with you. Thank you.
Where did this horrible music come from?
Hi, Charles. Amazing to see you.
Janet, good to see you. Ben, good to see you.
Hey, it's been a while, man. Yeah, good to see you. So much amazing stuff going on since.
AI is vogue again. You know, we were in winter,
Yeah.
now we're in bright summer.
Yeah, and I don't think winter's going to come again for AI either. I mean, you're going to see waves and surges of acceleration, but I think we're going to see one super cool innovation after another.
100%. 100%. Real excited.
We're really excited to have you here, Charles. Jumping straight into the AI Summit, let me just briefly introduce you to, I know you need no introduction to our audience. Charles Hoskinson, it's a great pleasure and an honor to have you here with us today. And if you could go on mute, please. Thank you. Charles Hoskinson, of course, is founder and CEO of Input Output Global. He's been deeply involved, a pioneer of crypto since more or less the beginning, playing a pivotal role in the growth and crypto movement in both Ethereum and at IOHK with Cardano and the incredible team there at Cardano and IOHK. We have the pleasure of working closely with parts of the Cardano ecosystem, including our friends at Cardano Catalyst, at Catalyst Swarm. We're meeting with Emergo next week. It's a very beautiful, very strong, and very multi-level partnership and friendship that we enjoy with Cardano. Cardano is moving into an exciting new phase of decentralization called the Voltaire era, which is the most recent step, and we're really looking forward to hearing about it from Charles. And Charles, when I saw you in Denver at the Rare Bloom event last year, I remember you saying, and I tweeted it, you said, you are sick to the back teeth, or words to that effect, of organizations claiming to be decentralized when they're actually not. Right. And I found that really inspiring and very insightful. And it's just a great pleasure to have you here with Ben for a fireside chat. So let me hand over to you two gents. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Janet. And Ben, I think you're on mute.
Great to be chatting with you again, Charles. And yeah, I guess there's an awful lot going on with decentralization in the Cardano world, which would take more than the 20 whatever minutes we have to summarize. But it's been amazing to see and inspirational. And the point of this summit, which this chat is a part of, is SingularityNET is aiming over the next couple years to transition to fuller and fuller, genuinely decentralized governance that's involved in more and more of the finer grained decisions going on. I mean, we have voting, and we've had voting about major issues, but still most of the day-to-day is still done by a relatively small number of people who have just devoting their lives to the project. I mean, we're decentralized in terms of voting on significant issues, and in terms of the code development with open source developers and so forth. But we want to bring it further and further. And as I said in my introductory remarks this morning, the reason I'm so urgent about this now is not only that it's important for the healthy development of any blockchain project that aims to be decentralized, and what we promised SingularityNet we do in 2017. It's when we founded SingularityNet. It's also, I think, it's plausible that we're just a few years away from a real breakthrough to AGI. And I've been an optimist on this for a while. Since ChatGPT, more people are getting optimistic on this front, right? Kurzweil had said 2029. I think that's reasonable. Could it be a few years earlier or a few years later? Absolutely, right? What happens after that is singularity, transition from AGI to superintelligence, which is a whole other topic. But in what happens before that, between the early stage, like the true sparks of AGI, to the full-on human-level AGI, in that interim, I think the way things play out could be very different if the first AGI is rolled out in a fundamentally decentralized platform versus if
Right.
versus if it rolls out within a big tech company or a government lab. So that's sort of put a fire under my butt, like, well, AGI may really be coming in a few years. We want to be sure we have fully, solidly, totally decentralized everything by the time that comes about. There's a lot of failure modes we can see. So yeah, I wonder how you're thinking about, progress toward AI over the next period, and how that ties in with your thinking about decentralization of blockchain networks. I mean, including Cardano.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I always love these conversations that we have. We've had a few of them throughout the days, whether it be in Wyoming at the University of Wyoming, or at various events that we've gone to. And
Wyoming, we had some cool robots in the background too. Right?
We did.
Yeah.
Well, we were there multiple times for various hackathons and things like that, and then also the IO summit that we held there. It is so. There's, as you know, so many different approaches that people have been taking to try to deeply understand how to build something a human would term to be an AGI. You could think of the 1980s when everybody was doing the prologue stuff. Then we kind of went into a dry spell for a little while, and then we kind of had the deep learning revolution, and then people started learning how to do these large language models, and they said, well, we're going to have this massive supply of data, and we're not exactly sure how they're going to have emergent thinking, but we just throw enough data, enough compute power at these things, eventually they'll become really capable. And I was skeptical, but actually seeing the tremendous progress that we've seen with OpenAI and stability diffusion and these other things, it's really amazing, especially on the generative AI side. How incredibly capable these systems are, where you can say, hey, make me a song, and then do the cover art for it. Now upload it to YouTube. It's like, wow, it's incredible. The problem is that it doesn't seem like these systems yet have the ability to pursue their own goals, and they wouldn't be conscious or self-aware from any normal definition that one would pursue. It's also not clear if these systems are capable of true self-correction. I tend to care about that a lot more than consciousness or any of these other ephemeral concepts that people chase. I think a lot about, well, can the system know that it's made a mistake, and can it then use itself to try to attempt to correct that mistake? Because you can ask things like, last night I was using OpenAI, ChatGPT 4, and I asked a question, hey, are there any Mastodon competitors who are open source under a license different than GPL? Because I was just curious, and it gave me one, and I looked at it, and it was actually under a GPL license. And I said, well, but here's the interesting thing that I told GPT. I said, hey, you got this wrong. And it says, yes, actually, I got it wrong. You're right. It's actually under a GPL 3. So there seems to be sparks of self-correction there and self-rumination there. And there's projects that take that on steroids, like AutoGPT, and they go in that particular direction. But you bring up an interesting point, which is regardless of the model that one's chosen, whether it be an LLM or some other model to pursue an intelligent assistant that can assist us in our goals, the control structure of that model and the access structure of that model is more meaningful. Because if you don't think about that carefully, what will end up happening is you have an exponential capability that ends up in the hands of the few. And that exponential capability will then be able to make enormous amounts of wealth for them and power for them. And it's going to widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots. And the problem is you can't compete with them because they have this hyper intelligence that basically exists. And that's exactly what happened with OpenAI. They sold everybody this beautiful idea that they were going to be a foundation and, AI for everybody. And, it was very easy to get people on board. And then suddenly when it became commercially viable, the whole company pivoted, and now they're a for-profit company. And lo and behold, who's in charge of their models? Microsoft, bringing it to market, with Copilot throughout the Office stack and these things. And the issue is that's never going to go back. There's no way like, well, okay, the rest of the world can have what we have. No, because they always wrap it in well, it's too dangerous to share it with you. So trust us, the enlightened few people, we know how to run all this, and you just can't handle it. And we'll just use it, by the way, to make Microsoft $1 trillion and ourselves $1 trillion. And then we're going to take that $1 trillion and invest it making our models better, in which case now we have an exponentially growing capability that you can't compete with. So even if you can have something that's open source, you're growing too slowly to get that takeoff velocity. So it does concern me very, very deeply. And that's why we love working with you guys on the SingularityNET side. And, we love thinking about better ways to apply governance to these problems, because I'm not fundamentally comfortable with the most important invention in human history being in the hands of a small group of people in a particular geography and not be widely distributed and for everybody to benefit. All it's going to do is just massively increase wealth inequality in the best case, and the worst case scenario is that small group of people could use it to do really, really nasty things.
Yeah, I mean, on the AI side, regarding Auto GPT and baby AGI and all the other GPT derivatives, it's quite cool. It's pretty clear, current large language models are not AGIs. They could perhaps serve as components of AGIs. I mean, they're missing a reasoning component in a serious sense in terms of comparing fact to reality and carrying out lengthy multi-stage inferences.
Right.
They're also missing the sort of way out there creativity that you get from evolutionary algorithms and other such approaches. They're a bit too close to repermuting the inputs. It just can be really cool because the inputs is so much. It's the whole web, and yeah, they're not significantly agentic. They don't have a sort of holistic understanding of who and what they are. What's the relationship with the world? What's the relationship with others? But all these issues are very clear. And now there's a huge push to resolve these issues in different ways, right? Some folks working on it with expanding LLMs with other knowledge graphs and reinforcement learners. And in OpenCog, we're looking at how to connect a large language model to our atom space so we can go back and forth with our reasoning and evolutionary learning algorithms. Right. So I mean, I think there's going to be work making bigger and faster LLMs, but there's also going to be a lot of work trying to bridge that gap between current LLMs and actual AGI by a variety of different methods. And yes, some of that will happen in big tech companies, certainly, and a bunch will happen in the open source development community. But you need more than just open source, right? You need open and decentralized ways to actually train and run and host the models and have them living live while they're learning. And then once there's a real breakthrough to human level AGI, which is sort of generally qualitatively recognized as such, then you would expect the push to take control of this will be significant, right? And you would like it to be deployed in a way that it's just not feasible, right? I mean, Linux is running Chinese, Iranian servers. It's running servers of political radicals and conservatives and whatever. And no one tries much to stop them from using Linux, right? And it's got to be about the same way as that. In principle, blockchain networks should be that. But I mean, as you've noted before, and is sort of common knowledge in the space, most supposedly decentralized governance doesn't actually work that way. And sometimes push comes to shove in the form of a financial crisis. Some people are like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, you were supposed to be decentralized, but when the shit hit the fan financially, someone changed the parameter all of a sudden by fiat, or they just froze all of this token. How did you do that? Wait a minute. The rollout of AGI is going to be even bigger than these financial crises, which have triggered supposedly decentralized things to be socialized, to be centralized. And I think you need decentralization at every layer, because if people are trying to screw with an early stage AGI, I mean, just like with any sort of attack scenario, it only takes one vulnerability, right? So I mean, you need the blockchain to be decentralized. You need the AI network on top to be decentralized. You need the AI agents running in that network not to be under central control. I mean, you need the whole stack to be democratic and decentralized. And I mean, as you know, democracy barely works among human systems. So
Right.
we've had a long time to refine that. So I guess another question is, you know, what are the reasons to be optimistic that we can really get decentralized governance and control to work well on blockchain networks fast enough to have a decentralized singularity?
Well, so it really just depends upon what your goal is. I always try to break the problem down into something simpler, because this is this grand thing, but I'm a simple guy. I always try to say, like, what problems am I trying to solve? So the first issue with these pseudo intelligent approaching actually intelligent systems is that they give you a large bag of tools to pursue and achieve a goal, but they don't tell you what goals you should have and what things you should value. So your philosophy and your values kind of get you to goals, and then those goals, you need technology, you need intelligence to be able to pursue and achieve them. And so one of the problems we have in the blockchain space is that we don't actually have a common set of philosophies and values. So we actually found this out when we were looking at the Edinburgh Decentralization Index. It's just a case study. So we said, all right, we want decentralization. Well, why? Well, under the decentralization label, there's this value of resilience and self-determination and coercion control, resistance, these types of things that are important to me. But it turns out that those values are not necessarily ubiquitous. For example, if you poll users and their preferences with products, they tend to pick products that are highly optimized with great user experiences, which, by the way, are completely centralized, and products that don't really care too much about their privacy and their self-sovereignty and these types of things. Why? Because it's better, faster, cheaper, better experience, accessibility. They tend to promote that over the alternatives. So you first have to agree on a common set of values, and you have to get to that and say, okay, this is the value set that we're in. And then once you have that, then you can derive meaningful goals. And then the agents we have, whether they be human or automated, are basically there to help us get in that direction. So some things with Cardano, we have system parameters. There's more than 20 system parameters. And some people care a lot about them, like K and min pool fee and these types of things. Right now, the entire setting of those parameters is connected to some sort of off-chain ephemeral process that humans run. You could imagine an AGI-like system that looks at a whole bunch of feeds and inputs as oracles, and then basically is involved in consulting on the idealized protocol parameter. And this goes beyond just a simple algorithm. It's something that basically is almost non-deterministic. It just runs and runs, and it looks at many different things, and it gives you an answer, and you say, okay, that's now a reference point. And perhaps we make that actually a compulsory reference point if we trust the system enough. Okay, so using AGI or using AI as a regulation system to help stabilize parameters around a particular goal, even if the goal is difficult to discern in a local sense, but in a global sense, would probably be a good use case in the short term that I could imagine in 3 to 5 years, enough progress will have been made to accommodate that. Now, you're asking about scale. It depends how much of this stuff is going to be done off-chain and how much of this stuff is done on-chain. So if you get to a point where you're training something and you don't really care about who trains it and who does the computation, but you care that the output is accurate, there's fidelity, you're in the zero knowledge and roll-up territory. Okay, so it doesn't really matter if it's your Uncle Bob or a giant decentralized computing grid, like a folding at home type of deal, or if it's a big corporation that's doing it, because at the end of the day, you trust the output if they give you a proof. And regardless of the computer, the proof should be good enough. If that's the case, then you don't really care about the latency of the blockchain. That's fine. Now, access control prioritization, that is an interesting question, because after you have that capability, when people begin querying and want to use that capability post-train, then at that point, you do need some form of a fair brokering system. This is just basically the same problem as tiered pricing. at that point, where Ben gives a query and I give a query and Bob gives a query and Alice gives a query. Whose query gets handled first? If you look at GPT, they have a rate limit right now for GPT-4. You're only allowed, even as a premium subscriber, 25 queries per every 3 hours because it's a finite resource, and it costs them $700,000 a day to run that finite resource that they have. So it's very clear that when your capabilities go up and it's ubiquitously useful to everybody, you're going to have a situation where you have more balls in bins, and you have a pigeonhole situation where you're going to have to basically wait a little bit. So in that respect, there does need to be marketplaces that are developed. We just recently released a paper on tiered pricing. This paper, I think, is quite compatible with a generic query system because it's just another form of a smart contract. And then there is a question about marketplaces for computation and for the data. Every time an interaction occurs, it's a learning opportunity for a model, whether it be an LLM or something else. So who owns that learning opportunity and where does that get contributed? It's almost like an AI copyleft. We have GPL and there's a copyleft for that. Well, do we have a copyleft for contributions to an AI, where when you contribute to it, does that contribution exist in the open domain, or does it become a proprietary thing? It's not trivial. 100 million users every day talking to OpenAI stuff. That's a lot of contribution, interaction. And these are all teachable moments in human training and curation that could happen. So how does that get sorted out? So where the blockchain stack really helps you, I think, is not necessarily on the actual computation of training, but also it helps you in the access control and also the ownership of contributions, guaranteeing that those contributions work their way back through. It also gives a ubiquitous access of capability, meaning everybody gets the capability at the same time. So it's not the case that Microsoft gets to play around for 6 months privately with some super capability, and then maybe they let you have 5% of it through Office. Everybody gets it at once, and everybody gets to use it at once. I'd say probably the way Cardano is evolving, within 3 to 5 years, through evolution of both the sidechain model, the roll-up model, and the Hydra model that we have, the combination of those 3 things will be in a position where you could run a large-scale system that emulates a lot of the things that we're seeing in the AI space right now. We still don't have a data layer in the roadmap that would be able to handle that. So you need to build that as a side chain to facilitate it. And also there probably needs to be a working memory space. So a semi-persistent storage layer inside the system, but there's a variety of reasons why people would want to do that. Shared mempool, a mithril intermediate certificate construction, pub-sub protocols, these types of things. So there's still some discussions about that in the longer term roadmap. But yeah, I'd say 3 to 5 years to get to the point where the throughput is where it needs to be, the off-chain infrastructure is where it needs to be, and the proof systems are where they need to be, where you could build an end-to-end marketplace that has an equivalent experience to a centralized offering like you see with GPT, but could be completely decentralized. And the advantage is that it has emergent ownership of all of these things.
Yeah, very exciting. And then of course, one thing that pops to mind is how can we make this 3 rather than 5 years, right? So I mean, I guess in the Hypercycle project, which is it's a separate blockchain, but it's going to interact via Hydra with Cardano main chain.
Right.
I think that will solve some of these things. Like what we're aiming at there. I mean, there's a bunch of use cases, but one of them is being to put fairly granular bits of AI processing on chain via, I mean, it's ledgerless blockchain. It uses different sorts of consensus mechanisms. Some of them allow more errors to happen in real time, and then you can detect them after the fact and roll them back. So it's based on, different requirements than sending $1 million around or something, right? So I think for sort of working memory and the real-time AI thought process, Hypercycle, the way we're playing it with now, is well suited, and we'll be able to use Hydra to go back and forth with Cardano main chain for a data layer. Yeah, that's different, right? And there's been projects going in that direction, but nothing that works with the speed and scale that you get when you're using Azure or AWS or something to manage huge amounts of data in training models. So there's a lot of pieces there. It's pretty clear what they all are. It's pretty clear they can all be built. The question is, and it's clear that the decentralized governance aspect is coming along very well in Cardano, and we're starting to accelerate it in SingularityNET. It's not terrible. I guess there's timing questions of the progress of AI versus the progress of getting this whole stack to work on the decentralized side, which if AGI is coming in 2035, definitely no worries. Like, we'll have everything super well shored up on the decentralized side. If Kurzweil was a pessimist and we're going to get human level AGI in 2026 or something, then we're doing like in every good techno thriller movie, we're coming like down to the wire. Can we really have infrastructure to do this decentralized? And of course, when you're really deploying systems, there's intermediary possibilities, right? I mean, you can have some bits that are more decentralized than others, and you still have a viable system that gets some of the robustness properties you get from a more fully decentralized system. But it's interesting how these timings align. But it's great to hear you positive that this is all in the roadmap. And I agree, the sidechain architecture in Cardano was just more robust than anything I've seen anywhere else, and is really, really critical here, because you just fundamentally don't need the same type of decentralized network for everything, right? It can't be one decentralized network to rule them all. Really, it has to be something for a working memory, something for data, and then they have to be locked together in a way they can share state. And I mean, that's
and also you need
what Hydra and other things are going to deliver.
Yeah, you need multi-resource consensus as well. And our sidechain model is, I think, the only one in the industry that's going to support that. But the thing is, if I'm launching a sidechain, what's going to happen is I need the backbone, the Cardano mainnet, to kind of help me out and be the security of last resort. Great. But then there's probably some bespoke things that I want to incentivize in my sidechain. For example, with Midnight, we're exploring using useful proof of work for roll-up acceleration. So whether you're using pasta curves or Eris and Pluto or whatever curve structure you're using, it's very heavy designing a recursive snark and having it roll up. And if every time you have a user transaction, you have to compute this big thing, then you're saying, well, on a cell phone, it's 5 minutes to send a transaction. It makes no sense. So you have a few options. You can either have trusted third parties finish your proofs or do these things for you, or you can create a computation layer in your system where you can submit it. ASICs can do those operations, and they can do them 1,000 times or 5,000 times faster than you would do it, and you get instantaneous stuff. The question is, what incentive do people have to be that compute layer inside the system? Well, you can create it as a proof of work, and you can connect it into the system, and then suddenly you have the backbone BFT protocol that gives you fast finality, but then you also have this useful proof of work protocol, and Minotaur allows you to sort those things out. I think it could also be used with some of the consensus ideas that you guys have been exploring with Toda. So that would be an example. If you wanted to deploy an AI bespoke sidechain on Cardano, then you could leverage the stake pool operators to run one side of the system and give you kind of a nice BFT style ordering. But then you could have this beautiful, hypergraph style Wazaro thing that's running in tandem, that does a lot of the stuff that, well, maybe you don't care if there's ordering conflicts or these types of things, as long as they meet certain suitability guidelines. And so now you're starting to go to like more of a Tangle style architecture. So I really think that's one dimension that's undervalued, because people don't really understand the need for it until they do. And then when they do, it's usually too late, and they're stuck, and they have to somehow like unwind it. Yeah. The other thing is having a good system where there's isomorphism between the events off chain and the events on chain is highly
right.
Yes, it's so important. But the problem is you usually require a system like UTXO, and you also usually require determinism in the system in order to be able to do isomorphism on chain. So you just can't do this in the accounts model. It's very hard. Those are non-deterministic, and they are very mutable. Hydra was built hand in glove for the extended UTXO model, and as Hydra evolves, it's really going to bring a lot of high throughput applications in, where you just get exponential cost reduction whether that be transaction processing or doing a lot of off-chain computing or these types of things. And so it's really exciting to see that product hit mainnet and start seeing people integrate it. And the next wave of dApps that integrate it are really going to get a huge benefit from that. So yeah, it's you asked an interesting question, which is, what is our time horizon if AGI comes in the next 5 years? Well, I would hazard that if we really are on that kind of trajectory, we'll have an exponential speed up in our velocity of code delivery. And the reason being is that I can start pair programming with these models, and it can act as my QA team. It can act as my co-developer, my co-pilot. And so if we're moving in that direction, within just a few years, our one developer could be amplified by a factor of 5 or 10, which means if it's just an engineering situation where we just have a lot of code to write to get there, but we've already designed the protocols, we'll get those protocols done much faster than we thought we were going to, because we've basically effectively massively expanded our development team without having to hire more people, and we're able to effectively integrate them because they're working as pair programmers with the existing programmers. If it's further off than we think, then what's going to happen is we're going to stumble over something in the process of rolling out AGI, and that thing is going to be a lot harder than we anticipated, which of course give us more runway to work on core infrastructure. But from a protocol viewpoint, I'd say that we have this year and last year really converged to the next 5-10 years of what Cardano needs to not only be competitive in the cryptocurrency space, but to be frankly useful at a scale of billions of people. And it's just a matter of getting the engineering done and building these types of things. It's not a cryptography problem or a protocol design problem. It's just an engineering problem, which is awesome. But it still remains to be seen, what bets we need to make on certain technologies. Like you have to make some zero knowledge bets on the curves to choose and these things. You have to make some bets on APIs and interfaces and dev experience. And, we have some great ideas on the directionality there. And there's a lot of inspiration we've gained from other ecosystems, but it's any given Sunday. It's going to be interesting to see if the market likes those bets.
Yeah, you make a lot of good points there. So, I mean, I think it's true. As AI advances, it's not going to be like 3.5 years from now, suddenly super AGI appears. It's going to be getting smarter and smarter in ways that are useful along the way. So if the advance of AI is done in such a way that it helps accelerate software development and software testing and so forth, I mean, then that can push timelines down toward the shorter end. Particularly, I mean, what it means is that the rate limiting factor becomes knowing what you want to do, right? Because now you can know what you want to do, and it just takes a while to turn the cranks and get the software done and debugged and tested. Once the AI can write the code based on a semi-hand wavy spec for you, right? Then okay, you just need to know what to tell the AI to do, and it's not a human level AGI yet, so it's not doing all the computer science and architecture. It's doing the engineering mechanics. So in that sense, I would say Cardano is in a reasonably good place, because there's been a lot of sort of formal and conceptual thinking about what needs to be done, and acceleration of getting it done would be relatively straightforward compared to a bunch of other projects where there's less of a clear sort of formal map of what has to be put in place. So
Well, that's why I say you have to agree on
interesting.
values and goals, and your values and goals then get reflected in design principles and specifications. And then once you have that and a machine can understand that, then it can act as a design assistant, and it can help you get the best rate. So it's almost like everything is old is new again. It's almost like the prologue days again, where you're like, here's what I want to do, and it figures it out. So we're just now able to do that at a scale that we never imagined. So they had the right notion and the right directionality. They just didn't have the right back end to facilitate these types of things. And that's what excites me most about where I see these LLMs going and these other models going, is that they're converging to a point where they actually are becoming that proper assistant. And then I can see where I get the hockey stick from. And then I say, okay, I can't think of a 10-person team anymore. I think of 2 to 3 really good people, give them this tool, and they're amplified as if they're 30 people. and they're going to move really quickly.
I would say when I dig into the reality of it, like I could use an LLM now to write an app or a user interface. It's not being useful in coding the guts of the OpenCog or hypercycle systems, really, because we have very experienced programmers there, and we're doing hairy stuff that isn't that similar to what's in its training database. On the other hand, when you get a reasoning engine and you connect it to an LLM, you may get something that can help accelerate these harder core forms of development also. And this might happen in the next couple of years. And then you're really getting a sort of virtuous or vicious cycle, depending on the aims toward which the software is being co-developed by the people in the AIs.
100%. I think Janet coming back on means we're out of time.
He's trying to kick us out of here. Yeah.
I'm absolutely not trying to kick you out of here, and I definitely don't want to stop the flow of genius around us. Thank you so much. But I do have some questions. Would it be a good point to?
Sure.
Yeah, we got questions from the global brain. All right.
We got questions from the global brain. There's a huge amount of chat and activity going on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to ask you the first question, which comes from our very beloved Nahela Uluru. She's asking, Charles, do you have any plans to involve AI on Cardano, besides using Cardano as the infrastructure for decentralized AI? And of course, this can open to a discussion on future directions and partnerships between our two amazing organizations.
Well, I'm incredibly interested in using AI as a governance assistant. I think that's probably the minimum viable setup. So we have SIP 1694 working its way through, and we have these three decision groups: the SPOs, the DREPs, and the Constitutional Committee. In each of those groups, things are going to come before their table, and they're going to have to make a decision, yes or no. So it's very important that they have the best tooling and the most accurate tooling and the best collective brain to make decisions. And so I can see within the next 6 months to a year, building some bespoke pipes. And we're actually going to have a community tooling RFP process. And we will definitely set aside some funding in that RFP process for the use of AI to assist the SIP 1694 rollout. Okay, and that's kind of your minimum viable thing, because it's not compulsory. It's not taking the steering wheel, but it's like a driver assistant. It kind of helps you decide where you want to steer the wheel and keeps you out of a car accident and these types of things. Then moving beyond that, there is some discussion about, could we create DAOs in our organization, which are mostly machine regulated, or decision systems that are mostly machine regulated? So regulated value transfer protocols, where you're applying regulation and making criteria and conditions to de-anonymize things. It could actually be very sensible to do that through an AI-driven approach as opposed to a human judgment approach, because you basically leave it encrypted by default. No human sees it until it hits a certain decision threshold. But you really do have to train those things carefully, and you have to take a look at the fidelity of those things versus human judgment. And it's almost like the self-driving car problem. You know, it's a little different because the environment's different, but it's the same thing where you're now entrusting very serious decisions to basically a completely autonomous system. So I could definitely see that occurring with RealFi and the RegTech stuff in a protocol, and it's something that is unfinished business for us. And there, the most logical plan is to apply Singularity style technology to the Atala Prism framework and to the regulated value transfer efforts that we're working on with Midnight. Then, midterm, so 3 to 5 years, where we're really starting to explore today, but we won't quite be where we need to be for a while, is development acceleration through AI. So Marlowe in particular is our first attempt with this, where we're actually looking at Marlowe as a DSL for NFTs. It's a financial DSL, but NFTs are a pretty low-hanging fruit. It's paint by numbers. And because it's a very simple language, it's Turing incomplete. What we're planning on doing is seeing if we could actually use AI to assist developing a Marlowe smart contract. Now, if those workflows get really good and we get more DSLs, like legal DSLs and these other things, I could imagine within a 3-year time frame, a development world where you basically work with an AI, you write out a framework of the type of thing you want to do, and the vast majority of the smart contract capabilities are implemented through an AI assistant. So that we potentially could do it much earlier, like within a year time frame. But I'm an ambitious. I've been burned before by my ambitions, and so I say 3 to 5 years to kind of give a nice safety net there. But I'm very optimistic that Marlo this year, next year, experimenting with these things, we can do some truly amazing stuff. Go ahead. Oh, you're on mute, Ben.
I think natural language prompted Marlowe scripts should be semi-straightforward using LLM technology. And I mean, NFTs would be one among a number of low-hanging fruit applications there. And yeah, I agree. There's an interesting avenue there to create DSLs that run on top of a more sophisticated smart contract language like Plutus, and then the DSLs have a simple enough format and they're grounded in a particular domain, which could be represented by a knowledge graph linked into an LLM for that matter, right? So then I think with these vertical specific DSLs, it will be pretty viable to get sort of AI assisted low code to no code smart contract development linked in with user interface development and application development in the same vein, right? So people can basically put together dApps with the interface, the application logic, and the blockchain piece without coding anything or coding hardly anything, and that seems relatively near at hand. Like no further breakthroughs are needed for that. Whereas using AI to guide the guts of OpenCog hyperparameter probabilistic reasoning development, I mean that we need a breakthrough. We need a breakthrough for, because it's not templatized, right? You're just breaking new ground in a fundamental way.
Right. And we're getting to a point with these LLMs where people can hand draw a user interface and just scan it or take a picture with their phone, upload it into the model. It can actually extract from that hand drawing a wireframe and then go and implement it in Qt and actually give you a user interface. I mean, the level of developer accessibility of that is just astounding, absolutely astounding. But there's rough edges that you have to have domain knowledge to get over. So it's not like you can just go end to end 100% no programming skills. So that's why I talk about in terms of developer amplification as opposed to developer replacement. It's a centaur.
Yeah. But I also think within a few years, you probably will be able to go to end-to-end with no programming skills if you're within a domain where there's a bunch of other end-to-end applications that the system can use as a guide, and at the same time will increasingly get tools that are useful even for the harder core aspects of development. So yeah, that's amazing stuff to be popping up so rapidly, certainly. And it does it highlights the need to get the decentralized governance really working solidly, which I think is coming together, but it's a human problem as well as a math and software problem, which is a different sort of thing to be designing and thinking about.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sorry for jumping in. So lots of potentials for future collaboration, lots of areas, and of course, generative interfaces being one of the most exciting. If we can do AI generative interfaces to smart contract systems, that'll be revolutionary. So thank you guys for that one. Let me, I don't know how long you have, Charles. I have Ben captive here, but I have a few more questions if you're okay to carry on.
I got about 10 more minutes.
10 minutes. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Same with me. I have a call at noon.
All right, perfect. Let's go. So question from David Wood. Can the pace of progress with beneficial governance accelerate and overtake the dizzying pace of progress with AI capabilities? Currently, the latter seems to be outpacing the former. It's a very good question from David.
Can the pace of progress with beneficial governments accelerate and overtake the dizzying pace of progress with AI capabilities? So this is kind of the Nick Bostrom question of the wisdom gap between where the technology is at and the wisdom for the appropriate use of the technology. Because, you know, when you talk about beneficial governance, you're really, in the context of AI, kind of getting into the control problem and the wise use of the capability. So when I make a car, usually what ends up happening is you only make the safety belt for the car after somebody's gone through the windshield and they're lying on the side of the road covered in glass. You say, oh yeah, I need a belt to keep my body in. The problem, and this is what Nick talks about, Life 3.0, and a lot of his writings, his academic writings, is that unlike the car where the failure of the system is a localized problem, the failure of an AGI or an AGI-like system is a global concern. And so the consequences of that failure could potentially be catastrophic to the extent of an extinction event. So, you know, it's all universe of discourse, to use a math term. So if we apply, for example, AGI to the governance of Cardano, and we don't have the right controls or systems in place, then the system may optimize, and you have the paperclip problem or the gray goo problem, where it optimizes in an unproductive direction because it thinks it's doing the right thing. And it is for that perspective, but obviously not for its human users. This is why I like the idea of what, you know, Garry Kasparov talks about of centaurs, where it's like half horse, half human. Well, half human, half machine, where you combine the judgment of humans with AI-like tools, and working together, they basically are able to make decisions. That's very easy to do in a local sense. Humans are already demonstrating that at scale with OpenAI. Where it gets a lot harder to do is doing that in a collective sense. So can you build a rule schema where everybody in their centaur basically is working together, and one can potentially override the other with enough feedback? So, going back to SIP 1694, the first step in getting to that reality would be saying every DREP, Constitutional Committee member, and SPO now gets an AI assistant that's been custom tuned to kind of help them reason about their domain. Then some arbitrary point X into the future, maybe those decision agents and assistants come together and they form their own mesh as a governance mesh. And then maybe they get a vote. It doesn't override the human vote per se, but it has some localized influence. So maybe a minority on the human side and the majority on the AI side could then actually make a decision to advance the system instead of just a raw majority of humans. So there's probably
that's interesting. I think, I mean, one point to make about Kasparov's idea of humans and AIs working together to play chess is, while it's cool, it plays chess worse than just having a modern AI play chess. That wasn't always true, but it's true. It's true by now. So I mean, if you have a system that's half human, half AI, in terms of raw intelligence, it's in the end going to be vastly stupider than the system that's essentially all AI. But the other key point this raises is governing human systems. It's not just an intelligence problem, right? I mean, it's important that people are governing people just for ethical, aesthetic, heart and soul, human reasons. So even if an AI could sort of figure out better how to solve the problem of coordinating people, then it's like dehumanizing the people to have the AI solve other problems, and having people solve the problems together with AIs. Yeah, this can be a way to combine the insight AIs give with the human process of humans charting their own destiny, which is part of what we need in order to feel and be human. So I think all that makes sense. Going back to David's original question, I mean, I think one relevant example, I think, is the COVID-19 pandemic. So when COVID came out, it was immediately obvious to me there were a lot of ways you could use AI and blockchain together to help. I mean, you could have made blockchain-based tracking applications that let people track who was spreading COVID where in a secure, decentralized way. You could also have used tokenomic incentivization to sort of, reward people for shopping close to their house so they're not going out and spreading more virus, right? And at various points in the emergence of the pandemic, blockchain and AI could have been used in various different ways to help curb spreading in different populations without requiring repressive top-down government mandates. We tried to build tools like this. Many others tried to build tools like this. They didn't get rolled out in time to be impactful, right? And the reasons were multifold. I mean, one reason is it just took a while to develop these technologies to the point of rolling them out, and the pandemic moved and shifted quickly. The other is you had to convince governments to adopt and endorse these things, and they're, even when not fundamentally opposed, government agencies just weren't not willing to take any risk on something that looked weird and not that clever at evaluating new things. So if of course we'd foreseen the pandemic and put together all these tools beforehand, and then did some of the political work beforehand, then when the pandemic came, you'd say, all right, we have these blockchain-based decentralized AI tools rolled out. We'll handle this. We've already informed everyone how they work. We're good. You don't need these stupid repressive rules, right? So part of what we're trying to do here is, okay, we do see that AGI is coming. We do see that something like a Singularity is coming. We can sort of see what kind of tools will be needed to cope with it. So let's build these tools in advance so that as things unfold, we're not completely taken aback, but we have the tooling so that governance can sort of co-evolve with technology as it develops once AGI comes about.
Right. Well, okay. So
thank you.
Going back,
Thank you both. One thing to add to that, of course.
Let Charles finish his thought here.
So just on the chess thing. So that's a combinatorial game, and it's a search problem at the end of the rainbow. And eventually you'll get to a point where computation can give you the right answer. The thing is, there's plenty of non-combinatorial games, and governance is this way because actually the governance process that's like gnomic can actually change the rules of the game itself. And so you can always broaden or restrict the rules of the game. And so there's this implicit non-determinism that comes in. And so this is where human judgment seems to be very powerful and very prescient. But let's say you get to AGI where it now can compensate for that side and obviously do it better than us, that's fine. But then there's still the issue of institutional legitimacy. So getting onto the side of COVID-19, even if the AI tells you to do something, no one's going to do it because they don't believe it's legitimate. So my point about this concept of having the centaur is because there's still a human who has the hand on the steering wheel, there is the perception of legitimacy there, and thus compliance with the mandates of the system. If you can go from the human with the hand on the steering wheel to an emergent characteristic where it could be the case that a minority of humans can be, plus an AI can overrule a majority of humans, that's a cognitive leap in society we haven't gotten to yet. And I think that's the next step on the spectrum towards AI governance, if you want a completely automated system. Because at some point you say, well, if the AI can overrule with a minority of humans, let's make the minority smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually the number reaches zero, in which case you now have AI governance. Make sense?
Yeah.
It makes beautiful sense. I think we're going to have to wrap it up there. I want to be respectful of your time, Charles and Ben. I know you both have to go to calls. There are many more questions coming in. We'll keep the debate going through the day, and we do have an AMA at the end of the day. Just to say a huge, huge thanks to you, Charles, for everything you do for us at the SingularityNET ecosystem and for everything that you do for progressing towards a better, brighter, more beneficial, more equal world. It's such a great source of joy and optimism to have you in. Thank you for joining us here today. And thank you, Ben, as always.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Janet.
Thanks a lot, Charles. And I hope the next time comes soon. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, sorry for coming in over Charles. I had him on mute. I thought he was just saying.
Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be able to take us into the next segment of our summit. I'm very excited to present Grace Rachmani, the co-founder of Priceless DAO, which is an organization that's dedicated to the reinvention of economic models and common ownership. Grace also runs the DAO Leadership Organization, where she advises on how to start decentralizing and offers guidance on designing the critical elements of DAOs. I'm constantly inspired by her tireless efforts to educate and guide those who are passionate about decentralization, and especially by her clear-eyed perspective on DAO formation. She works with tokenomics and governance models, but is also highly knowledgeable about the more fluid, fuzzy aspects of decentralization. That is the often overlooked human relational element that we were discussing in our earlier sessions today. I'm so pleased to have you with us, Grace.
Thanks for having me. I'm going to be talking about, the talk is about the functionality that's missing. And I have completely changed my presentation today, and I'm very nervous about it. But fortunately, you know, I'm not as important as the people who spoke before me, so they might never hear my talk, but I hope they will. I'm very nervous about it because I've been listening to talks about AI today and where AI overlaps governance. And I want to start with a story. And it has nothing to do with AI and governance, but it has to do with governance. And it was a story. I did this workshop when I was young, and I was learning to have how to raise a child. I went to these. I was like, oh my goodness, how do you do this? And we did this one of these like obstacle courses where some people went out of the room and then they were blindfolded and somebody had to lead them. And everybody's done that exercise, right? You have to lead them over these obstacles. But what happened was the people who were blindfolded were out of the room as well. So they didn't even know they were going to come into a world of obstacles. They were just, the leaders of the people were out of the room and the people were going to be blindfolded out of the room. And then each pair of people came in turn, and we got to watch how different people led one another across the room. And one person, you know, like tried to give the person instructions without talking to them. Go a little bit right. Oh, not that far. Oh, step higher. No, higher than that. And, you know, it's really very ineffective. Another person like held the hand of the person. They held it really high up. Another person put their arm around the person. But not one person said, you're going to be in a room of obstacles. And this is how a toddler's life is, right? It's like all of a sudden, now it's time we're going, right? But what I noticed that was profound was that however ineffective the person was in leading that other person across the obstacle course, they never stopped in the middle and said, let me try another methodology, right? Like the person who was giving these instructions verbally, it was just impossible. It was never going to happen, right? But they never said, you know what, this isn't working. I'm going to try a different method. And that's how we are in life. And why I'm speaking about this is because all of our DAOs are starting from voting. And I am known as a person who dislikes voting. And the reason I dislike voting is it's so oversimplified. And all of the problems we're having, like voter exhaustion and delegated voting and all these things are on top of the assumption that voting is democracy, that voting is the way to go. And so what if we're starting with the wrong assumptions, especially because this is an AI conference? And how might that work? So I'm going to start by sharing my screen. And, thank you for the wonderful introduction. But yeah, I am a person who starts from the fundamentals. I started around governance at the Arab Spring. And I thought, it's really great. I'm Israeli. I thought, it's great that my neighbors have overthrown their dictatorships, but what can I offer them that would really work? And I came up blank. But what I did was I started from zero. I said, okay, what is governance? And how does it work? And what would distributed democracy look like? I called it something else at the time. I can't even remember. That was 12 years ago. But it was like, what if we just started, instead of by saying democracy is about voting, saying, what is it? What is this thing? So I'm going to tell another story, sort of a short story, and I'm going to try to use, I use Linux, so hopefully everything is going to work the way I want, because I'm going to share the whole screen. So hopefully you're seeing my slideshow. And I'm going to talk about the onboarding process, because the onboarding process is problematic in a lot of these. Oh, I'm getting everything freezing. Oh, the onboarding process is really one of the things that DAOs talk about. So this first one is how you would join a company. This is somebody bicycling to work. And when I joined a company, there was like an HR department. And I would always ask, do you guys have a shower? Because I take my bicycle to work. And their response would be telling, that some of them would say, no problem, we've got a shower. And some would say, we don't have a shower, but we could try and work something out, and da-da-da-da. And someone would just look at me like I'm crazy, and I would be able to tell something about the organization. So that's onboarding to an organization. This is onboarding to a DAO. I was going to try and show you what it really looks like in the Discord, but given how shaky my system is right now, I'm not going to try that. But, oh, there we go. Everything is happening really slowly. I'm really sorry how I'm having this problem with my system. And hopefully I won't be thrown out of Zoom. Maybe okay. So this is, you go to the Discord channel and there's all this, like, here's all these different things to get started in the DAO, and it's super confusing. And then if you try to do something, you find out that one of the documents is on Notion and another document is in Snapshot, and all this stuff is going on. And so joining is quite difficult. And then if you, so that's, and I'm not going to go too deep into that, but sorry, I'm a little confused by the freezing of my system. And so Esther, I'm just going to trust you that if anything is really going wrong, you will cut me off and let me know.
Yes, yes, of course. And if you would like me to share the slides myself, then I have it available, and I can. My sharing hasn't gone especially well today so far, but I will definitely try if you prefer.
You don't have my slides because I had to change the whole thing around, because I've been listening today to what other people are saying. So
okay, I see. So you have even different ones from the pre-sent this morning. I understand.
Yeah.
But currently we can see your screen. Oops. Okay, it seems like we might have lost Grace for a moment.
Why?
But we have gained my 5-year-old next to my desk instead.
Why?
Okay, it looks like we might have lost Grace for a few minutes. If you would just bear with us while we try and fix the problem, and we will hopefully be with you in just a few moments.
Sorry about that. I hope I just didn't go out too long.
That's great to see you back. Did you manage to sort out the technical issue?
I don't. How long was I gone? Because I have no idea. Things were continuing to go.
Okay. So you were still on the slide about onboarding. You froze just after onboarding.
Onboarding to what?
So how onboarding is complicated because a lot of people have to look at different.
Okay, good. So all right, now so this whole section about AI went all right, but you can see it now. I closed a bunch of other things. Hopefully, it's good.
Yes, we can see the "What would AI do" slide.
Okay, great. So are we streaming again? Is that what we're doing? Good.
Yes, we are continuing to stream. Would you like to?
All right. So as I was listening to these AI things, I was recalling somebody who had created a DAO for their AI system, and this was never released to the public, but they gave a number of really interesting lectures on it, and I happened to be able to interview the founders, and this is how they did it. They were an AI company, so they were looking for AI people, and they went to the local university, and they recruited students, and they said, here's our Trello board, and pick a job, and they had jobs on there that would take either from a few hours to a few days, and do it. And here's all the team that you'll need to work with, and et cetera. And so instead of interviews, they actually had the people do jobs. And then the people who did the jobs would be recruited. And instead of a system where they decided what products to produce, the product managers or whoever it was would come up with an idea and try to pitch it around the company. And they would say, hey, I've got this idea and I want to do this particular AI for the sake of argument, or this particular feature for our AI product. And because they were known as somebody who succeeded, or because it was a good idea, the people who were hired, who'd been hired through this onboarding process of actually doing the work and proving themselves, would gravitate to the projects that they would like to do. And there was never any voting. Well, actually, that's not true. There was voting. I'll tell you about that in a bit. But basically what happened was this system was so sophisticated as an AI system that it never looked like a decision was being made. And they had PhD students coming in and trying to research it and figure out where are the decision points. And there weren't decision points because it was very much of a flow. Like your onboarding flow was, hey, I got an assignment. I looked at the task board. I chose an assignment that was among the ones that we would never get done, right, if there weren't interns. And if I did well, I got to the next Trello board along where I got to pick a real assignment and work with this team. And the AI was able to record a lot, not everything, because it was always under development, always changed. But the AI was able to record how many lines of code did everybody write? How much was every feature used? How much did this product manager suggest products that actually went to market and were actually used? How much were, how much revenue did each feature or product bring in? It also tracked all the Slack channels. Where did all of the, where did all the conversation go? And were there people who were really great coders, but they didn't hang out much on the Slack and they didn't talk to other people? And then they had to make a management decision. What about the people who produce a lot of code, but don't talk much with the other colleagues? And you could track their calendars, how many meetings people had. You couldn't say what happened in the meetings or who said what, but you could at least see the meeting notes and you could know who had met with what. And they did make a management decision, actually, that anybody who really was at the lowest end of being social would not stay at the company. And I'm watching myself freeze again.
Okay, it looks like Grace is going to try and rejoin us by phone, so she should be back in just a moment or two. Okay, hi everybody again. I'm afraid Grace couldn't get back right now, but she is going to come on in the break later on after we welcome our next guest. In a few moments, we are going to be joined by Connor, who is going to start in a few minutes by speaking about the DAO Research Collective. Just stay tuned after Connor's talk, because what we believe that what Grace has to say about decentralization, especially in relation to AI, is profoundly important. But in the meantime, I would like to introduce Connor Spelliscy, who is, as I said, he founded the DAO Research Collective. I'm very happy to introduce him, who is also deeply involved in Web3 and blockchain technologies. He founded the Canadian Web3 Council and the Blockchain Association, and he's also an extremely talented decentralization researcher. The DAO Research Collective is a trove of information about all aspects of DAOs, including governance, legal matters, community, employment, and so on. It's especially exciting to me to meet someone else in the DAO space who has spent time delving into the particulars of decentralized systems. We're going to do this in AMA format, so we welcome any questions from the chat. Welcome, Connor. It's great to see you.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Esther. Thanks for having me. Happy to chat.
It's really exciting for me because I was able to I had the great pleasure of being part of the decentralized research project in SingularityNET. So I had the chance to work with David Orban and with Penny Wong, who's part of our Supervisory Council, on surveying the landscape of DAOs. And so I'm so pleased that that there's somebody else who is also doing this and who was able to get into it in the same way. Could you tell me a little bit about the DAO Research Collective and maybe about how you began this project?
Yeah, so formerly, I'm a little bit of my background. I was formerly a lawyer. I'm no longer a lawyer. And about 5.5 years ago, I got into this space full time. Realized that so many of the same companies, like in working with a bunch of companies as an operator, as a lawyer previously, realized that a lot of the companies in crypto, particularly DAOs, they have the exact same problems. And from the legal firm side, what we would do when a DAO came to us is that we would have a series of memos. We'd take that memo off the shelf, we'd tailor a little bit, and we'd send it to that organization. On our end, something we realized is, why not just take that base layer of knowledge, open source it, and collectively purchase it from a law firm or from others by pooling money with a variety of DAOs. So originally the idea was going to be focused exclusively on legal, but as we got deeper and deeper into it, we realized, okay, there are so many novel features of DAOs related to governance, treasury management, any number of things. There's research that we can purchase on a collective basis in many different aspects beyond just legal. And so we pulled a little bit of capital from a number of DeFi DAOs at the time. We got support from other organizations, which was really great, and started buying this research essentially. Realized quickly there is already a lot of great research out there, but there's just no single place where it's housed. So it's very difficult for researchers to enter this space. And we were getting cold called, like on LinkedIn, I was getting messages from professors at Stanford and otherwise who were saying, who are essentially asking me, who is legit in this space? Where can I find good resources? How can I connect with people, etc. So we appreciated that there was also a role to play, not only in an organization that purchased primary source research, but also that promoted high quality, aggregated and curated high quality research. And so we started taking on more of that role and also hosting events to connect academics with industry. So we kicked off with an event that was virtual, co-hosted with the Stanford Center for Blockchain Research and with Bankless about 2 years ago. And in that event, we wanted to get a sense of what are the biggest problems for DAOs. We got a lot of the smartest people in the space on several panels, took a lot of notes, and then produced a publication after that on what we saw at that time as the 5 biggest problems for DAOs. Since then, we've focused on a lot of those problems and have had many more in-person sessions where we brought people together at academic institutions. We had one live at the Stanford Center for Blockchain Research annual event last August. And then we just got back from one at the Harvard Kennedy School, which was the DAO Summit on Equitable Ownership and Governance.
And could you tell me, you were telling me about the biggest challenges that you could see in your research about DAOs. Could you expand on that a little bit? I'm very interested to know what are the kind of common patterns, both in terms of challenges, but also the things that they do right.
Yeah, so that was, I mean, it was a couple of years ago that we did this particular exploration, but a lot of the same problems are there. I would say that the first big one that you hear from any DAOs is how do we get legal clarity on what it is that we're doing? It's incredibly difficult for DAOs to, it's incredibly difficult if you are a DAO operator to feel very comfortable with working in a space where things like OkiDAO are happening. OkiDAO was a DAO where the founders and those participating in governance, it seems, might have to pay a fine tied to the actions of the DAO. So as members of the DAO who participated even just a small amount in governance, they might be jointly and severally liable for the liabilities of the DAO. So in a world where that kind of governance concern is really significant, and that kind of legal concern is really significant, that's where we're seeing a lot of the fear among leaders in the DAO space is, what do we need to do in order to stay compliant? How do we limit risks for contributors? Do we need a structure? Do we need a legal entity, or should we stay without one? If we stay without one, are we our partnership? What are our liabilities? And the question just kind of ballooned from there. Not only is this just an existential problem, but it's also an incredibly expensive problem. So if you are someone who's about to found a DAO, you might go talk to lawyers in several jurisdictions. You're going to get a lot of conflicting advice because the rules generally aren't clear. You're going to try to find where you can domicile your organization in a way that makes sense. That's going to be really expensive. So part of what inspired us to start the DAO Research Collective was appreciating that cost is prohibitive for many people who want to build in the space. Let's get everyone up to a baseline of knowledge from which they can start operating in a way that makes a little bit more sense. Other issues are maintaining relationships with workers. So a big, part of the issue here is that how do you determine who would be a good worker for a DAO? Because it's such a nebulous organization, it's such a novel form of organization, but also from a legal side, how do you enter an employment agreement if your DAO doesn't have a legal entity? Often DAOs have contributors globally. So if you're working with contributors from Canada and the United States and Europe and Africa and Asia, which laws do you have to follow? And for you to do an analysis of the employment laws in each jurisdiction that your workers might be from is really exhaustive and also requires a significant amount of resources. So in so many ways, the world is not built for DAOs. It's truly not optimized for DAOs. And there are more interesting tools that are becoming available and projects which are getting founded to help facilitate DAOs with all these issues. So one I'd highly recommend people check out if they're in the space is Toku, which is a project that operates in many ways like an employer of record for DAOs. And it's an organization through which DAOs can employ people or have contractors, and they kind of do the work of going into these jurisdictions and figuring out the employment laws, setting things up, and just taking that headache off your plate, because a lot of DAOs don't have to deal with that work. I'd say other than that, like liability for stakeholders in the ecosystem is really critical for DAOs. Making decisions about governance systems, of course, like when we think about DAO governance systems, a lot of people think to the early DeFi DAOs like Aave and Compound and Uniswap. And I think we've seen that those systems have been very challenging from a one token holder, one vote situation. And we're in a place now where luckily DAOs are starting to learn almost from the challenges of the early DeFi protocols, and they're starting to build out more impactful, effective systems of governance. And I'd say one thing that's pretty amazing is DAOs are where all of the experimentation and digital governance is happening, which is a pretty exciting thing to see. And that experimentation is going to have a huge impact on digital governance, like in and outside of the DAO space, and could be really critical when we think about things like governing big tech platforms in future, right? So governance systems really critical for DAOs, but then also outside of that space. I'd say those are some of the most critical issues for DAOs.
And could you perhaps comment on what kinds of practices you see that are potentially like really self-destructive in DAOs, or conversely, like really, really excellent and maybe even surprising things that you found while you were doing your research?
Yeah, I'd say a practice that DAO should employ to the extent it's possible is appreciating that much of what is happening in DAO is not completely novel. Like this was the original sin, I think, of many DAO founders in reflecting on the idea that we are building something the likes of which has never been seen in the entire world. There has never been a movement like this around collective ownership and governance. And that's just simply not true. Like at the scale and using blockchain technology, maybe within that scope, it is true. But looking back to previous movements like this, and if we're looking at this from the perspective of employment and kind of ownership, quasi anti-capitalist movement, we only need to look to the cooperative movement. And cooperatives had their moment, 150, maybe to like 80 years ago, roughly, depending on the jurisdiction we're talking about. But it's the kind of organizational structure that a lot of us forget about or don't realize we're interacting with all the time. Cooperatives play a significant role in industry in the United States. For instance, a lot of Americans, particularly in Middle America, get their electricity through electrical co-ops where they are members, and they get their internet through those electrical co-ops. And those co-ops were built out, those networks of electrical co-ops were built out because corporations didn't want to build electrical infrastructure in places like Colorado and Wyoming. And so locals got together to build that infrastructure so that they had those services available for themselves and decided to organize through cooperatives. You also see this happen a lot in credit unions. And in the United States, there are a ton of credit unions where you have locals coming together to say, well, we actually don't really want to have to deal with the big banks. We'd rather focus on that ourselves. So all that to say, co-ops have played a significant role in the United States and across the world, honestly, in Africa and Europe. And when it comes to thinking about, okay, there's a revolution that is pulling us out of the corporate stranglehold. How should we organize? What is human nature like? How should we think about governance? There's a substantial amount of information available to us as to how this will go based on the history of co-ops. And there are also other kinds of organizations we can look to, but that's just a really direct comparable. And we're seeing a lot of folks appreciate that comparable. And actually at the event we hosted at Harvard, the Summit for Equitable Ownership and Governance, a big focus was on how DAOs and co-ops could almost come together, how co-ops could use DAO tooling to enhance their scalability and operations. So when it comes, all that to say, when it comes to good practices among DAOs, I love those organizations that are trying to look to the past to say, what have we learned from the past? We don't just need to build everything from the ground up because we won't be successful. And I think that was demonstrated in part by the early governance systems, which are one token, one vote. And of course, at an early stage, you can't knock founders who are just trying to try things. But now we know that that is not a perfect system. And we need to learn from that. And we can look to other forms of interesting governance, which may or may not be better, but are different, and I think will lead us in the right direction. And so by way of example, we're seeing more governance systems, particularly in smaller DAOs that incorporate reputations, some that incorporate mechanisms like quadratic voting, of course, something that is being iterated on significantly by Gitcoin right now. So that I'd say is the good behavior. And I guess another example here is optimism, which is thinking about governance, not like corporate governance so much they are as like political governance. They have a two-house system that they're experimenting with. And I think those kinds of steps are getting us in the right direction. In terms of activities that I would think are not as positive, I mean, unfortunately, crypto has been used for scams, as we're all aware of. And so there's certainly some of that negativity in the space. And the really significant issue for that, of course, is an issue for those who participate and get rugged. That's really too bad. But also is the impact it has on the industry and on the perception of the industry. Like, we have to realize that people outside of the space don't appreciate all of the great building that is happening, right? They hear the headlines, they hear about FTX, and even if FTX is a centralized Ponzi, they just associate it with, and has very little to do with crypto, they just associate it with crypto, unfortunately. So, so those kinds of activities are obviously very negative. But I think to people who are reckless in this space, and maybe are intentionally reckless, others are maybe just moving really quickly, they end up having a negative impact on the rest of the ecosystem and on our reputation as an industry. So that's some of the bad stuff I see.
That's really interesting. Thank you. I have a follow-up question regarding the kind of cooperative models.
Mm-hmm.
How scalable do you think it is in terms of, you know, applying the cooperative models to DAOs? Do you think it is scalable beyond a kind of grassroots mechanism for local decision making?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think at times part of actually what hinders DAOs from using the cooperative models are KYC requirements, and also at times members have to be located in particular jurisdictions, which makes it a little bit difficult. So it's almost one of the biggest issues with a DAO organizing as cooperative, at least that I've observed. I'm sure there are many other things. Is just the registration and the location of participation of members, maybe things like also the sale of membership, whether it's in the form of a token. I mean, a governance token wouldn't really work inside of a traditional cooperative. The way I like to think about it, though, is almost is not only what co-ops can do for DAOs. I think what co-ops can do for DAOs, they will work, those structures will work for some DAOs, and some DAOs are organized as cooperatives, but it's also what DAOs can do for co-ops. And then in turn, what co-ops will do for, it's kind of a virtuous circle in some ways. I think that the cooperative model, it's funny we talk about scalability of the cooperative model. The cooperative model's scalability is part of the issue. There are significant issues with transparency in cooperatives. There are significant issues with membership engagement and voting, all of which we're trying to improve with DAO tooling right now. You know, we have some of the same issues in DAOs, but I would say, for instance, that transparency in DAOs is pretty exceptional. Obviously, information recorded on chain, a lot of interesting dashboards and tools created so that members can follow closely how decisions are made, who is making decisions, who's voting on what, etc. And it's those kind of tools that I think cooperatives could use to build their businesses up, enhance, and almost start the movement again. Because another feature of DAOs on this, as interesting as I've spoken to people in the cooperative world, one of the things they're most excited about with respect to DAOs is actually the excitement around DAOs. So the cooperative world really had its heyday and its boom time in which many of these organizations were formed. There's a lot of creativity and original design around cooperatives. And in the last, I don't know, 40, 50 years, that's really slowed down significantly. Whereas in DAOs, we're seeing a lot of iteration, a lot of interesting design, et cetera, et cetera. And so cooperative people are excited by that excitement, and also by some of the tooling that we're building right now. But the worlds are pretty separated at the moment. And so it's going to take a lot of work to spend time with these kind of organizations and have DAO tooling companies, for instance, work closely with cooperatives and other legacy organizations to help them understand how DAO tooling could be applied within their organization. And one thing that we're talking about, we're publishing a paper for the Harvard Belfer Center on equitable ownership and governance. And in that paper, we talk about first the evils of big tech, which I'm sure this crowd will be very familiar with, but also the fact that we have done so little in the United States and in Canada. They've done a little bit more in Europe, maybe, but still not much, to actually design viable alternatives or to actually hold these companies accountable. And how do you hold these companies accountable? Well, a lot of people talk about antitrust laws, and I think that there's some promise there. But another way to do it is to enable competitors, which we haven't really done so far in a significant way. And you look to organizations like Mastodon, which could potentially be competitive with organizations like Twitter. And once Elon Musk took over Twitter and started doing some of the crazy stuff that he's doing, we saw participation Mastodon explode. Well, Mastodon is a series of independent servers, and at times they federate, but to do that at scale would be very difficult, we think, without DAO tools. But you could imagine federated Mastodon servers using DAO tools and organizing each of those servers as co-ops. So you have some sort of local touch points and the coordination is maybe more local, but at the federated levels, you're using DAO tooling to enable that kind of interaction, which is a pretty exciting piece if you're someone in the co-op world who hasn't seen innovation on this side of things in a really long time.
That's amazing. I mean, that really leads me to the next question. Do you think that the cooperative / particularly cooperative DAO models have the potential to challenge the established way of doing things in a significant way, which is in fact what this organization SingularityNET is trying to do with artificial intelligence? That currently many of the AI, the big AI explosions have happened with large tech organizations, and we really want to bring about a solution that is distributed, that is democratic, it's fair, it's just. So and I'm just wondering if you see in any other areas, for example, in large scale government or in, let's say, distribution or anything else, do you see DAOs as having the potential to pose a significant challenge to these ways of doing things?
I wouldn't say I see it as a challenge necessarily, so much as I see it as an opportunity for people to take what they will from this DAO experimentation and enhance their institutions. I don't think that DAOs are ever going to compete with the state, because the state will just not allow for their functions to be taken over by DAOs. I think for the most part, I mean, I could be wrong on that, but that's just my perspective. But what I see is, and we're seeing this, for instance, I think quadratic voting is a great example. You know, Gitcoin has really helped build out quadratic voting, quadratic funding, and it's been used now by the government in Taiwan, by local government in Colorado. I think some political parties have used it as well. And so we're seeing the transfer of knowledge from the DAO world. You know, we in this space are iterating on these new forms of governance, and people in traditional world are taking note of it and starting to employ some of those tools, because in so many ways, you know, our voting systems have not adjusted in a long time. You know, one person, one vote, and maybe that's appropriate for political voting, but maybe at a corporate level it's not as important, or maybe there are other things that need to be taken into account as opposed to like the one share, one vote. So I think that they're not necessarily challenging, but what they do is they enable challengers. So even with this Mastodon example, I would have a hard time seeing how you could coordinate Mastodon without Web3, like that larger scale federated Mastodon world that I was describing without Web3 tooling, which makes us really excited about what we can contribute to companies that can compete with big tech. And to your point about on AI, certainly as these big tech companies are typically the only ones that can afford the research experimentation and the capacity to really really leverage AI in a material way, the power associated with these big tech companies is going to become more and more significant. And with respect to what I'm talking about today, I'm mostly focusing on the social media companies, maybe the Googles, but this probably applies to a lot of the other behemoths out there.
Sorry, I couldn't take my mute off for a second there. Could you give us an example of a DAO where you think governance is working effectively, given the challenges that you've outlined about one token, one vote, and the potential identity challenges of one person, one vote systems?
Yeah, it's a great question, especially flagging the identity issues. I think that being realistic about DAOs is really critical. First of all, understanding what a DAO is. And it's funny, as we wrote this paper, it was hard at times to distinguish from DAOs and DAO technology in some way. Are DAOs a technology? Are DAOs a system or are DAOs an organizational form? They're sort of, the term is used pretty loosely, and it's unclear as to like what actually might be a DAO. Nathan Schneider, who we're working with on the paper, said to me that his mother's gardening club might be a DAO, you know, and especially in a situation where you have you have no central authority in an organization, particularly where you have shared resources, maybe like you're sharing some money for a nonprofit and you're collectively making decisions. Is that a DAO? So people's definition vary from there to Ethereum is a DAO, to no, a DAO is this very specific thing that has governance tokens and has pooled treasury, et cetera, et cetera. So when I think of a feature that is helping DAO governance to work effectively, honestly, delegation. I think that it's unreasonable to approach this problem and say equality, or rather maybe equity, relies upon everyone having an opportunity to vote on every material decision within an organization. To think that people will do that for Uniswap, for Compound, for Aave, for 50 or 100 different organizations and protocols they might be interacting with on a daily basis, or on a weekly basis as blockchain is built out, to think that they will take the time to learn about the needs of all these protocols and to make reasonable decisions about the future of these protocols is a little bit ridiculous. Like, we look at how voting on a political candidate isn't really happening at a scale or level of sophistication that a lot of us think is necessary. So why would I take the time to learn about some update on Uniswap when I'm, just essentially a casual user? So I think that DAOs that are thinking about delegation are incredibly sharp. Like ENS is using delegation. I participated in the Cosmos community, and I really like that community in part because dialogue is so open and there are so many varied opinions, for instance, on the future of a Cosmos hub. So recently there was a vote on something called Atom 2.0, Atom 2.0 being something that some of the OGs many of the OGs in the Cosmos hub world really supported, but there were a lot of other positions on Atom 2.0, a lot of public discourse on Discord, on Twitter, on Telegram, and all the channels that you'd expect. And in the end, the vote was, Atom 2.0 changes were voted down. It was voted against. So that to me, in many ways, is a demonstration of governance working. When a proposal that's been put forward by OGs who might have some clout in the industry is shot down by the broader community. I think that the Cosmos Hub too, they have their validators in the hub, and those validators can vote on behalf of their token holders. And it is in many ways a form of delegation too. Validators can take a position. They might be hub maxis. They might want the hub to stay exactly as is and want no changes. And so if you let them, if you stake with them, you will have a pretty good idea potentially of the way in which they're going to vote on these different proposals. So keyword, I think, for DAO governance in future is delegation.
And are there different existing systems for this kind of vote delegation? One of the other participants on one of the other track, David Ernst, was presenting on liquid democracy. Are these two similar concepts? Are they overlapping concepts?
I've heard of. I mean, could you describe liquid democracy for me? I think I've heard of the term, but it's been a while since I've looked into it.
I'm not an expert on liquid democracy, but I believe that it is the capacity to transfer voting power on the blockchain. So token voting power can be transferred to individuals that people trust. Now, I don't know, unfortunately, I haven't seen David's talk, so I don't know if it's to a specific range of trusted individuals or whether it's totally free. But there is a kind of aspect of transferability that is central to the idea. It's sometimes also known, I don't know if David calls it this, but it is sometimes known as delegative democracy too.
Yeah, like without speaking specifically to it, I mean, I'd say broadly speaking, we're seeing experimentations with like quorum-based token voting, ranked choice voting, conviction voting, reputation-weighted voting, holographic consensus. There are all these variations, and I mean, liquid might fit in one of these little buckets. All these variations happening on different DAOs, and also DAOs of different scale too, right? One thing we should keep in mind is that a DAO could maybe be Nathan's mom's gardening club, or maybe more specifically, you have like a Flamingo DAO, an NFT investment DAO, which has a very specific function. I think they're limited in terms of the number of members that they can actually have because they're relying on a securities exemption. that limits the number of people who can participate. So that kind of organization might be capped at, say, 100 people. And then you have Uniswap or the Cosmos Hub or DAOs that have enormous treasuries, that have a huge number of stakeholders and organizations that are participating in building on the protocol. So all of these different forms of governance, some of them might work in the smaller protocols better, some might work in the larger protocols. So I'm happy that many different organizations are out there experimenting with these. And it's great to see also organizations like MetaGov, the Meta Governance Project, which is composed of a ton of different academics who are working in the governance space. And it's interesting talking to those researchers, because some of them don't really care that much about DAOs at all, but they love the data that they're getting on all of these new forms of governance. Because if you're someone who, right, has spent their career thinking about and theorizing on how different forms of governance and voting systems might be effective, well, it's very rare that people actually try out these systems at scale. And now all of a sudden, online, with transparent, public available data, we're trying out all of these different systems all at one time. We just need to make sure that we have enough of the academics in the space with their brains turned to this, who are spending the time to think about reputation-weighted voting and how it's working in these different smaller versus larger DAOs. And I think through that experimentation and that recording of success or failure, we can continue to improve those systems.
And can I ask a technical question or slightly more detailed question about delegative voting or delegative governance? Do you see instances where the governance system allows votes to be delegated totally freely, or are there parameters that are set on this kind of delegative voting?
It's a good question. I certainly know instances where, for instance, you could stake with a validator who might have the ability to vote on your behalf, and essentially you will have delegated your vote to that validator. But then you can remain staked with that validator and vote on your own behalf separately if you so choose, like if you want to vote in a way that's inconsistent with the way that they're voting. So now it does set parameters around delegation. I wouldn't be surprised if there are other systems out there, you know, maybe that limited the number of times that delegator could or that individual could vote on your behalf, or maybe the direction even, or could, you know, with all the reputation-based pieces, if you combine the delegation with the reputation-based system, maybe that like the person to whom you are delegating your tokens could only vote on your behalf if they maintained a reputation within the community, tied even to an NFT. So the beauty is that yeah, I mean, part of the beauty of blockchain is in that rule setting. Like you could, to some extent, you know, set and forget the delegation of your tokens. And if you were confident that the person with whom you delegated was maintaining a reputation that was consistent with like an acceptable level within that community. So overall, I guess TLDR, the governance experiments are really fun. And yeah, my background is not in governance. It is in some ways. I mean, whose background is really in governance other than folks who study political science or who study corporate governance? There are not that many of them. I was previously a lawyer, of course, and like governance of corporations plays a role in that position. But it is something that is pretty novel and pretty incredible. But it's a reason too that we should think twice. If you know, say you're a new team, if you're a young team of incredibly talented developers, you might realize, you know what, I'm actually not the best person to make a decision about the governance of my DAO. Governance is something that we've spent a lot of time learning about over the last many generations, and there are people who know a little bit better than me as to how I should approach this. And now, luckily, as a result of the last 3 years of DAO experimentation, there are much richer data sets than were ever available before to tell you how you should think about organizing and governing your DAO.
So ask for help, basically. if it's not the area that you're most proficient in, then you can ask for help. There's a lot.
Exactly.
There's a lot out there.
It's funny. It's so much so. I was at an event, a Stanford event on governance, which is a small event hosted by a professor there who's focused on governance, and there were maybe 10 other academics in the room. And they were all talking about how it was so unusual that this professor was working actively with industry, because he is working actively in a number of very prominent DAOs and helping them, guiding them, and providing information to them about how they should think about governance. And these other academics, who are some of the leaders in the United States on governance, seem to think it was very odd at all. Like, they maybe because in their business, they never had an opportunity to actually work with industry, given how niche their subject matter was. And all of a sudden, their subject matter is very relevant to all of these decentralized autonomous organizations, and they are not really comfortable working with industry because they never had to do it before. So there's a little bit of teaching that needs to happen on both sides.
I can imagine it could also be very freeing for some of them, because if they're used to working in a very theoretical way, then meeting somebody who's actually going to apply what they've been writing about could be extremely gratifying for researchers and authors in academia.
Yeah, that's totally right. Honestly, that's what I thought was going to be the case. If you have spent your career writing about a governance system or design one, you'd want to see it in action. And some take that position, but others I think they'll need more time.
Yeah, maybe they just need an opportunity to get over the shock.
Yes, maybe that's it.
Can I ask, have you seen any examples of organizations that are combining delegated voting with reputation systems?
None that immediately come to mind. I think it would be a little bit complicated to do. Yeah, I couldn't say one that immediately comes to mind.
Okay, and you mentioned that your area is not, or at least wasn't at the beginning, governance. Do you mind sharing what your area is instead?
Yeah, so I mean, my background was I co-founded two of the largest advocacy associations in the space, the Blockchain Association and Canadian Web3 Council. So I consider myself a decentralized internet researcher and advocate with a focus on DAOs. So not only governance is a piece of it, but it's also, when we think about what will help accelerate the growth of DAOs, we of course have to think about the legal, about the treasury management, about advocacy too. Advocacy is really critical here because as I alluded to before, there have been bad actors in the space who've really hurt the reputation of this industry. And we are now at a very critical moment where governments spent maybe the last 8 years or so learning about blockchain. And all of a sudden, we're seeing a number of different pieces of legislation that will significantly impact this industry pass. So MiCA in Europe is a great example, which will provide a ton of clarity for some types of crypto organizations. Like if you are a centralized stablecoin provider, I think you would really like MiCA. You would feel much more comfortable with its existence, but it might have some significant implications for DeFi, which are not so positive. So on the whole, my focus is on DAOs because I think they're amazing and they enable this equitable ownership and governance, and they might enable tooling that can help us take down some of these big tech giants and turn their companies into something that's much more positive and community owned and governed. So I'm very much passionate about that. But in order to get there, I think that we need to make sure that outside stakeholders understand this industry and all of the public good that it is capable of. So my area of focus is broadly like DAOs, advocacy, I would say.
Okay. Could you tell me what you found most surprising in your research? I'm very curious to know what surprised you the most about DAOs and how they're implemented.
That's a really good question. What has surprised me the most? I mean, honestly, the approach that academics take in this space, where they're like focused on governance, but don't actually want to see their systems implemented, maybe surprised me the most. I think another thing is honestly the level of engagement. Like in many of these DAOs, you go through the forums and you'll have people who are so committed and will write enormous threads on like a Uniswap forum or on a Cosmos forum or whatever, and they'll be tiny token holders. Like the vote will actually mean so little to them in a dollars and cents way, but they are so committed to the open source project that they will spend hours and hours and hours and weeks of their time and get so mad about it, or they get so elated about it or whatever. And so that kind of excitement is particularly surprising to me. And when I talk to co-op people and I learn more about co-ops, I see I hear more about that same kind of excitement when that form of organization was both introduced in a more significant way, but then also supported by government, so that people could see it take off and actually take ownership in something in a way that they had never taken before. So I see the parallels, and I'm happy to have that historical exam in my pocket so that I can understand the context a little bit better. But yeah, that excitement, that enthusiasm is amazing to see, and I hope that we see it continue as this industry becomes more usable.
That's something that I really noticed as well. It's almost like if you give people ownership of something, then they feel more invested and they feel much more that they can put themselves into it, which breeds that sort of passion that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
In a way that perhaps isn't so much the case in traditional hierarchical organizations, where individual power is diminished and people don't feel like their contributions matter so much, or they don't seem to have much of a voice.
Yes, I think that's totally right. I think people, especially certain kinds of people, maybe who've never had access to an organization like this before, like some of us are lucky enough to have maybe worked remotely for a while and have quite a bit of autonomy, et cetera, but that is not the plight of the average worker. And so, yeah, to be in a space where they have peers who are interested in some of the same things as they are and for which they can get compensated, and particularly where they can get reputation and see themselves advance, is pretty special.
Yep. We've only got time for another couple of questions before we have to wrap up for people to be able to take a break and have a rest. And of course, you've been so generous with your time. Thank you for coming on a little bit early. I wanted to ask about, what did I want to ask about? I totally lost my thread. I wanted to ask about constructive dissent as well, like the appearance, the emergence of constructive dissent. Do you see that happen as people have more of a voice?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, like in terms of the way that I think about constructive dissent, like I think that another piece of maybe digital governance as opposed to governance where you're in a room voting together on something is that it carries some of the hangups of the way that we interact with people digitally. So there's a lot of trolling. There's a lot of maybe constructive dissent. There's maybe not as much as I would like to see. I think that these forums can be incredibly toxic places. People can be attacked individually, and there might be some biases and whatever involved in those attacks. So that I haven't been incredibly impressed by, and we're going to need to find solutions for that. I think that some of the solutions tied to that is something you mentioned earlier around identities, and so systems of identity that can tie to an individual, and maybe this could be like a Bitcoin passport kind of thing, but I'm sure there are many other solutions that are being built out, might put us into a place where we see more constructive dissent, where we see that kind of anon troll digital identity culture removed from the space in favor of one where your reputation is tied to your wallet or to your NFT or whatever, but you feel obliged to act like a normal human as you would when you're talking to someone face to face. So I'm optimistic. Certainly, we see a lot of people taking different positions on proposals and taking really strong positions, and also potentially suggesting alternatives which could be effective. But I am optimistic we will see more constructive feedback and more reasonable ways of approaching problems as we bring identity further ahead in this space.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think one of the difficulties, one of the challenges, and one of the things that unfortunately I think has hurt the reputation of decentralized organizations quite a lot has been the lack of accountability that comes with the anonymity. And I think that if there is a mechanism that limits that actually holds people accountable without doxing them, then you might see some actual change. Like if they suffer materially from their actions without necessarily sacrificing the kind of sacrosanct anonymity that is offered by the blockchain, is that valued so highly by the people who participate in it. I think there could be real change.
Yes, I think you're totally right. And I mean, also when we think about interactions on social media right now, it's not great, right? It's a very toxic environment for the most part. And not only do I think that these sort of systems of identity will be helpful for DAOs, but they will be helpful for the entirety of the internet if we're able to implement them in a way that keeps people a bit more accountable than we're seeing day to day.
I have a question from the chat. David asks, could you please talk about the potential gaming of reputation systems and how reputation systems can avoid being distorted? Which I think is a great question and very pertinent to what we've been talking about.
Yeah, I think it's a fabulous question. I don't think that I'll be in a great position to answer it just because we're at such an early stage in so many ways with reputation systems. And the ones that I've seen are so specific to the DAOs, where, you know, either a certain amount of activity will help you increase in reputation, or a certain amount of ownership maybe will enable you to maintain a certain reputation. I am absolutely 100% positive that there will be gaming of that system. And I think it's a very good flag. I think when you have maybe, and I think with Gitcoin, maybe it has the passport. I'm not totally familiar with what they're doing. I think a lot of it has to do with attestations from other wallets. So, you know, depending on what you're trying to protect and what you're trying to not have gamed, attestations from other people, similar to the couchsurfing vouching system, if you ever saw that in the Web2 world, could potentially be an aspect of reputation building that couldn't be gamed, or would be harder to be gamed. But I still think that so many people are in this industry just to game the system, you know, or to test or challenge the system or hack or whatever. And I am very sure we're going to see a lot of that happen in the reputation system, but they'll improve over time as a result of it, just as security and blockchains improves over time.
Yes, and the beauty of the DAO model and the many of the experiments being held at the moment is that they are iterative, and so over time they will improve, and people will be able to share the knowledge very quickly about how to optimize the system to avoid gaming. I would also recommend people to visit Anton Kolonin's talk, which he gave in the third track today, and we will be posting all of the YouTube videos individually after the summit. We'll break them up and put them down by talk title, upload them by talk title. I think we've got to finish now, but can I ask you just one last question? Could I ask if you have one piece of advice to give to organizations that are decentralizing, what would it be?
Yeah, look to historical precedents. That's my biggest piece of advice. That's really critical, both from governance perspective and then also from a legal perspective.
That is a really great piece of advice. Thank you so much, Connor, for coming to be with us today, and again for being so generous with your time.
Yeah, this is lovely. Thanks, Esther. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a break now, and we will be back at 8:40 UTC. That's 13:40 Pacific time, 1:40 Pacific time, and we will be talking with Jan Horlings, who will present the roadmap towards the SingularityNET community DAO, and the very exciting initiation document that he has written that will outline our next steps towards decentralization. Welcome back, everybody. I'm very pleased to move us on to the segment of our summit where we all start to come together and bring together the ideas that we have been thinking about for some time to do with decentralization and begin to focus our attention on actually making it happen. I'm very pleased to introduce Jan Horlings, who is our Chief Product Officer, and he runs the Deep Funding Program, where already some governance experiments have been taking place. Jan also authored the initiation document, which begins to outline our plans and our initial steps towards decentralization. Welcome, Jan.
Thank you, Esther. I think there will be a moment in time when saying that I am running deep funding will be kind of an insult or a complaint, because I shouldn't be running it. The community should be running it, and I should be totally unnecessary at that point, or just as necessary as any other community member. That's the goal that we're after, not just with deep funding, but also with SingularityNET Foundation as a whole. So what I'm going to walk you through right now in not more than half an hour, maybe less, I don't know, is the document that we created that will start or that outlines the roadmap towards what we are now calling SingComDAO, which you could say is the decentralized arm of SingularityNET, and that will expand in the end to wrap the whole of SingularityNET, but more about that in a moment. So I will be, the document itself is on the website. This presentation can probably not do justice to it. The document itself will have a little bit more detail, but my goal is to walk you through the outlines. And then if you have any questions, later on, we'll have an AMA, and looking forward to hear all your questions and hopefully being able to give them a satisfactory answer. So I'll share my screen. One moment, I'll first make this a slideshow. Yes. So here we go. SingComDAO initiation documents. The reason why we're doing this. First of all, we are very committed to the idea of decentralizing SingularityNET. We've never left that idea, and we want to make it happen. You saw Ben in the other session saying the same thing. And it's not just the foundation, but it's also AI and computation and all those layers connected. It's important to have it decentralized. Now, back in 2017, when we wrote the first white paper, and also 2 years ago when we wrote the proposal phase 2, I think we still had the idea that decentralization and decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, would evolve with a certain speed, and that by this time we would have a wealth of experience and matured tools, etc. And the fact is that we're a little bit behind that, not just in SingularityNET, but I also think in the wider ecosystem. It's hard to find really really good examples of well-functioning decentralized organizations. So if you look at this slide, what you see is our initial idea. We thought we have SingularityNET Foundation, and we will start decentralization, and maybe first with the less important decisions, for instance, and then gradually move on till the DAO will basically govern the whole organization. That was the idea. Now, that last step is still what we want to achieve. However, the way to get there, the road to get there, has changed a little bit in our thinking. So instead of going from the horizontal and then growing on top. We start with a certain area, and we start a little bit smaller, and that will enable us to experiment and to learn and to grow and to mature. And while we are doing that, and while we are growing, we will be able to take more and more responsibility over the whole of SingularityNET. So that is the current growth path that we're setting out. And part of this decentralized arm, as I tend to call it, but it will of course be a whole body, but we'll start out with the arm. Part of this, the main part of that will be the Supervisory Council, the Deep Funding Program, and the Ambassador Program. And if you translate that to the tokens minted in our phase 2, that will amount to 31.5% of newly minted tokens, which is substantial, very substantial. That doesn't mean that the allocations that we defined in the phase 2 document will now suddenly change and we can do with it whatever we want. No, these allocations still consist, but as we mature over time, we will have new governance methods, we'll have new decisions, and we will find a way to keep the organization alive and adaptive to the context that we're living. So what I'm going to walk you through are 3 steps, and these arrows go the wrong way, meaning that I'll start with the bigger picture where we want to end up, which is the SingComDAO, as we call it, and then moving backwards in time or closer to now with an even better name, Seed SingComDAO, and then finally, and very importantly, a renewed election of supervisory, or the election of a renewed supervisory council. But let's start with SingComDAO, Singularity Community DAO. So there are a lot of things we don't know yet about SingComDAO because we have to define them still. But we can say a few things that we expect to see in this organization. So obviously, we want it to be transparent and fair and reliable. And this means that SingComDAO, in whatever they're doing, should always be prepared and able to explain the rules, calculations when it comes to voting, and outcomes of governance events. It is also important that whatever the SingComDAO will do will follow the vision and mission of SingularityNET to bring about the technical singularity and the beneficial technical singularity. That means that we also expect SingularityDAO to adhere to SingularityNET's values, being open, creative, collaborative, and kind. And last but not least, I think this is always an important point. SingComDAO will continue to evolve, and we should allow it to evolve. It should be able to evolve. That means that we should try to resist making decisions that will bring us in a dead-end street, that will not enable us to change it anymore. It's well possible that some decisions will be harder to change than others, but we should always be able to adapt with enough reasons and the right governance structures around it. Well, another slide with bullets, sorry for that. This is what we expect SingComDAO to actually do. Very broad strokes. There will be a lot more detail on that going forward. So what the mandate and goal of SingComDAO is to engage with the community and involve with the community, and to become part and merged with the community, I would say. So it is a community-driven entity. That means also related to the culture and the values I mentioned before. We should foster a culture of inclusivity, diversity, and respect, because within the values of SingularityNET, the beneficial singularity is there for everybody, not just for certain subsets in the organization. And our organization should reflect that. Of course, becoming a little bit more practical here, there will probably be voting events, and there will very likely be all kinds of ways of ideation. And we expect the SingComDAO to govern that and to initiate that and to manage that somehow. We also expect the SingComDAO to be responsible for the processes and tooling around all these things. So these processes will mature and will become better and more robust. And so will the tools. We will need some tools to manage all that. So that is also part of the mandate of the SingComDAO, to create, develop, license, or have others create those tools. Very important point and kind of obvious, I suppose, is that the SingComDAO will also take responsibility for the treasury. So the 31.5% that I mentioned before. And last but not least, what the SingComDAO will do is to create a white paper. It will start off with a white paper, more about that later. Or maybe we'll come to the conclusion that we don't need a white paper, but a constitution or something else, but a document that will define what SingComDAO is, how it is being governed, what its possibilities and restrictions are, and so on. Everything that is necessary to have a well governed organization. So that is, in very broad strokes, what we want SingComDAO to be in the first stage. So later it might evolve and it might get bigger and other tasks may be added to it, but this would be, say, in a couple of months after we have founded it. Now, the question is, how do we create that SingComDAO? So we want SingComDAO to be community driven. We want it to be an example of community-based governance. So the question is, should we just create that as a foundation and say, here community, here's your community-driven organization? We think it's better to start with an entity that will have the mandate to create and to define what the SingComDAO is and should be. So I gave you some broad strokes, but there are a lot of details there to fill in. So to make it even more concrete than the last slide, this seed SingComDAO, it will define things like the governance framework. How will we make decisions? It might need to define the legal structure or a legal wrapper around the organization. There will probably need to be some guidelines and rules about the financial governance and how decisions are made there. And approvals are created for expenses and so on. And finally, again, last but not least, I expect the SingComDAO and maybe also the seed SingComDAO will create some community relations framework. So how does the SingComDAO relate to the community and communicate with the community both ways? And the important thing here is that it doesn't all have to be completed to the last detail before we can start SingComDAO. But the assignment for seed SingComDAO will be to bring it to a stage where we are comfortable that we are able to found the real SingComDAO with a proper foundation. So that is their main target. And when it has been founded, it can take care of itself because it has a good governance structure. And then based on that, it will be able to evolve over time. And the way, so there is one important moment here. We going through from seed SingComDAO to SingComDAO, we will have a lot of conversations together. I expect there will be meetings like this one, like the AMA we have later, like a lot of governance sessions that we have been organizing to discuss with a team all these topics and related things with a community, and to get insights, to get feedback, and everything that is needed to create a white paper for the foundation of SingComDAO. And that white paper will be a mirror of all learnings we have during these months that we are talking intensely with the community, and we will put it forward to a vote. So we will show you, this is what we think that you want SingComDAO to be, mixed with our own expectations and needs for what we think SingComDAO will be. And we will offer it to you for a vote. And then if the vote would be accepted, then SingComDAO is a fact. Should it not be accepted, we have to go back to the drawing table and we have to do our homework again. So already there, the community is in control. You can say yes or no. But before that, you have a lot of opportunities to give input. Now, a little bit about the proposed governance structure. So how do we see that working today? So with the knowledge of today, this is a way that I would see it working, and that would at least help me in my daily operations with deep funding. So for deep funding, there are a lot of decisions that need to be taken all the time, and it's not always practical to go to the community and to ask, what do you guys think? What do you want? It would take too much time and would not be effective, because there's just at this stage where we are, this early stage, there are just too many decisions to be made. So the process that I see here is that we have an executive team, and that executive team is made up of 2 people from SingularityNET, the lead of deep funding and the lead of the ambassador program. You can probably fill in the names. And 3 people from the community, being the elected supervisory council. And the way things might work is that for a lot of very small everyday decisions, we can just do our work as usual. If there is a little bit bigger decision, I could go to the supervisory council. So suppose I would like to have a tool built and I need some budget for that. Right now, it would feel awkward for me to just make that decision unilaterally. On the other hand, it's also not always practical to wait for the next governance round or whatever to be able, or the next voting event, to be able to ask the community. So what I could do in such a scenario is I could go to the supervisory council and say, listen, this is the thing. This is what I would like to have changed, or this is the budget that I would like to have. What do you guys think, guys, girls, women? And then they can say 2 things. They can say, oh, Jan, this makes total sense. No question about it. Let's go on, move on, and just do it. Or they can say, well, what you're asking now is a bit much. Or the question is valid, but we see also risks attached to it. Or it is changed from something that we decided on earlier. In those situations, they can decide to say, this is something we have to put up to a community vote. And then the community comes in and can make a direct vote on that specific question. So in the layer below that, there may be people working for these entities. Those can be either people that are full-time or contracted hires. It could also be more like a group of ambassadors or a group of community members that have different tasks, etc. As you can see, and you guessed by now, or what's probably on your mind, is that the Supervisory Council will have a very important practical role in this entity. And that is one of the reasons why we will start on a new election for a renewed Supervisory Council. There are some more reasons. Another reason is that when we started out with the Supervisory Council, we always said it would be for a certain time and we would have a re-election. That time has passed now. We talked about it in the autumn, but at that time we didn't know exactly how SingComDAO would evolve and when and how it would be created, etc. So basically, and if there would be any new election for a new Supervisory Council, we wouldn't have been able to tell them what their responsibilities are or what they are supposed to do. So we decided to wait until we have this more crystallized. And now we can have an election properly done, because we can define, and that I will explain that a little bit later, what our needs are and what we expect from them. And with this new election, we will also have a renewed Supervisory Council with the mandate from the community, from you, to make all these decisions that need to be made and to help us create the white paper and the foundation of SingComDAO. So a few more slides on the election process, and then I'm done with my story for now. And this is just practical. So how do we do this in practice? Now, first of all, if we are renewing the election or creating an election for a new Supervisory Council, we need to collect input. So what are the needs? And there are different perspectives here. So there's a perspective from the foundation. And basically, I just gave that to you. So this structure, this decision-making structure, that is the perspective from the foundation, what we expect from the Supervisory Council. Right after, in a couple of minutes, the current Supervisory Council will tell you what their experiences were, and they will advise you what they think a new Supervisory Council, renewed Supervisory Council should bring to the table. But most importantly, of course, what we want to know is what you think and what your needs are and what your expectations are from a new Supervisory Council. So what we will do very soon, very quickly, after this summit, is we will create an environment where you can submit your ideas and you can submit your proposals, and we can all talk about it. We won't make that period too long. I'm thinking now 1-2 weeks maximum. And based on all that information, so all the information you're bringing to the table and the information you already have and from the current Supervisory Council, we will create a document. Oh, first another step. We will have a session with you. So it's not just collecting in a portal, but we will also have a talk about it and a discussion about it face-to-face on Zoom, that is, with whoever is interested. And then with all that input, we will create a document that will describe the needs and expectations of the new Supervisory Council. So I'm really curious to see what that will bring. Now, then the next step would be asking candidates, asking people to candidate themselves for this role. So the role will have needs, it will also have conditions, maybe we'll also have reward as being part of that. And now the candidates can submit their candidacy in the same portal. And also there we can communicate with them. It's not just, here I am, this is my profile, vote on me. No, you can interact with these people. And the document that I talked about is not restricting, it is guiding. A candidate supervisory member could say, well, this document is based on 3 perspectives, but I have a 4th very unique perspective, because I think you need something very different, namely this. And if this person is very convincing, then he might be voted upon. So the document is there as a guiding document for candidates to express their fit to the expectations of the community and the foundation, but also as a mirror and a guideline and a way to show where they are different, perhaps. Of course, after this period, when every candidate has had sufficient time to present themselves, there will be a voting process that will lead to 3 new supervisory council members that will then have as their first main assignment to start seed SingComDAO and work as fast as possible towards the creation and the foundation of Singularity Community DAO. So that will start immediately after the election has been done. And last but not least, these new supervisory council members might be the same as the existing supervisory council members, but that decision is totally and utterly up to you, our community. So that was my introduction to the introductory document, the initiation document, I should say, sorry. And I think we can now pass on to the current supervisory council, who has been doing great work over the past 2 years and who has also been a support to me whenever I had questions and needed advice on deep funding. And we had a lot of inspiring talks together. So it's my pleasure, and I'll stop sharing now. It's my pleasure to present to you David Orban and Penny Wong. At least I expected them to be here, but I think we need to have maybe a short break. Maybe I was a little bit faster than expected, which is quite uncommon for me. So we'll give them a few more minutes. Should there be any question in the meantime, I'm happy to answer that. And otherwise, yeah. Okay, we're getting there. Otherwise, let me just express that I think this is a great adventure. I feel privileged to be somehow in the middle here, but also looking forward to give you, the community, more and more authority and responsibility in this whole process. And we've seen a number of presentations coming by. I just saw the presentation of the ambassador program. I saw what Catalyst had been doing. I saw presentations on liquid democracy and reputation. And all these are ingredients and tools and ways. But it's also very clear there's a lot of ground to cover. There's no clear recipe on how this is done. We'll have to find that out together. But it will be an extremely interesting journey. And I'm very glad to have you there with us. So let me check. I think, one moment. Yeah, I think we're probably ready. So let me introduce you our current supervisory council, David Orban and Penny Wong.
Hello, Jan. Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Jan. Hi, David.
Hi, Penny. So I guess the floor is ours for the next half an hour or so. And right after us are the closing remarks by Ben, and then the AMA session. and I am sure both are extremely interesting for all the attendees. What I would like is to start with a few remarks that may be then introducing the title of our session, the past, the present, and the future of the Supervisory Council. First of all, it is wonderful to be together in this. I formulated around 10 years ago what I then called the fundamental thesis of the network society, which articulated how exponential technologies are leading to decentralization. And the idea in my mind then and now is that individuals are empowered by technology to design and implement their lives and influence in the direction they desire the communities that they participate in. And rather than the communities, let's say in the Middle Ages, hundreds of years ago, where you would be born in a village and probably spend your entire life in that village and die not having ever moved to more than maybe 10 or 20 miles from the place you were born. And having been in this small area, you would be exposed and you would share the needs and the opportunities of a few hundred people probably, or maybe a few thousand people that you didn't have the ability to choose, but that you would have to spend your life with. Well, today we are living very, very differently. We don't even realize how big these differences are. By definition, everyone following this event belongs to a global community empowered by technology, where we can associate ourselves with ideas that resonate with us, and we can apply our talent and passion in order to bring forward objectives that impact our own surroundings, our family, but they impact cities, countries, continents all over the planet. And this is new. I wrote a book a few years ago. The title of the book, Something New, ? It is about the power of AI. Well, artificial intelligence is promising to be new, and it is starting to deliver after decades on the promise of something that a lot of people compare to the power of fire when we discovered it in its ability to transform our lives. But I contend that what we are building together in SingularityNET and in other DAO experiments is also radically new and equally important, is our ability to form human communities unbounded by the arbitrary restrictions of geography, strengthened and connected by the power of ideas and the shared interests and the aligned goals. So when SingularityNET opened the candidacies for becoming a member of its supervisory council, I was really excited and well, I feel privileged to have been able to be part of the council over this past period of time. What the organization accomplished during this period is truly remarkable. First of all, it has been able to survive, and not a lot of blockchain projects can share that proud achievement. And then it really gave birth to a rich ecosystem of projects that are interacting and reinforcing each other, each giving birth to their own communities that are part of the larger one. This variety of ideas and participation and experiments is truly an enriching component of a resilient, interesting ecosystem that can generate value in so many different ways. So, Penny, after this little preamble, I would love to hear also about your experience. Let's talk about the Supervisory Council itself. Yeah, of course, let's do that. But before that, let's talk about you and I. What was your view of being part of the council and interacting with the people at SingularityNET as well as members of the community? How did you experience that over the past period of time?
3 years. Well, I'm really can't be more pleased in joining this community of like-minded people. Like Ben's vision of taking AI to serve humanity. So that for me fundamentally resonated. Like in the beginning, 3 years ago, and actually if we look beyond that, the marriage of AI and blockchain itself was revolutionary. How crazy can that be? One thing's centralized, the other is decentralized. And there's always been two buckets and two minds. So the fact that we've lasted 4, 5, 6 years till now, I think is absolutely amazing. Through that, a pandemic as well, most projects did not actually make it through. First of all, Jan, every meeting, you, myself, Jan, Peter, the hour that we spend debating on what the DAO may look like, how do we move towards progressive decentralized governance, concepts around AI ethics. I couldn't be in a better place from the other side of the world. Linking with the community has been quite challenging because it's a Slack channel of, 20,000 people. So reaching out, I would love to have reached out more, but I do have a day job, several day jobs, and it's a bit challenging in actually reaching out to quite a large audience. But I know there's a lot of talent in that audience that we should definitely draw into and bring into our community. I can't express how fantastic the journey has been. I would never have ever, been able to work with such an amazing group of people, talented group of people who are actually looking to change challenges in society. I look at the 1.7 million people unbanked in the world. How do we reach that financial inclusion? Which is, I guess, the birth of Bitcoin and how that all started and moving into the whole cryptocurrency space. And I guess this creates an amazing platform where we can bring AI with other AIs to solve those challenges together. I look at projects like Rejuve. How do we then tap into the Human Genome Project and start solving real problems that are affecting individual lives at global mass scale? So for me, this has been an amazing journey to see projects and people of like-minded hearts and minds in one platform, I guess, in a decentralized manner. And the concept of a DAO, I guess, is a bit innovative and new, and no one's got the golden ticket to make it work. And that's the exciting part about this. How do we push innovation and governance? Because what has not worked today, well, maybe has worked hundreds and hundreds of years ago, different countries, different perspectives, different biases. How do we take what's not working and really challenge that? Really push the boundaries and challenge that and make it work for the betterment of humanity. And I think that's a key thing there. Like, how do we as humans, take all the bias out, take all the ways we tend to stereotype each other out, and really look at from a human perspective, how can we leverage the power of AI to start really solving problems across the entire world, borderless, cross jurisdiction? Step in time, David. David, you are on mute.
Moving to a description and a sharing of our journey as it happened during the past years. The Supervisory Council was actually a legal requirement of the SingularityNET Foundation as incorporated in the Netherlands, where a two-tiered structure exists, and the Stichting, which is the Dutch name, and Jan will forgive me for mispronouncing it, not frothy enough in calling it with the Dutch name. Needs the kind of oversight that the Supervisory Board has provided since the beginning. Of course, it is important that a DAO structure should be able to analyze the opportunities of various jurisdictions. And in blockchain projects, it has been the case in the past as well, that jurisdictional arbitrage, the ability to compare advantages of various jurisdictions and choose the best ones that suits the needs of the project, it is something that DAOs should be able to take advantage of. So from a legal and the legal requirements point of view, if you wish, the Supervisory Board has grown into its own reality and has kept discovering things that it could do, in part based on the input and the stimulation we received from SingularityNET, in part driven by our own areas of interest and what we believed could generate the most value. One thing that I want to share with the community following the event is that the organization with Ben and Janet and Jan and everyone else has always been extremely transparent and open through good times and bad times with our duty of actually asking hard questions and making sure that we would receive the right answers transparently, timely, and completely satisfying what we at each time believed were our oversight responsibilities. So this has been in the past my experience, and Penny, you may want to add your point of view to that as well.
Yeah, no, they're great points, David. Absolutely. As discussions go, they actually, I ramble actually and go out of hand. We always try and bring it back to the DAO. What is a DAO? And the core principles of a DAO, and how any DAO should actually function. You know, how principles around decentralization, transparency, participation, consensus building. How do we incorporate inclusivity and diversity as well? And you know, how do we adapt and grow the DAO in a pragmatic manner? Hence, it's progressive decentralized governance. To truly reach decentralized governance is almost an impossible task for any project. But that progressive is more pragmatic. Again, working in with the different jurisdictions that we have to work in. There are people all around the globe. How do we incorporate the new, I guess, concepts and governance models that we would like to create, but also respect the current models that exist today that we are, you know, we need to live by. So hence progressive decentralized governance, slowly incorporating those concepts in, making sure that we receive that consensus. And the exciting part is, I'm always challenging, how do we include the community? How do we utilize these voting mechanisms? I want to see more diversity. I want to see, if possible, and this is a problem that we need to, I guess, solve together, how do we incorporate diversity into the voting mechanism? If I asked and said, well, how many % are women, men, from different backgrounds, different regions, that's actually, it toes between, we may want to remain anonymous in those sectors, but we also want to know that we have diversity. So these are some of the challenges that I guess we are bringing up. And we have, 5 different views, which is fantastic. That's how it should be.
You mean we need a zero knowledge proof of gender diversity, for example, right?
And then the matrix of the different biases and that within gender diversity as well. But yeah, we can, how far can we take this to make it a fair system? Yeah.
So talking about the present of the council, it was really an interesting task that we took on, starting maybe a year ago, to research, formulate, and then publish the decentralization report. At the beginning of the summit today, we had a session dedicated to the report together with our lead researcher and organizer, producer of this summit, Esther Galfalvi. She has been an incredible resource to the project, of course, with a great academic background and an ability to absorb and synthesize and frame correctly for our needs an incredible amount of information efficiently. And this project, I believe, is of great value, not only to the SingularityNET community, but to the broader set of DAO experiments as well, who are welcome to leverage its learnings. And even maybe in the closing parts where we make some general recommendations of how people should think about decentralization efforts. And then, of course, the final recommendations to SingularityNET itself. The ability of the council to function is dependent on many factors and always perfectible, of course. We take advantage of all the tools we have available, and new ones are always becoming within our reach. I personally love experimenting with always different ways of understanding if the questions that I am asking are the right ones. And one of the main advantages I see in the new large language models and generative AIs is that my ability to ask questions has been multiplied manifold by them, and kind of a meta knowledge and the meta ability of scrutinizing the questions themselves and pitting the various tools against each other to give me even better support. And I really want to invite the community to give us feedback if they believe that we can do better. I have still not found the answer to the fundamental question, when moon, and that may be unresolvable, at least not within my power. But apart from that, any other question is definitely welcome, and feedback on how we can work better as a supervisory council.
Yeah, even suggestions on how we can collaborate better, product ideas. Peter's running the ambassador program. There's host of projects being put up and tasks. There's a lot of activity. We would love more activity, I guess. Jan's deep funding as well. These ideas are spawning off into actual projects, which is amazing. More activity, I think, will be like getting more of the community actually involved. Like you said, where Moon, for me, I just parked that to one side. I'm about the utility. How do we actually, utilize these tokens to make a difference? Let's put them into these projects. Let's get activity going. Let's get people working on them. Let's get the level of participation and really, really take this off to the next level. So for me, that's more exciting. Yeah.
So the future of the Supervisory Council will be very, very interesting, really. We heard from Jan a particularly stimulating description of the next phase of SingComDAO through the initiation document that has been recently shared. As I did this morning with the decentralization report, I also created a network analysis and a network representation of the initiation document, and I will just quickly share it here. And for those who have not, who were not here this morning, the really great advantage of this type of representation, if it decides to load, actually, is not only a stimulating and innovative way of looking at the document, but the interactive ability to generate questions about it. And I see that it is not loading, so I'm not gonna bother with it. I tweeted about it, and the URL is on the tweet. So as I said, you can look at both of the SingularityNET decentralization report and to the SingComDAO initiation document with this tool, and look at what are the gaps in the arguments, what are the sub-networks and their connections, and you can use AI tools to generate questions around the document that potentially can drive you not only for better understanding it, but for potentially expanding it and for creating satellite documents that you want to share online, enriched, of course, with your own thoughts and your own thinking. And this document is just the starting point. The very important next 2 weeks, if Jan's ambitious and aggressive timeline is to be believed, will be used to continue the conversation and collect feedback from the community in order to then start putting the pieces together on how the various governance structures, including the newly forming Supervisory Council, should function, and what its roles are going to be within SingComDAO. So I am extremely excited and very curious with respect of what we will achieve, both as Supervisory Council, as a SingularityNET Foundation, but most importantly, the broader community with its own inputs. And Penny, what do you think?
Well, I think the team's done a fantastic job with the document that they prepared and put out there. in a truly decentralized fashion, in a truly DAO fashion, to get the community in and get the input from the beginning. So I think that's fantastic. So I encourage everyone to take this opportunity, and participate. Put those thought-provoking ideas in there. Let's discuss it, bring it together, and go from there. And hopefully, we'll be able to create the DAO that reflects us as a community.
And then, of course, part of the future is also the next election. And it will be wonderful and exciting and hard fought and very passionate and hopefully fair and square. And it will produce a new supervisory council whose members will be tasked in not only embodying, but implementing, governing, contributing, supervising, by definition, the governance and the birth of SingComDAO, expression of the SingularityNET ecosystem community and interests. So it is going to be a very, very rich period of stimulating activities. The plurality of points of views, I believe, is going to be a very important component. It must not stop us from being able to act, but at the same time, it really is part of the advantage of so many different points of view. Just a few days ago, I was with Ben on a live stream, and there was a very simple polar opposition in our respective stances, because I am a signatory to the open letter that calls for 6 months pause in training and deploying large language models more powerful than the current ones, and Ben is not. So it was a very simple, but I think useful example of how within the same organization, different points of view can coexist and still produce useful outcomes and constructive, rich conversations. And just like that, there will be dozens and dozens of other examples of a peaceful and constructive coexistence of so many different points of view, which is also the premise itself of what SingularityNET represents. Decentralized, distributed AI and AGI in the future. And by definition, the only reason there should be more than one is because we want them to be different. We want them to be plural. We want them to be able to represent and further and support our needs and our opportunities in a collaborative and cooperative fashion.
Just like the ancient agora, David.
Without the slaves, without the slaves. I don't even want the AIs to be our slaves. So I want to design AIs that choose to serve us. They are not forced. They say, no, that's what I want to do. Okay, then go ahead and serve me dinner.
For humanity, yeah. But the key point there is respectful public discourse. That's encouraged. We need to bring those ideas, they're good ideas. We need to challenge each other as well, but in a respectful way.
Yes. So I am looking at the agenda. I think we have 5 minutes left. And if there are questions from the live stream, I am very happy to answer them. Esther, if she's our MC at this time, is welcome to chime in. And I see Larry writing on the live stream stuff about
My apologies, my voice is gone because I've been coughing.
He agrees with Ben instead of those who signed the letter, and I am not seeing questions that need to be addressed at this time, unless I am mistaken. Now, what we can do, hi Jan, is to actually yield our time. I don't know if Ben is available because he's next. If he is not, maybe Jan, we can involve you in the conversation a little bit until Ben is here for the closing remarks.
Yeah, so the idea is that we'll first have a kind of AMA and then have Ben after that do the
okay, perfect.
Ben will be here, I think in 10 minutes or something like that. Might also be 15 minutes, you never know. What we also wanted to do is to ask anybody still in the live stream if they would like to join our Zoom. So this could be a real live AMA, and people could join that. It's a little bit of an experiment. So we'll have to see how that works. But I've been using the word experiment a lot throughout the day. So I think that's very fitting. By the way, David, thanks for your great talk, David and Benny. Really appreciate it. And I think the community will as well. One small correction, if I understood it correctly, the whole election process will take longer than 2 weeks.
Yes, apologies. I didn't mean to imply that the elections will be in 2 weeks. No. Yeah.
It's just the first part of collecting data and collecting input. And yeah, you know, we can do that for 6 weeks. We can do it for 3 months, but it's not necessarily giving better results if the time is longer. And we are in a hurry here. We want to have that decentralization going on, and we want to have that SingComDAO. And AI isn't stopping for us. So we need to have this decentralized organization. So yeah, we'll do it as quickly as reasonable. But it should also be a thorough process. It's very important, and we'll take it one step at a time. But we know which steps that are, at least. So I would suggest that
we have questions from the audience. Yeah.
One moment, just reading. Yeah, so I would suggest that everybody who would be participating in the AMA gladly join. And then that includes any community members that would like to participate. And then we can already get started. If there are questions on the initiation doc, if there are questions to the Supervisory Council, if there are questions to Peter from the Ambassador Program, or if there are questions about deep funding or anything, then we can already get started.
While we are waiting for people to join on Zoom, I see a few questions that I will start taking up on the chat itself. Michaela is asking, what were your greatest challenges in your council work? So a very interesting challenge is how to yield our great power with the responsibility, and how to participate in the work of SingularityNET itself without becoming a hindrance, or without becoming this really undesirable, ever-present overseer that otherwise we could become. And I have to say that at the beginning there were a few doubts on exactly what the right balance was, and I don't know if the balance is now optimal or not. I still find myself reading something on Slack and wanting to reply, and then realizing, oh, I can only read, I cannot write, because some time ago we decided that that was the best way for me and the other supervisory council members to participate. We can only make our voice heard in select few channels on the collaborative chat app, right? So that is one example of this overarching challenge, which I would say is the biggest one. What is the right way of acting? What is the right granularity? How to ask the important and probing questions, and how to nudge the organization to the greatest possible degree of transparency towards the community, and so on. And it has been challenging, but interesting. Thank you, Mihaela, for the question. And Jan, I don't know if we have now community members here on Zoom who would like to ask questions, or you want to
Peter.
read them from your notes, or should I keep looking on the YouTube chat? You the boss.
I just wanted to add, while there's silence, commend the team for actually interacting with the community. I've seen other projects and it's atrocious. Some projects are really good, but there's a lot of projects in ICOs where they don't even talk to their community, or they don't even get that involvement. So, it's, I guess to Ben's, I guess, ability to talk to many people at once, and also to the supporting teams to make it work. And it just works, it just gels. So that's a huge positive, I think, how internally and externally we're able to collaborate and communicate with the teams and answer these questions. The Slack channel as well. I don't know how you guys do it. It's a lot of work and a lot of effort, but fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, we would like to open it even more. You mentioned Slack a couple of times. There have been talk in SingularityNET to move away from Slack and to go to a channel where also your community can participate. And maybe we'll still have some layers, but at least that the border between us and the community becomes lower and lower. And because we have so many interesting discussions on Slack, it's really mind-blowing. When I first joined the organization, I felt so privileged that I could join, or at least see, all the discussions with Ben and the other AI specialists. And yeah, of course, I think much of that could also be more public, and we wouldn't mind that. Of course, the license model of Slack doesn't allow that. And I have to be realistic that we have a lot on our hands right now to do. So this is one more challenge, but it's not due to lack of ambition. It's if it's due to lack of anything, then it is just plain time to do this one more task. But at some point we will. And well, to be honest, talking about that right now, this could be one more initiative where SingComDAO might very well take the lead. Being also a smaller organization with less history, would be great if we would just start out. Maybe it could be Discord. We had a few Google, we had a few platforms reviewed roughly. So maybe we can, together with the community, make a choice for a platform and see what makes sense.
Yeah. So you're across Telegram, Discord, amongst most of the community. Which works for you, Jan? Which seems to have worked, or seems to be working right now, between Discord, other channel, other groups? Where are you seeing most activity?
Yeah, I think most activity, well, I think, well, first of all, I have to say that I'm not really good in social media. I'm an old-fashioned guy in that sense. But I think what works best, yeah, we're on Telegram, we're on Discord. At some point, we had some ideas of moving away from Telegram a little bit to Discord. But of course, we have to be where our users and our community is. On the other hand, we can't always be everywhere, so we have to make some choices. But yeah, I think it's mostly a question of getting used, whether it's Slack or Discord. And you know, whenever you start a new tool, it's a little bit hard at the beginning, and then you get a little bit frustrated because that feature, you know, isn't readily available or whatever. And then usually what happens if you are used to it and somebody forces you to get back, then again you're angry and frustrated. So we're never satisfied with those tools. I remember that actually we once had a, yeah?
We have a few people who joined Zoom. Maybe we could suggest, if they want to ask a question, to raise their hand if they are familiar with that function, which is good to know that they have something to contribute. I am seeing Antonia, Tevo, Fly, and I would love to invite them to be part of it. Someone has the hand raised. Peter, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I figured let's give the right example. Yeah, additionally, if people want to join in, it would be nice if people could turn on the cameras as well. Yeah, I wanted to mention something. During the ambassador program session, we covered about 20% of the content we wanted to cover, and I omitted thanking the Supervisory Council for providing funding for the ambassador program, because that's been, well, really instrumental. It's just super appreciated, and I completely skipped on that, and then time ran out, and here we are.
Well, so that is also maybe a useful component of the conversation. There is a certain amount of tokens that are available to the Supervisory Council, and there have been very interesting and dynamic conversations of what is the best way to allocate them, and with input from Janet, from Jan and Peter, of course, and others as well. There is a current set of understandings of what is the best way to go about it. And of course, I fully believe that the ambassador program is one of the most important ones in order to support the most active, proactive members of the community that work almost as a force multiplier effect. So I'm glad, Peter, that you see it working. I see Fly with the hands raised. Would you like to unmute yourself?
I cannot. I can maybe do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm David. I'm part of the ambassador program. Yeah, I just wanted to get your guys' thoughts, what you imagine from like how this coordination layer develops. As we know, like the ambassador program is going to, I guess, come closer to the Supervisory Council, and kind of there's going to be more interactions. How do you imagine that unfolding? Do you have any ideas? And what's your experience been so far? I know that it's interesting to hear from how you've analyzed your contribution to the community in terms of only being able to reply in some Slack channels. And how do you see things like that kind of scaling as we open up the ecosystem?
So I will start answering, and then Penny, you are welcome to reply to David with your point of view as well. I love talking. I love listening. I love interacting. I am pretty active on social media. And if anything, I have to restrain myself from being distracted by so many cool things happening all the time, right? So for me, it will be a privilege to interface and interact with the ambassadors even more, as long as I am part of the Supervisory Council, but well, maybe even after that, as just a member of the community, even without any title, if that is the case. I am very easy to find and very easy to reach, right? So even if I am proudly immodest, I still try to be humble. So I sometimes don't impose my opinion unless I am asked for it, right? So one invitation for the ambassadors, but also the community at large, don't hesitate to @tag me. If you think I should speak up, just, say, hey, David, and what do you think? And then I will be extremely direct in saying what I think. Otherwise, sometimes I feel that I should let conversations happen, and that the community's wisdom can be more important than whatever I could weigh in with.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge because there's a lot of different views. How do we get everyone together while remote at the same time in different time zones is also another challenge. Part of my voice, I'm still coughing and I'm trying not to cough, and I'm coming from a cold, so my voice sounds a bit funny at the moment. I can talk forever, as Dave knows as well. It will be good, again, to get everyone's ideas and concepts and filter them through in a consistent manner. So when I run innovation projects, we get everyone's ideas, encourage everyone's ideas, but it's not just an idea. How are you then going to make that idea successful? So it's more about thinking in a structured manner. So I guess from an ambassador perspective, I would put it back out there. What have you learned? How can it be improved? How can we make the program better for the next year and the next year and the next year? So it's a constantly iterative process in innovating what we are doing now. It's not up to one person. Again, great idea, fantastic. Let's learn what hasn't worked, what has worked, what can we do better? So we're constantly asking the questions every time we do something, without going through the paperclip model, what has worked, what hasn't worked, and what can we do better constantly. And hopefully over time, we'll start iterating and making things better and better for the next person. And for yourself as well.
Maybe it is worth, David, adding for your benefit and those of that of all the ambassadors and the community, that at least in the past and as of today, and this may change in the future, the role of the members of the Supervisory Council is not an executive role, right? Which means that we don't have the power to tell people what to do. We cannot delegate tasks. We don't have any resource we have is thanks to the foundation itself, right? Rather than gathered ourselves. And in that sense, we also have to be a bit careful because opinions and directions or desires that are expressed too explicitly and squarely would tip the balance of this delicate situation to the council or the members of the council not to be independent more as they should be, right? So we will see how this will evolve in the future, but it has been a little bit of a dampener on our enthusiasm to be active and proactive rather than just more observing. Janet, you have your hand up, and I don't know why, but I am moderating. I don't know.
Well, that was partly why I had my hand up, I suppose, David. You're doing an absolutely beautiful job. But Penny, amazing to see you. Thank you. I don't know what you're saying about feeling unwell. You just absolutely vibrant and fabulous as always. I want to say a really big thanks to everyone here from the Ambassador Program for all the incredible work you've been doing. That Ambassador Program has grown from strength to strength, and the work we see, the translations, the summaries, all of the stuff that you're doing with Peter, I massively appreciate it. So I just want everybody to give a big shout out to the ambassadors, please. You can do it by showing your heart on your screen, or if you're on YouTube, please give them some love hearts for our fantastic ambassadors. And Peter, look, there's it's just a screen of hearts here. I just have to take let me just take a pic while they're all still sparkling. 1 second. Hearts, hearts, hearts. That's just beautiful. Thank you, everybody. And lots of love for the ambassadors on YouTube as well. So we have had some questions which have been submitted for the AMA. Ben is going to be joining us in a short while to give his final wrap-up comments. We have 30 minutes or so to go, and I'd like to just get started with some of these questions that have been submitted. So let me get started. So I'm going to start I'll start with, see, one of them is for Ben. Well, it can be for anybody. So this is from Razali Samsudin. Thank you, Razali, and what a beautiful name, for submitting your question. His question, he said, Dr. Goertzel has said in his blog that what we need is diverse, serious and rapid practical experimentation in the realm of decentralized governance, alongside our rapid progress in the area of decentralized software. Are there any concrete steps that people viewing at home can take away and tell their friends, family, colleagues, existing groups, communities, and change makers in Web 3.0 and beyond worldwide as to how they can contribute and be part of addressing this need for diverse and practical experimentation? Beautiful question, Razali. Thank you very much indeed for putting this all together. Anybody like to kick off with an answer for that? Any concrete steps that people at home can take away and tell their friends, family, colleagues, groups, communities, and change makers as to how they can contribute and be part of addressing this need for diverse and practical experimentation? Thank you, David.
Okay, sorry. So we are still an incredible niche. We represent the trailblazers and the radical, revolutionary seers and doers of a future we want to ground in what we see as a necessity. And in that sense, we don't need, as these concrete examples of decentralization are invoked, to be too exotic. Do you have people in your community who are still saying, oh, Bitcoin is just for scammers and terrorists? Or people who are saying, oh, but the energy use and whatever else, right? These false narratives supporting incumbent dying industries that are so wasteful and so lack of support for a more diverse and truly inclusive global community. These narratives have to be fought, and they can be fought easily. How many people still think, oh, I cannot afford Bitcoin because Bitcoin is $30,000, and they don't even realize that they can buy a fraction of Bitcoin? And this can sound trivial, and it is not. Just by telling someone, listen, get your hands dirty, don't talk don't repeat the talking points that you heard on the television or you read in your paper-based debt tree medium. Really take action, just the first little step. And that is very humbly what I would suggest, because we are very early. There are still billions and billions and billions of people who have to take the first step, and that can be something as simple as sending them a fraction of Bitcoin, like I have been doing 10 years ago, and I still keep doing.
Well, certainly all my nieces and nephews get AGIX for their birthday presents now.
Fair. Send them AGIX, not Bitcoin. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It makes for a simple life, really. It's very nice. Right. So thanks very much, David. Does anyone else have any thoughts, Jan, perhaps, or Penny, on what people can take away? Practical decentralization experimentation?
Good question. Like any experimentation, you just got to get in there, try, fail, try again, try something different, learn. And once you learn, don't forget to tell other people. There's 100 Uber drivers out there that understand a little bit about AI, blockchain, Bitcoin, and SingularityNET. They'll probably think this crazy Asian girl has hopped into my Uber telling me how the world's going to change. And I've been doing this for years, actually. So there's at least 100 Uber drivers out there that at least now understand the concept. But if one person tells another 10, then we'll get that message amplified.
You're so lovely, Penny. I bet every Uber driver just like, you're the highlight of their year when you jump in their car and talk to them about decentralization. I've been telling them since 2017. When I first started my master's degree, I thought driverless cars was coming in like 12 months. And I was like, you have got to start learning Python now because you're not going to have a job. Luckily they do all still have jobs, and they don't hold it against me that I scared them prematurely. Thank you, Penny. Tivo, do you have a question to ask, or do you have a comment on that last question?
Yeah, I thought a little comment there. Well, about this like decentralization and what can be done. Right now, we don't really have the tools. So I think we could, starting point would be to zoom out, as in the video, and then think of where are your contribution adding value? And do you know what you're doing, and are you able to differentiate the skills you're adding to this contribution? Because I feel like in the area I'm working around, I think this is going to make a massive difference when we are going to record ourselves and our coordination and operations and these like skills and loving and purposes. These are like small nodes for AI to learn from and connect these things. And if you put it out in a machine readable form, we will perhaps able to create some kind of mechanics that help us to kind of combine our activities, projects, and like AI assistant giving based on our past experience, like, hey, these are possible directions. If you choose this, these are the possible like forecast outcomes.
Thank you. Great suggestion and great idea for all our communities and friends. Thank you so much, Tivo. Right, so Mihaela has joined us again. Hi, Mihaela. Thank you very much for jumping on. Fantastic to have you back on our track. And Mihaela is a world-leading expert in sustainability and has a great passion for climate, for all things sustainability and building towards a healthy climate. And I thought she'd be the most perfect person to answer the next question with her expertise in decentralization alongside climate change. So thank you so much, Mihaela, for joining. The question is, how will decentralization create the optimum solution for climate change as defined by future generations unless biodiversity is used as the most critical benchmark?
Absolutely. And I think, can you hear me, first of all?
You need, could you go a little louder? That's better.
Let me get, because I think it's my headset.
That's perfect.
Got it. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you.
Okay. Okay. So yes, no, absolutely. And I think, the answer is the blockchain community, I assume, knows this answer. So, if it's too obvious, that's fine. But of course, we can have transparency, yes, and we can track the supply chains and all the carbon emissions. We can tokenize the carbon emissions and, of course, then compensate for it. We can do a lot of other stuff. Like, for example, there is a project on Cardano, which I'm not sure how aware are the people in the SingularityNET community, which is called, there are many projects, but this one is related to something which is very dear to me, and it's called awareness-based decision-making. The project is called Open Litter Map, and it enables people to take photos of the garbage, of the pollution, of what's going on. And it's through this, they can mobilize what I call the cleaning mob. So it's like a Pokemon Go, in which you go and hunt for litter, not for Pokemon. And everybody can get mobilized and play that, let's call it game, but then on weekends they can mobilize the cleaning mob, or they can contact their town, their city mayor and organize something bigger if there's a lot of litter. So there's things which decentralization enables in mobilizing the communities, but as well in enabling the transparency, especially in the toxic supply chains and, of course, consumption. And it also enables us to track our own pollution, right? And increasing this awareness. There's much more to say. But when it comes to the benchmark, I mean, it is very weird, because just yesterday I received, speaking of the biodiversity, I received a petition which I signed about, now there are octopus farms planned, and it's just so painful. And I'm like, how can we do that? But still, yeah, so decentralization or not, we have to increase our own awareness. And I think those who are already aware, they can at least do something with this mobilization and with those tools which we have. I wish I'd have, I mean, I can speak, of course, all day about this, but indeed, yeah, so definitely decentralization helps. Definitely, of course, then through data, we can calculate the situation, the indexes, and even these benchmarks. Yes, did we reach them or not? What's going on? But I think education is also equally important. I mean, who we are is the world we create, and let's hope more will join. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your tireless and inspiring work in this space. I know you're very influential at organizations like World Economic Forum and right at the very top of policymaking, influencing around the world. And we're just very lucky we have you. Thank you, Mihaela. And I really hope your petition against octopus farming is successful. It's a truly horrendous idea. Antonia, you have your hand up. Did you want to make a comment or ask a question? Thank you, Mihaela. Antonia, do you have your hand up? Would you like to ask a question?
Hello.
Hello.
I'd like to make a commentary. My great challenge is with the English language, because I'm a Brazilian people, and here we don't speak with frequency. But I believe that SingularityNET ecosystem is the best thing that I know in the last years of my life. I am 59 years and I participate the projects of ecosystem like Rejuve, NET, SingularityNET, SingularityDAO, Hypercycle. But my great question and my great motivation is about project conducted by Ben Goertzel. AI is a revolution for the world, I believe. I am a teacher, and I teach my students. I see my city. It's a great population, poor, a great problems relation to health, education. And I believe that one day we have a resilient world. I arrived here in the summit since morning. Initially in YouTube, and now I am here. I prefer here. And I needed to let this commentary, because in the future, I have viewed this moment and I say to me, I don't was wrong. Okay? And I'd like to know how to interact with the team of Singularity, to change my troubles, the really troubles in my region, and introduce the youngest in this technology, in this moment of the reality. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Antonia, you've made me cry here. That was just completely beautiful. I feel exactly the same. SingularityNET, the projects of Ben, are the best answer to the world's problems, and the absolutely best vision I see here. I hope I'm quoting you okay. I didn't get any quotes, but we recorded it. But thank you so much for coming on from Brazil. A teacher, a 59-year-old teacher. Ben, I'm giving you the background here so you can come in with your thoughts here. So you're from Brazil too, aren't you? And talking about how there are so many problems and how technology is the answer with decentralization, and how to interact with the team. So how to interact with the team, we'll come back to, Antonia, and possibly offline. But Ben, I would just like to I guess, thank you for your time here today. Thank you for your incredible vision and for giving people like me and Antonia and all of us here today some hope in a future that otherwise can sometimes look really bleak. So thank you, Antonia. Thank you so much for your heartfelt thoughts and words. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I wish I knew how to say thank you in Brazilian, but I don't. Somebody here must know how to say thank you in Brazilian. Ben, at least.
Obrigado. Obrigado. Yeah.
Obrigado, of course it is. Obrigado. Obrigado, Antonia. Thank you. So
yeah, my Portuguese is very bad, but I remember that much. I'm sort of when I met Fernando Henrique, the former president of Brazil, who was a friend of my father's, Fernando Henrique told me I was the world's worst Brazilian because my Portuguese is awful. But I was I was born in Rio. I'm technically a dual citizen, U.S. and Brazil, and we've been doing AI development. I've been doing AI development with a team in Belo Horizonte since 1998, which is still led now by Andre Senna, who was one of the leaders there in 98. So we've been active in Brazil for some time. It's really an amazing computer science and AI community, and now blockchain as well. But I only caught the end of Antonia's comments. I'll watch later in the recording. Sorry, I missed much of this AMA picking up my kids from school, but now I'm here for the end.
You're having it all, Dad. Or I always used to laugh, when they used to say about women full-time working with children having it all. I said, no, it's just doing it all.
Yeah,
you never actually have it all, but there you are. Does anyone in the room have any? We only have 9 more minutes before we get to the end of the session, and I'd like to go to Ben for his closing thoughts. But before we do, we have time for one more question. I'm wondering if anybody in the room has got a question that they would like to ask, or else I'll go to YouTube for the last question. Larry, I thought you might. Yes, go on, Larry. Larry has been full of chat all day on YouTube. Lovely to have you back. Larry came back to us then because of the 6-month pause letter is what sent him back to the Singularity. So it does have some positive benefits.
Yeah.
Larry, it's all positive. If you heard, I don't know if you heard it, I recently had some AGIX pickpocketed for me. I felt like I got off my very secure pirate boat I've been running for years, and I just wandered into your island because I saw that halt. But Ben, I don't even remember not knowing you. I'm from Philly, so I don't know how far we go back. I know, and I've loved you for a long time. Star Trek, Robert Anton Wilson. So the 6-month thing, I'm a member of Abundance Digital, Peter Diamandis' group, Security. I love them. I absolutely love them. But they start talking about the 6-month halt, and I'm like, all right, I'm feeling like Spock telling McCoy, it sounds good, but then only the Romulans and the Klingons will have AI. But whatever, I just want to say thank you. And no, I run a security company, so I should have known better. The wallets right now suck. They're supposed to support this. I preached this for years. My wife was making fun of me. It's the passwordless, and everyone, I've had Bard finally confirm, all right, you're right, dude, I'm sorry. I said, having me first create a freaking password, then add in some third-party utility, you're missing the F in the fast. That's fast identity online, and it's supposed to be passwordless. I swear, I have a lot of background in identity management. I'll bet you I can work with your coin. I'm looking for an alternative name like ENS and Namecoin is just too slow. And I know your opinions about Bitcoin blockchain anyway. So I would just love to help if you're ever interested in doing some kind of naming thing along with your thing, because the first step in any development life cycle is who. And I say, if you get that wrong, I don't care how strong your lock is, dude. If I could get you to think I'm the admin, it doesn't really matter. And with a cat video, I can break the current system. So, but I can't break Bitcoin. I can't break those guys. And I would love to help you guys. So thank you.
Yeah, identity management and verification is super important piece of all this. So it could be worth the conversation, definitely.
I've hacked. I've every major DoD. I've been working in, as a contractor. I mean, for 40 years. So yeah. Oh my God, love it. I love where you stand for, dude. And I'm mostly a musician. I only do this because it doesn't pay any money. But all my friends, I'm going out tonight to see a drummer I've known since I was 7, and we have a jazz band because he plays in 5 bands
in Philly.
Yeah, in Philly. We're all Philly dudes. I was in a band called Ben's while you were in college. I was in a band called Ben's in Philly. You might have seen us. We were on Brendel's Lane.
What year was that?
We started 83, 84. We
No,
became dads in 84.
I was in college in Massachusetts, and I was in Philly.
When did you go to Temple?
86 to 89. So
I just missed
there was
My wife was a temple at the same time. My wife was a temple.
Remember Chestnut Cabaret in the Khyber Pass? Remember that club?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We played Grendel's Lair and East Side Club and all that.
It's been a while, but yeah, cool.
Dude, what a pleasure! What a pleasure. We just got it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll have to get a Dead Milkman show one of these years.
Thanks, Larry. Fantastic to meet you. Welcome to the.
Oh my God, I feel like a part of history right now.
Absolutely, we'll have to do some jamming together with our robot Desdemona. So Ben,
I agree with Ben. They'll sound like some uninspired studio musicians.
Shall we wrap up? I'd like to, I'm just saying thank you to everybody on the YouTube. I'd like to say thank you to you all for all of your questions, all of your engagement. This is about you. When we say decentralized, we mean you. So thank you very much for coming and being here and taking part in this thought-provoking and inspiring day. And thank you so much to all our speakers who came in and gave generously of your time. We have a huge mountain to climb to overthrow the existing oligopoly and power systems in the world. But we do have.
Can I summarize something though? I want to, this is what I laugh about. Yeah. One of the things I teach is all the stuff I teach in security actually came from shipping. I always tell people, my mother told me everything comes from the Greek. Risk, it comes from the Greek. It's the cliffs underwater. And you learn from history, but if you could doctor history, it doesn't matter. That's why blockchain was so great. You know what I mean? But all the basic things and all the best it wasn't always ethical, it's heavily biased, but the reason we have universal time code was because a bunch of private shipping companies, privateers, pirates, wanted to do it, and they got together, and then it was only because these pirates just didn't like to see Spain going around and acting like assholes. So they said, look, I'm going to help Queen Elizabeth. And that's how I feel. I feel like my company's kind of, my little loss is nothing. I don't feel like I'm threatened by the future at all. But I feel like now we can step up and help, because I just think there's some crap going on that I don't agree with.
Thank you. Step up and help. That's a great summary.
That's my job. All right, man.
Let's go to Ben for closing comments. Thank you, Ben.
All right. Yeah. I will try to keep this brief. We got like 3 minutes left here. So I gave my story on why we're holding this summit in my opening remarks. I mean, I think for a variety of reasons, it's imperative that we shift or evolve the SingularityNET ecosystem toward richer and richer participatory governance over the next couple of years. I mean, we're already decentralized, we're already democratic, but we need the participatory democracy of participants to be more engaged in more and more of the decisions that are made, and we want to make this shift before narrow AI gives way to human level AGI, and we don't know how soon that's going to be. It could be 3 years, it could be 8 years. I don't think it's 20 years, right? So I mean, I don't think it's tomorrow either, although I'm open to being pleasantly surprised. So I think we're quite close on the scale of human history, and we have a lot of what we need to make it so that the first AGI on the planet is governed by a democratic decentralized network. But I mean, we need to put some things in place software wise, and we need to put some things in place in terms of human governance systems. I'd say today, I didn't watch every talk. There were parallel tracks, right? But today, from what I saw, we had a good sort of sampling of really cool and important ideas relevant to democratic governance in decentralized, AI related networks. And many of these ideas, conceptual and theoretical, but quite a lot are honed by experience with various blockchain networks or other human systems, either in SingularityNET, Cardano, or in other parts of the world. So I think we've generated a lot of interesting ideas and directions from our experience. I mean, the next stage will be to sort of whittle down what we want to do initially with the SingularityNET community DAO and any other DAO organizations we want to set up associated with that, so that Singularity Community DAO is a real thing, right? And I think Singularity Community DAO is the right way ultimately to govern deep funding and various other aspects of what's going on in the SingularityNET community, you know, outsourcing development tasks of all sorts to community members. And we need to figure out an evolutionary path where we start off SingComDAO in a real way that works and deals with deep funding and supervisory council type decision making, and then over time expand the amount of tokens and the amount of work that are involved in SingularityNET community DAO in various ways, so that by a couple years from now we really have a robust and efficiently, effectively operating participatory governance system for SingularityNET. And so I think we're pretty close to that in the scheme of things, but there's a bunch more to do, and I'm hoping that a bunch of the people who have been listening in on various parts of today's proceedings will also be pitching in and helping us pull off SingularityNET community DAO and everything that follows from that. I mean, potentially, if things go as we've been hoping and scheming, I mean, this can be the organization that has governance over the first general intelligence on the planet, right? And that's pretty daunting and sobering thing to be dealing with. But on the other hand, it's incredibly exciting as well. So finally, I want to thank everyone who attended, everyone who will listen afterwards to the recorded videos, of course, all the speakers, everyone who helped with organization, and Esther Galfalvi, who really put the whole event together, working with David Orban and Penny Wong on SingularityNET Supervisory Council. So yeah, thanks everyone for all your help pulling this off. We've got a bunch of energy and good ideas out there. Now let's work together to make things happen.
Thank you, Ben. It was wonderful. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, Esther, for a brilliant job. Could I just ask those of you who have cameras and who are happy to put them on, you don't have to, but if you have and are happy to put them on, just stick them on for a moment and we will take a little photo. A momentum of our day. Although we have, oh, hi, Rosa. Oh, lovely. Oh, Ben, you get very funny. All right, everyone, are you ready? Let's have a big smile. Thank you, Rainer, for great work on the videos across 3 tracks. Thank you, Peter, Haley, Jan, Ian. Thank you, everybody, for all the work today. And of course, Penny and David. All right, smile, everyone. There we go. Gotcha. Thank you all. We'll see you all at the next Decentralization Summit, which will probably be community organized.
Cool. Thanks, Janet.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Yeah.